army reassembled and operating out of the rugged country that took its modern name from his lieutenant, Guerrero, was now invincible. Within a few weeks, Morelos reoccupied Cuautla and then marched into the eastern Cordillera. He made a base at Tehuacan, from which he could command communications between Mexico City and the Gulf and threaten the capital itself. His raiders seized the rich tobacco region up from Veracruz and burnt the government stores, a serious blow to the viceroy, who depended upon the tobacco monopoly to pay his troops. Morelos captured enough firearms to equip an army of 10,000 by fall. It was becoming extremely difficult, even for strong loyalist parties and convoys, to move throughout Morelos's zone of operations. Nicolás Bravo, the son of the captured Leonardo, snapped up 200 regular soldiers in one ambush. Morelos offered to return these men for the life of the captured father. The viceroy, however, insisted upon having the elder Bravo strangled publicly in the capital. Morelos ordered his prisoners murdered in reprisal. Nicolás Bravo refused to shoot these helpless men and set them free. This was so unusual that it was recorded and remarked by everyone in Mexico. Morelos failed to appreciate the act, and it did not happen again. With fall, the insurgent army seized Oaxaca. Afterward, Morelos took his army into the steaming hills above the Green Lagoon at Acapulco. Although he had not been able to bring siege guns over the mountains and could not blockade the port, it surrendered in August 1813. Now Morelos controlled, or at least deprived the government, of all of south-central New Spain from north of Veracruz on the Gulf to Acapulco, save only the major cities of Veracruz, Puebla, and Mexico, strongly defended by government troops. He had not only paralyzed the government and the economy, he was now beginning to bring his own kind of order. He collected taxes, appointed local governing bodies and officials, and tried to enforce an insurgent law, which, although he did order looting insurgents shot, was not entirely successful. The priest of Caracuaro was the virtual dictator of this vast region. However, he remained taciturn and humble, refusing any title except that of servant of the people. It was easier to drive Spaniards out of his territories than to create the new order. By August 1813, Morelos had determined to formalize the revolution and define its goals beyond what Hidalgo and López Brayón had done. As he told López, it was time to strip the mask from independence. There should be no more talk of kings, but the formation of a republic. López Brayón disagreed, but Morelos now had all the power and the prestige. The priest summoned a congress of 8 delegates, one from each major region under his control, to a meeting at Chilpancingo. In this small mountain town in the Sierra up from Acapulco, Morelos instructed this Congress, which called itself the Congress of Anahuac, in his basic ideas. Morelos believed that sovereignty should be established in the people, that government should be exercised by separate branches, and that government should moderate the extremes of privilege and wealth. His reforms envisioned official racial equality, universal suffrage, the opening of office to every rank and caste, and the abolition of compulsory tithes and the privileges of the clergy and the military. He further believed that a free society could not come about without the confiscation of the latifundios, especially idle lands, including church property. Half of such confiscations should go to support the government, half to the landless poor. These ideas were wildly popular with the congressional delegates, who were predominantly Criollo liberals, priests, and lawyers. Morelos set them to drafting a new Mexican constitution to implement these ideals. Morelos' concept of a Congress and Constitution was excellent, and his notions for society and government, however radical they appeared against Spanish tradition, were sound. But Morelos, who never wanted personal power, also surrendered too much authority to the Congress, letting these men partake in government. This was to be an enormous mistake, given the Hispanic nature and the fact that the war was far from won. Most of the individual delegates were able men, But collectively they were only another jealous, quarreling junta. In retrospect also, Morelos' definition of the liberal plans for Mexico was an error at this time. The destruction of the church and military privileges and the land tenure and social system and the crown, all in one swoop, was far too radical to be accomplished without absolute power. No new converts were won, 1 million Creoles were alienated to the point of siding against the revolution. Many thousands of criollos who really longed for Mexican independence became active royalists. Morelos was too radical for them. Also, the insurgent style of warfare was destroying the economy. Mines were closed, the roads blocked, the ports isolated, the cities cut off from the countryside, and the fields untilled. This was beginning to hurt everyone except those guerrilleros who were willing to live in the mountains, and even the most patriotic guerrilleros were plunderers. The war was becoming intolerable to the Creoles. Their interests were threatened, and they were exhausted by disorder. The native-born elite swung solidly behind the viceroy in an intense reaction. Calleja, who succeeded Venegas as viceroy early in 1813, extracted vast loans to pay troops, and he made every European-blooded householder liable for military service. This arming of all criollos was a dangerous experiment, as Calleja remarked himself, but he felt the insurgency had to be destroyed before it destroyed New Spain. With a greatly expanded royalist army, from 1813 forward, it is proper to call the government forces royalist and the insurgents liberals. Calleja took the offensive. The North, rebellious again, was thoroughly crushed while Morelos completed his hold on the South. The vital silver towns of Zacatecas and Potosí were occupied, and local insurgent chiefs were killed. General Arredondo, whose army included a young subaltern named Santa Anna, who was learning the art of Mexican warfare, pacified Texas by shooting hundreds of captured North American filibusters and cutting the throats of native liberals. By the fall of 1813, Calleja could regroup his various armies and begin to deal with Morelos. Morelos left the Congress of Chilpancingo to its debates and marched north to seize Michoacán. He planned to capture Valladolid and make it the insurgent capital. Valladolid, which the Republic renamed Morelia eventually in Morelos' memory, was invested. Calleja sent a force under the Spanish general Llave to relieve it. With Llave was young Agustín de Iturbide, the auburn-haired mestizo who had proven himself to be an exceptionally capable officer. Iturbide, now a colonel, learned that Morelos had ordered his insurgents to blacken their faces so that they could recognize each other in close combat. Against orders, Iturbide had a troop of his cavalry darken their own faces, and then, after dark on Christmas Eve 1813, he led a reckless mounted charge into the very heart of Morelos' camp. Morelos had set his headquarters atop a steep hill, and because of the time and the terrain, security was lax. When Iturbide burst in upon the surprised insurgents, there was total confusion. Morelos' regiments fired on each other. They were not trained for rapid fire and maneuver in the dark. Men who would have fought bravely under different conditions ran, screaming they were betrayed. The insurgent army dissolved in the face of inferior royalist forces. Iturbide followed up his advantage with energy. Mariano Matamoros gathered some of the insurgents and made a desperate stand at Puruaran, but was decisively defeated. Matamoros himself, the best of Morelos' lieutenants, was taken and shot. After a series of disasters, Morelos' whole force dissolved, and the insurgent chief barely escaped with an escort of 100 men. Calleja pounced swiftly, ordering his forces to strike everywhere. A royalist army retook Oaxaca, while another force seized Cuernavaca, Coahuilta, Taxco, and finally Chilpancingo, setting the Congress on the run for their lives. Hermenegildo Galeana, Morelos' remaining good arm, was captured and beheaded. The Royalists walked into Acapulco. Morelos's peasant army melted back into the mountains and valleys from which it had come. Within a few weeks, Calleja destroyed everything Morelos had accomplished in 2 years. The fact that Morelos had accepted his authority from the Congress now proved disastrous for the insurgents. The humble mestizo priest was the only man of genius on the liberal side, but the Congress threw all the blame for the various disasters on his head and ordered him to surrender his command. Morelos obeyed, saying he was willing to serve the cause as a private soldier. Thus the leadership passed out of the hands of the single man with high ideals, military and political ability among the liberals, and fell to a divided, jealous, quarreling group of petty local chieftains and juntas, none of whom could raise an army from the people or command one against the royalist professionals. The Congress and López Rayón knew only how to criticize and issue propaganda. Local monsters like Rosaíns and Félix Fernández knew only how to raid and kill. In October 1814, the Congress of the Republic of Anahuac finally put out its new constitution in Apatzingán in Michoacán. This charter drew heavily on Anglo-Saxon ideas, such as providing universal suffrage and indirect elections, but also retained Hispanic traditions by creating an executive which was a junta of 3 persons appointed by the Congress and a court of residencia, and while the Constitution was never to be implemented, it was to remain as an ideal for all future reformers. The Royalists were now destroying the insurgency. Even many of the country people were now aiding officers like Iturbide, who caught and executed 19 guerrilla leaders and 900 of their followers in Michoacán within 2 months. As the rebellion was stamped out in this area, the Congress tried to reach the dubious safety of Tehuacán, which was still held by an officer who was perhaps the most idealistic and splendid of all the liberal commanders, the criollo mineralogist Manuel Mier y Terán. To make this journey, the Congress, swallowing its pride, called on Morelos to be its escort and guide. Morelos and Nicolás Bravo rode with the congressman. Despite every ruse the old guerrillero could employ, 2 bands of royalists caught up with them at Texmalaca. Morelos ordered Bravo to escape with the Congress, while he and a few devoted followers led pursuit astray with a diversion. After a futile delaying action, Morelos's party tried to save itself by scattering into surrounding cliffsides. A royalist officer, significantly one of Morelos's old lieutenants who had changed sides, caught the priest as he tried to remove his spurs in flight and asked him what he would do if the situation were reversed. The priest answered bluntly that he would confess the officer and shoot him. Morelos was taken under heavy guard to Mexico. Here, lodged in the dungeon of the Inquisition, Morelos was examined for 46 days, accused of treason, heresy, and lesser crimes. Like most of the rebel priests, Morelos had never believed in clerical chastity and openly acknowledged he had children. He was convicted of treason, branded as a Protestant, unfrocked, and turned over to the secular arm for execution. He was the last victim of the Inquisition in Mexico. He was shot to death 3 days before Christmas, 1815. He was the one man who had a chance of making a constructive revolution. He joined a growing pantheon of Mexican martyrs. His death was the most tragic of all for Mexico, because his ideals were buried with his bones. Chapter 24. Treasons. Mexico's independence, then, was the achievement of 2 opposed sectors, each working toward a different immediate objective. One side wanted to separate from a liberal Spain and continue the system without the motherland. The other side wanted separation from Spain too, but it wanted to wipe out the colony and establish a new order, especially a new political order. Victor Alva, The Mexicans. In 1816, Viceroy Calleja restored his authority everywhere. With Morelos dead, there was no leader and no cause to hold together the horde of dissident intellectuals in hiding, the juntas without legitimacy or armies, and the guerrilla chieftains, who were more and more sheer bandits. The deputies for whom Morelos had sacrificed his life quarreled at Tehuacan until the high-minded Mier y Terán threw them out of town. Felix Fernandez and the Ivo Rosains, the two principal guerrilleros of the Veracruz region, fought to control the insurgents operating there. Mier y Terán arrested Rosains, who escaped and turned coat as an officer in the vice-regal army. Failure, futility, and despair descended over the revolutionaries, and decent men began to desert the insurgency in disgust. Once Calleja had full military control, he was recalled and replaced by Don Juan de Apodaca. The time for ruthlessness was over. Apodaca now worked against the remaining insurgency more effectively than Calleja could have done, by offering amnesty to rebels who surrendered, and by spectacularly rewarding men who changed sides. Insurgent officers, however tenuous their commissions, were offered commissions in the regular royal army, with only minor demotions, and awarded the privilege of putting Don before their names. No discrimination was made because of former class, caste, or creed. Thus people like Rosains and Vicente Gomez, the Gelder of Spaniards, who had robbed, murdered, and tortured countless soldiers and civilians, were given the king's commission. Most of the insurgent officers turned traitor with them. Osorno surrendered near Puebla. Mier y Terán's officers forced him to give up Tehuacan, though the young idealist simply took the amnesty and returned to private life. Guerrilleros now operated only in parts of Guanajuato and Michoacán. Montes de Oca and Pedro Asensio, holding out in the south, were clearly local brigands. Thus when Javier Mina, the Spanish liberal and revolutionary who conspired with Servando Teresa de Mier to separate King Fernando from his Mexican silver, landed in April 1817, it was a futile effort. Mina arrived on the Tamaulipas coast with 300 North American adventurers and marched inland to Guanajuato. He recruited some rebels, but most Mexican liberals were prejudiced against him because he was Spanish and refused to shoot prisoners indiscriminately. His protests that some Spaniards loved liberty also were fruitless. Government forces hunted Mina down in October and executed him. In death he was accepted by Mexicans, and afterward buried with the other insurgent heroes under the Column of Independence at the capital. In the same months, the last guerrilla chief in Michoacán was murdered by his followers. Then in December 1817, Nicolás Bravo and Ignacio López Rayón accepted amnesty. The insurgency had ended. Two insurgents did not surrender, however. One was Morelos' lieutenant Vicente Guerrero, who held out in the remote sierra north of Acapulco. Guerrero was a simple peasant of white Indio Negro descent who had worshipped Morelos. Although the viceroy sent his own father, a royalist, to offer Guerrero the usual king's commission and rewards for apostasy, he refused to give up. Guerrero was innately a kind and gentle man, a true hero, and ironically, his greatest misfortune was to be that he was not martyred like his idol, but lived to become president of Mexico. The other holdout was Felix Fernandez, deserted by his men and hiding alone in the Cordillera up from Veracruz. He went half-naked in the forests and mountains, fed now and then by friendly Indios. Driven by a stubborn, quixotic vision, Fernandez called himself Guadalupe Victoria, symbolizing eventual Mexican victory. Neither rebel posed any threat to the government of Apodaca, who in 1819 reported to Madrid that he had no more need for Spanish troops. The irony of the insurgency was that all the bloodshed totally failed to achieve Mexican independence. In fact, the Civil War actually delayed it. Hidalgo and Morelos were to be honored in modern Mexico for their social ideals, not for what they accomplished. The War for Independence, as the insurgency came to be called, produced few heroes, but ample martyrs. While Mexico was racked by rebellions, the Spanish peninsula had its own troubles. The Great Patriotic War against the French occupation turned into a full-scale popular revolt. The leadership of the guerrilla campaigns against the French was predominantly liberal, that is, men deeply unhappy both with the traditional society and their own place in it. These liberals came from that middle rank, not quite a true middle class of easily radicalized reformers. They were anti-clerical and anti-royalist, but as modern studies have shown, they were not quite Democrats. Their aim was to seize power. They took and propagated democratic French and Anglo-Saxon rationales because they found nothing in their own heritage to justify the rule of people such as themselves, and in the long run, this was to prove their downfall and the real reason for the failure of liberalism throughout the Hispanic world. The Spanish liberal juntas that fought Napoleon in the name of Fernando VII were themselves confused in their basic attitudes toward the Spanish Empire. As liberals, they were forced intellectually to accede that the colonials possessed political rights. As Spaniards, and men who in many cases derived their livelihood from the offices, privileges, and monopolies made possible by the empire, they had no wish to see colonial dominion destroyed. Whether the King of Spain ruled by the grace of God or through powers granted by a constitution, there was no changing the fact that the inefficient industries in Barcelona and Bilbao, the wine growers of Andalusia, and the merchants of Sevilla depended primarily upon the captive markets across the ocean sea. This confusion colored the policy toward New Spain in these critical years. In 1812, the Spanish junta wrote a new Spanish constitution which called for elective city and provincial governments, the abolition of the Inquisition and the privileges of the military and the clergy, and for freedom of the press. The American dominions were to be represented in the new national Cortes, or Parliament, on the same basis as the peninsular cities and provinces by freely elected deputies. New Spain was allotted 7 such representatives. Since in 1812 the Spanish junta controlled only the fringes of Spain, the new charter could not be implemented at home. Venegas, however, was ordered to implement it in Mexico. These instructions arrived at the time Morelos was at the height of his power in the south, and the viceroyalty was surviving mainly because a conservative reaction to the threatened social revolution had begun. They weakened the Spanish grip, but Venegas saw no choice but to obey. He promulgated the new constitution in September 1812. It was received enthusiastically by the criollos because it met many of their demands. The insurgency, despite its failures, had created a climate for self-government among almost all native-born Mexicans, including the clergy, army, landowners, lawyers, and functionaries. It must be understood that while the upper class fought stubbornly on the side of the viceroy against social revolution, it had become suffused with dreams for a de facto independence from Spain. The Mexican elites possessed a great stake in independence, with an end to tribute and forced loans, monopolies and Spanish arrogance, and the opening of profitable offices to colonials. The hacendados had already sensed a great opportunity that the liberal lawyers had not quite grasped. The abolition of crown regulation would give the countryside over to the control and aggrandizement of the land-owning class. Criollo officers, now holding most of the ranks up to colonel, hoped to remove the disliked peninsular generals. This, of course, was exactly the revolution that Allende had intended, and ironically, if there had been no grito de dolores, it might have come about peacefully in 1812. When the Constitution went into effect, Criollo Mexico celebrated with bells and bonfires. The city council at the capital changed the name of the Plaza Real to the Plaza of the Constitution. A mob of citizens tore down the royal scaffolds. Newly elected officials, all criollos, replaced the old appointed hereditary regidores. The new men believed in self-rule. Masses of thanksgiving were dedicated in all the principal churches. The new law permitting press freedom gave birth to a horde of local periodicals whose editorials attacked Spaniards and their role in Mexico. Francisco Venegas himself was liberal, appointed by a liberal junta, but he understood that liberalism was leading toward a separation of Mexico from Spain, which his own superiors failed to see. Therefore, in the midst of disorder and rejoicing, he arbitrarily suspended the Constitution, using Morelos's insurgency as the excuse. He did not quite dare replace the public gibbets. Garroting of the condemned was now carried out in secret, but he threatened to penalize the unauthorized pealing of church bells with 10 years' hard labor. Over vehement protests of the newly elected criollo officials, the authoritarianism of the ruling clique of Spaniards was completely restored by edict. The Spanish Parliament, apprised of the true situation, approved. This confused giving and taking away of self-government angered almost everyone except the insurgents. Morelos was delighted because to him it revealed the duplicity of all Gachupines. The Mexican liberals, only a few of whom actually had joined the insurgency, were dissatisfied with the terms of the Constitution, since it still required Mexico to be a Spanish dominion despite the granting of minority representation in the Spanish Parliament, and they were dismayed by its sudden revocation. The Mexican conservatives, as this amorphous faction could now be called, meanwhile had been horrified by the Constitution's liberal provisions, though they concealed their deep misgivings in the general public rejoicing. The idea of free elections and the abolition of privileges did not appeal to army officers and the higher clergy. The threat of Morelos's social revolution forced both the liberals and conservatives, however, to swallow the reimposition of viceregal rule. During the same years that the insurgency was crushed, combined British and Spanish forces drove the French out of Spain. In 1814, Napoleon was overthrown in France, and the royal prisoner Fernando VII was released. He had hardly recrossed the Pyrenees when, driven by the coterie of nobles and ecclesiastics that surrounded him and by his own Bourbon inclinations, he abolished the Constitution promulgated in his absence. This began 5 years of intense reaction in Spain. Fernando, who came back to a smoldering, ruined homeland, the recent scene of massacres, battles, and hideous sieges, found it easy to destroy the incipient Spanish liberalism in the general weariness and the general rejoicing over his return. The Inquisition again became active. One of its victims was the Bishop of Valladolid, Abad Iqueipo, who was recalled from Mexico on the strength of his letters of protest to the former king written years before, and the liberal leaders of the juntas were soon in jail. Their protege, Viceroy Venegas, was recalled, and the king replaced him with Calleja, a man much more to the Bourbon liking. Calleja pronounced the Constitution of 1812 dead in August 1815, but Mexico was as ruined and war-weary as Spain, and for the moment as little inclined to serious revolt. However, during this triumph of reaction in Old and New Spain, the southern continent waged its decisive battles for independence. 3 royalist and nativist criollos fought for control, and the patriots won. San Martin and Bolivar led armies from one triumph into other viceroyalties, liberating region after region from Spain. This whetted the Mexican appetite for independence. Finally, the efforts Fernando VII forced on his exhausted country to support the royalist cause in America caused a new revolution in Spain. Spanish peasants and townsmen were being conscripted to die in the mountains and jungles of the Americas, and the concept of Spanish grandeur and material interest did not offset the repugnance to a vastly unpopular colonial war. In 1820, conscripted troops bound for the Americas revolted, and a new revolution swept Spain. The liberal juntas reappeared. Fernando VII saved his throne only by an apparent abject surrender, swearing to reinstitute and uphold the Constitution of 1812. Fernando, however, was entirely treacherous. When the equally reactionary Bourbon regime in France, supported by the Holy Alliance, intervened with military force in Spain, the king recanted and began a reign of terror against the liberals. He won out again. Meanwhile, the shock of the latest convulsion in the peninsula produced decisive effects in Mexico. Apodaca, under orders of the ephemerally ascendant liberal parliament, had restored the Constitution of 1812. Once again, a horde of separatist-minded criollos were elected to local councils, and an anti-Spanish press appeared. But now, the insurgency was finished militarily, and the Mexican conservatives were no longer bound to the vice-regal regime by a threat of social revolution. Fernando VII himself, in the confusions of the hour, encouraged the notion of Mexican independence because the king briefly despaired of Spain and thought that Mexico might provide the Bourbons with a firmer seat. The total political confusion created a Byzantine political mess in Mexico. The Spanish, engaged in civil war at home, had little attention for America. The peninsular troubles were destroying the last vestiges of Spanish power and prestige in the colonies, and also the apparent victory of liberalism in Spain in 1820 at last made the Spanish Church in Mexico think seriously of the advantages of independence. The hierarchy was bitterly hostile to the liberal reforms twice promulgated out of the old country, and now began to think that only Mexican independence might preserve the traditional religion and society. The reforms, such as abolition of the Inquisition and clerical privileges, closure of convents, and confiscation of church property, were totally unacceptable to the prelates. The Church had played a very great role throughout the entire insurgency. While people's priests, like Hidalgo and Morelos, had provided the brains behind the revolt, the bishops and canons had provided even more effective financing and rationales to the conservatives. The troubles had brought the Mexican hierarchy and the Criollo elite into a genuine alliance against a revolution that promised to destroy them both. In the interest of continuing this alliance, the prelates were willing to desert the Gachupin ascendancy, provided that the Criollos who came to power entered into a similar governing relationship with the Church. This would be a continuation of the royalist coalition that had defeated insurgency, but with the Peninsulares no longer in control. This new twist was neither so treasonous or cynical as it has sometimes been described. It should be remembered that the loyalty of Hispanic traditionalists had never been to a Spanish nation, but to a Spanish church and crown. There was more than property and privileges at stake, for the whole direction of foreign-inspired liberalism frightened all traditionalists to their roots. There were emotional reactions that went far beyond a defense of property and privilege. Many poor traditionalists had an almost mystic belief in the rightness of the old orderings of Hispanic society. If nothing but privilege and property had stood in the way of reform, liberalism must have triumphed quickly throughout the Hispanic world. Effective reform, however, required a remaking not only of society, but of all the traditions, beliefs, and ethics that lay behind it. The Mexican Church in 1820, with the rebellious priests dead and the reactionaries fully in control, was undecided only as to whether it should support immediate independence or await the expected arrival of Fernando VII on a separate Mexican throne. The Spanish prelates saw no treason. To them, the Spanish nation, by turning liberal, had committed treason against the church and crown. The clerics saw themselves as loyalists in the larger sense. Their view of a continuing Hispanic nation in Mexico was very different from that of the Criollo liberals, but in these confused times, all the forces could coalesce behind a single goal, independence, without a clear definition of the sort of nation independence would bring about. Therefore, in the spring of 1820, the Royalists in Mexico, who had fought one form of treason for 10 years, began to plot a newer form of treason against the mother country, Spain. There is still no agreement among historians as to who used whom in this Byzantine imbroglio of confused loyalties and politics. The Church, that bête noire of the liberals, was active, but not necessarily dominant. What was happening was that in a social milieu in which order had fled and everything seemed to be falling to pieces, those men who best understood how to use the people and forces around them were coming to the fore. These new leaders were a common enough phenomenon in failing or transitional societies. They were usually military men, the caudillos, or leaders on horseback, because in transitional societies, once legitimacy had been destroyed, power could only emerge from the mouth of a gun. Agustín de Iturbide, the wealthy, ambitious, certified criollo from Valladolid, who had risen from lieutenant to general in the bloody years, was typical of a whole group of officers created by the insurgency and the royalist reaction. Venegas and Calleja had never trusted such Mexican officers, but had needed them. Iturbide, capable and courageous on the battlefield, distinguished himself at Monte de las Cruces and by defeating Morelos in Michoacán. He was in his early 30s when made general. In 1815 he was entrusted with the delivery of the vital mercury to the northern mines and the guarding of silver bullion in transit to the capital. Iturbide had grown rich through graft in this position, taking a fat percentage for his protection. This was hardly unusual. Every royalist commander followed such practices, just as every insurgent leader indulged in robbery. But Iturbide went too far, and was dismissed from service in 1816. General Iturbide combined ruthlessness and immorality with a superstitious nature and a craving for sanctity, not unusual in men of his type and times. Disgraced, he entered a lay retreat in the convent of La Profesa at the capital, in ostentatious penance for his sins. Here he met with important and disgruntled clerics, and during Lent he could converse with judges, noblemen, generals, and wealthy miners who came to La Profesa in these days. Gradually a junta began to meet at the convent, composed of dismissed or disaffected men, plotting to save society as they knew it. The liberal revolution of 1820 in Spain frightened all the traditional forces. Iturbide became the leader of a group that planned a coup d'etat against the viceregal regime. Iturbide must first somehow subvert the viceregal army. This proved almost ridiculously easy. Apodaca was planning a final campaign against Vicente Guerrero, no danger but a nuisance in the southern Sierra. The Spanish clerics who surrounded the viceroy insisted that Iturbide be given command of the southern army. Apodaca agreed, and in December 1820, Iturbide took control of the best regiments in New Spain. The general outline of the conspiracy called for the young general to win fame by destroying Guerrero, then returning with his victorious army to the capital to seize the viceroy's baton and chair with the professed rationale of making Mexico secure for Fernando VII. But Iturbide had his own ideas. This was still the age of Napoleon, and he was dreaming vaster schemes. He failed to demolish Guerrero, who was unassailable in his wild mountains. Defeated by a small force of guerrilleros, Iturbide, who felt he had no time to waste, opened negotiations with the insurgents. He also seized a pack train carrying 500,000 silver pesos to Acapulco for shipment to the Orient for his own use. Guerrero did not trust Iturbide, but the general had charm and persuasiveness, and also an almost irresistible bait, a plan for the independence of Mexico, which he circulated early in 1821. Among its 20 provisions were 3 major guarantees. 1. Independence under King Fernando or a suitable Bourbon prince. 2. Continuation of Roman Catholicism as the state religion. 3. Citizenship and racial equality for all Mexicans. The ideas were not new, but the plan was brilliantly drawn, with something for everyone, and without the usual ideological arguments and complexities of revolutionary documents. Iturbide offered the criollos independence, a king, and a continuation of property rights, the church its privileged status, the masses citizenship, and equality before the law. Far better educated men than the guerrillero chieftain Guerrero did not see that the first 2 guarantees rendered the third meaningless for the mass of Mexicans. The plan had nothing of Hidalgo's social revolution and embodied none of Morelos's ideals. It continued Mexican society with one change: freedom from peninsular rule. The plan has always been viewed with distaste by Mexican liberal historians because it failed to revolutionize colonial Mexico, and the dominant later view was that independence achieved this way was a great betrayal. But Iturbide's plan was the only possible one on which the effective men and institutions in Mexico could agree. Hidalgo's and Morelos's ideals had been proven premature. Iturbide's plan succeeded because it fit the realities of time and place. The simplicity of the plan appealed to Guerrero, who must have believed, with many of the Mexican liberals, that independence and legal racial equality was a great first step toward the nation Morelos had wanted. Iturbide admitted candidly his plan did not solve everything. Much would have to be worked out later. He told Guerrero that first the vice-regal government must be overthrown, then elections could be held to form the inevitable junta that would decide the country's destiny. Guerrero was swayed. He met Iturbide at Acantempan, where the 2 leaders embraced before their cheering armies. With this abrazo, and the signatures upon Iturbide's plan, issued at the small town of Iguala between Taxco and Chilpancingo, February 24, 1821, the course of independent Mexico was set. The Trigarantine Army, as the newly combined force was called, raised a new flag, a tricolor representing the 3 guarantees: white for religion, green for independence, red for the union of Europeans and Amerindians. The irreverent have held that the selection of colors came while Iturbide and Guerrero split a watermelon on a rough table at Iguala. The viceroy was enraged but helpless, for in all Mexico only the Masonic order supported him, with a handful of peninsular soldiers. Virtually all the Mexicans hailed the Iguala plan. The key was the royal army. Iturbide had some trouble in swaying all his soldiers, but he subverted the officer corps with promises of rapid promotion. Apodaca, hoping to heal wounds, had rewarded hundreds of Mexicans who had changed sides, and now he was rewarded in turn by wholesale military treason throughout the royal ranks. Every former liberal or insurgent officer deserted to Iturbide along with the conservatives. Nicolás Bravo and the rest raised the tricolor. Fernández, or Guadalupe Victoria, came out of hiding to praise the plan. The decisive blow, however, was the complete desertion of the army to Iturbide. Thousands of officers betrayed their oaths to the government, rationalizing the act much like the clerics who deserted Spain, but the army was not all that ideological or traditional. A more profound reason for the reversal was that such things as soldiers' trust and honor had virtually vanished during the age of Godoy. Iturbide made lavish promises. A captain could become a general with a timely declaration. At Orizaba, Captain Antonio López de Santa Anna, son of a penniless Spanish immigrant and criolla mother, showed he understood this game superbly. By seeming to hold fast, he secured a lieutenant colonelcy from the government, Promising to switch, he was offered a colonelcy. He emerged on Iturbide's side as a brigadier. After years of dangerous campaigning, men like Santa Anna made their fortunes in a day's intrigues in politics. The Trigarante movement was assured success when the Criollo general Anastasio Bustamante, the tigerish commander who shot all insurgents and suspected liberals who fell into his hands, went over to Iturbide with 6,000 troops at Guanajuato. Bustamante then had the skulls of Hidalgo and his fellow rebels taken down from the iron cage and buried with military honors. Guadalajara declared for the tricolor. Iturbide occupied Valladolid. By July 1821, the entire north had swung, and in August he rode into the conservative city of Puebla side by side with Guadalupe Victoria and Nicolás Bravo. Distant Yucatan, never involved in the insurgency, declared for independence. Only the capital, the ports of Veracruz and Acapulco, and the fortress of Perote still flew the red and gold banners of León and Castile. A new viceroy, Juan O'Donoghue, had arrived to replace Apodaca. He was trapped, however, in pestilential Veracruz, where his party and even his family took sick and died of the black vomit. Desperate to escape the fever coast, O'Donoghue met Iturbide and agreed to abide by the Iguala plan. Hoping to salvage a treaty of friendship and commercial ties, O'Donoghue also signed a pact that recognized Mexico as an independent empire, and with a provision that if no Spanish infante took the throne, the choice of ruler would be left to a Mexican Congress. O'Donoghue was then permitted to go on to Mexico, from where he ordered the last Spanish regiments to proceed for embarkation at Veracruz. Iturbide chose his 38th birthday, September 27th, to lead the Trigarantine army into the city of Mexico. He came on his great black horse, ruddy and handsome in a plumed hat, surrounded by generals in gold braid, followed by 16,000 soldiers. The marchers included smart battalions of blue-coated regulars and companies of dark, ragged guerrilleros. The fine ladies on the balconies of the route of march sported green, white, and red ribbons in their hair. The street mobs screamed vivas until their voices failed against the clash of field music and the roar of the drums. Iturbide's army came from Tacuba into the Alameda. Then he led it on a wide circle to Plateros, so the whole march might be seen by the reigning belle of Mexico. At the convent of San Francisco, the city council presented him with a gold key to the capital. The Virrey O'Donoghue received him at the palace, which was now the National Palace, and from which he reviewed his parade. Iturbide then entered the cathedral and sat in the viceroy's chair while the archbishop celebrated a Te Deum in honor of the day. 3 centuries, 1 month, and 2 weeks of Spanish domination of Mexico officially ended. This was not a day that would be remembered or honored by Mexicans. The reasons, perhaps, were revealed even on that day by General Iturbide, when he issued the inevitable Hispanic proclamation which read, "Mexicans, now you have liberty and independence. It is for you to find happiness." Chapter 25. The Praetorians. There is a constant clash between the doctrines professed and the institution adopted, the principles established and the abuses already sanctified, the customs that prevail, and the semi-feudal rights that are respected, between national sovereignty, equality, freedom of the press, popular government and the intervention of armed forces, privileged status, religious intolerance, and the owners of immense territories. Lorenzo de Zavala, Mexican historian. In 1821, there was no experience in the world or Mexico to show that the building of a new nation out of a long and profound colonial experience would be far more difficult than winning independence. The North American example was a false beacon. The British American colonies had enjoyed local self-rule for generations. They had firm, working laws and institutions. They had remarkable leaders from a class developed on the continent. The North Americans had evolved a flexible frontier society, out of open lands and free institutions, and unlike almost every other country in the world, their land was underpopulated, and institutionalized poverty simply did not exist. At its very beginning, the society of the United States was perhaps more splendid in some ways than it would ever be again. The new nation was also remarkably homogeneous, despite the apparent differences from Georgia to Massachusetts. All North Americans had been English-speaking for at least a generation. There were no more than 30,000 non-Protestants out of some 3 million, and the population was overwhelmingly white. 80% were free citizens. The Anglo-Saxon Americans had established their identity long before independence, and with all these things in their favor, they were able to cement a new nation rapidly. Independent Mexico was almost the reverse in every respect. For 3 centuries, Mexicans had been defined only in relation to the colonial power and never in the country's own right. This was the core of the Mexican problem. If New Spain were now Mexico, and Mexicans no longer Spaniards, with the misfortune to be born abroad, or pseudo-Spaniards of mixed blood, or the remnants of an indigenous race subordinated by conquest, what were they? There were possible tools to solve institutional problems, but no tools to attack ethnic and psychological troubles. The criollos who gained Mexican independence in 1821 had already divided into 2 great camps. The continuistas, usually but not always social conservatives, saw obvious disadvantages in continuing the existing colonial patterns, at least until some satisfactory new forms were discovered. They were xenophobic toward foreign ideas, though not toward foreigners themselves. They longed to reestablish a crown and reinvest it with the old mystique. These traditionalists, perhaps incongruously, also saw salvation in industrialism. They wanted to follow the British lead in business and finance. Taken all together, the continuistas formed an alliance of nostalgic reactionaries, vested interests, and newer practical positivists. As a group, they were landed, wealthy, and had tremendous spiritual influence through the church, but as a group, they were people born of ruined houses and overcome with ennui. They were a would-be aristocracy, emasculated by history before birth. An exception was Lucas Alamán, the first great spokesman for an Hispanic Mexico. He was undone by the company he had to keep. Alamán's concepts were coldly realistic, but his vision of a rational conservatism mixed with material progress was blasted at the outset by 3 stubborn facts. The problems of Mexican society were too explosive for positive gradualism, the past was too unbearable to too many, and there was no expertise, energy, or leadership in Alamán's own class. Alamán found himself in strange alliance with superstition, cynical corruption, and dictatorship throughout his life. Against the continuistas ran the argument begun by Carlos María de Bustamante. Who are we if in freedom we merely follow in the footsteps of the raper, the usurper, the tyrant Spain? Bustamante's form of freedom demanded that Mexicans forget the former master and find a collective identity in the things of Mexico. His cry found a deep response in the literate criollo class. Incongruously, a large part of this elite, which was predominantly liberal, felt a desperate need to find a usable Mexican past. They had to go back 3 centuries and to a long-dead civilization to unearth it. Bustamante represented that obsessive self-searching that Mexicans often have believed was particularly theirs, but actually has been experienced by the literate members of every emerging ex-colonial society. As much as Alamán and his conservatives, these men sought legitimacy. They simply could not conceive of the new legitimacy returning in Spanish dress under an Hispanic crown. The Bustamantes were drawn to construct a splendid mythical history and native grandeur to which the moderns were all heirs, but which had been destroyed by the conqueror's villainy. Alamán's self-image accepted the scabrous state of the past and bore its scars. Bustamantes rejected them, and by a great leap of faith identified with the Amerindians. Mexicans must enshrine the national hero, Cuauhtémoc, and avenge the slaughter at Otampan. Above all, Mexicans must destroy the pervasive image of themselves created by the Spaniards, ignorant, blood-spattered Indians, fleeing from horses and guns, kissing the whips of the conquistadores, somber, petty, argumentative, whining colonials, inept beyond rational belief, childish, blood-tainted offspring unable to handle their own affairs. Against this image of a vicious race must be planted shining, noble heroes, excellent martyrs, in whose blood and heritage all Mexicans could find pride. This was, of course, wonderful psychotherapy, which the most rational of the traditionalists could never provide. The Mexican historians such as Alamán, Zavala, and Bulnes, who, whatever their politics, tried to show facts as facts, no matter how much this destroyed the Mexican self-image, were hated by many liberals precisely for this reason. The tragedy of the Mexican intellectuals then, and afterward, was that polemic myth and counter-myth hurled against each other in no way got on with the business of building the nation. The best of the Mexican conservatives were progressives, who wanted to preserve and build. Many of the best of the liberals were regressives, searching for a proud past and insisting the nation could be made by penstroke. Both faced the terrible problem of having no kind of usable past on which to build. The criollos, who admired the Mexica past, could not understand it and created their own concept of it. Their interest in the Amerindian never extended to concern with the realities of the current Indians. The continuistas, who went too far in the other direction, praising Spaniards and despising indigenes, meanwhile found themselves crippled by Hispanic holdovers. The church and army were two problems. The Hispanic value system was a greater one, and much harder to change in the long run. For a century, the tyranny of the past defeated both the liberals and conservatives because the Mexicans, high and low, had been too thoroughly shaped by their colonial experience to behave collectively in any other way but as colonial stereotypes: vain, childish, exuberant or in despair, irresponsible, one minute tearing down what they most hated, the next trying to emulate what they professed to hate most. Mexico was thus a truer beacon to the world than the United States of North America, showing that there were no shortcuts on mankind's interminable road to happiness. In the glittering air of its eternal spring, the capital was brave in its bunting and grand expectations through all the fall of 1821. The bishops and those Mexicans who loved a gran señor hourly expected the arrival of a king. The liberals had their quiet confidence that kings might come, but a republic must evolve. The three guarantees satisfied no one completely, yet everyone to some extent. Even the down-to-earth Vicente Guerrero professed hope. The one thing all Mexicans agreed on was that Mexico, free at last, would immediately take a rightful place among the great nations of the world. The capital was still the metropolis of the Americas, and it was destined in their eyes to become the seat of a great New World empire. This empire already reached from the mountains of Guatemala through the Great Plains and high Sierras of the northern continent. Its flag flew from the Sabine to San Francisco. The old imperialism was not quite dead. Almost all commerce was still in the hands of thousands of Gachupines. The ousted Spanish army still clung to the fortress of San Juan de Ulua, commanding the vital port of Veracruz and collecting its customs revenues. The Spanish prelates utterly dominated the national church. Spanish officials and jurists, like Spanish merchants, carried on most public affairs. All this could be uprooted, but no one was sure how to begin. In the magnificent National Palace, the new management, the now Generalissimo and High Admiral Agustin de Iturbide, drawing a salary of 120,000 pesos, appointed a Supreme Junta of 38 and a Regency Council of 5 to rule the kingdom. There were conspicuously no old insurgents among these men. Iturbide was the darling of the bishops and the turncoat royalist generals, who saw him as their tool, and he turned to where his support lay. He was also, not incongruously, the hero of the capital mob, because with his fine horse, plumed hat, handsome face, and charismatic tongue, he cut a fine appearance before the leperos. The mob that tried to burn Cortez's bones cheered the Generalissimo. But the lower half of the criollos did not trust Iturbide, and the great men did not love him. He was an upstart, a dictator come from nowhere, and his very power provoked enormous jealousy. As president of the Council of Regents, Iturbide presided over a euphoric but ruined country. Half the mines were flooded, their machinery wrecked. Half the haciendas were idle, their tools and livestock looted. The national treasury was empty, and the government had no apparatus to collect new revenues. The national army, 80,000 strong, half of them officers, commissioned and non-commissioned, fired off salutes and waited to be paid. Meanwhile, fully half the criollo population, according to one contemporary, had made application for public employment. Empleomania, the madness for offices, reigned. Iturbide's wits now deserted him. A wiser man would have remained with the army, letting others wrestle with the mounting problems, letting someone else absorb the discredit and disillusionment that was bound to come. But Iturbide saw himself as a new Napoleon, not recognizing that independent Mexico was not post-revolutionary France. The junta supervised elections that produced a Mexican Congress in February 1822. The elections were rigged. No Mexican had any experience with the electoral process, and almost none really believed in it. Elections were an alien concept, but too fashionable to be ignored. Their purpose was invariably assumed to be a ratification of the regime in power. The Anglo-Saxon process, by which men surrendered power and allowed principle to be turned around by a small, fickle plurality, remained incomprehensible to the Hispanic mind. An overwhelmingly rich, conservative, royalist Congress, sprinkled with a few intellectual gadflies like Carlos Maria de Bustamante, was elected. The Congress arrived believing its purpose was to ratify the coming of a Bourbon king. However, Iturbide already had other plans. Fernando VII was once again secure on the Spanish throne, supported by the so-called Holy Alliance. He had no intention of moving to Mexico, which he now claimed was still entirely subject to him, and his parliament forbade any Spanish prince to accept an American crown. The Mexican Bourbonistas, in some confusion, began to debate the advantages of a centralist, aristocratic republic. The Congress, meanwhile, neglected the duties of providing a viable constitution and assuring revenues. There was neither governmental experience, or in fact any useful public expertise among any of these men, or anywhere in Creole Mexico. Instead of attacking the pressing problems, the Congress began to attack the Generalissimo. Months now went by in futile deadlock and argument. In April, Iturbide charged 11 members with treasonous actions. The Congress retaliated by removing 3 of his cronies from office. Bustamante added erratic rhetoric to every session, comparing the deputies to Roman senators and Iturbide to Caesar at the Rubicon. While nothing got done, the Trigarantine army was eating the capital bare. Iturbide, who shunned the old insurgents and new liberals, rapidly lost all their support. Nicolás Bravo and Guadalupe Victoria entered into a conspiracy and were briefly jailed. Afterward, Victoria returned to his old mountain hideouts. In May, the Congress finally proposed to reduce the army to 60,000 officers and men, and to prevent any member of the Regency Council from holding a military command. On May 18, 1822, there was a sergeant's revolt in barracks. The shout was raised, "Viva Agustín Primero!" The regiments stationed in the capital and the volatile street mobs immediately took up the cry. Great throngs of soldiers and léperos massed in front of Iturbide's mansion, demanding that he take the throne of Mexico. Iturbide, who certainly planned and staged this coup, feigned reluctance to become emperor, a title his agents suggested, until the Congress ratified the people's wish. The Congress was chivied into session. The deputies, who in this emergency possessed no traditional legitimacy and therefore no powers of any kind, were intimidated by the roaring mobs that filled their halls and the massed regiments that impatiently awaited their verdict. They were not so much craven as divided, confused, and helpless. The deputies quickly bowed to the pressures of the hour, declaring Mexico an empire and Iturbide its emperor. 15 representatives, however, refused to acquiesce in this hysterical decision. Agustín I was a prototype of a kind that would continue to plague the Hispanic world. Leaders made by military success in a revolutionary milieu. Their success was as dazzling and pernicious as it was usually ephemeral. Men of this kind invariably had talent to plan and improvise, and usually possessed great personal charm, but lacked entirely the qualities their societies most needed, and in fact most despised: patience, firmness, discipline, moderation, a taste for hard work and self-sacrifice. Iturbide and his successors, risen from nothing to the heights, perhaps from an inherent inferiority complex, had an uncontrollable appetite for pageantry and personal adulation. They loved appearances. They were frivolous, pretentious, dishonest, and surprisingly, even ignorant of the world. Iturbide and his more famous disciple Santa Anna were paragons of all the vices of political figures in post-colonial societies. Emperor Iturbide spent days designing chivalric orders and inventing titles for his court and planning his coronation, which was to be exactly like Napoleon's. He made princes of his family, and his clients ladies and gentlemen of the bedchamber. After the coronation, in which he appeared covered with borrowed decorations, he instituted the Order of Guadalupe, dispensing many grand crosses. Meanwhile, the imperial treasury was bare, and the country still lacked a constitution. Expenses were met by confiscations from rich gachupines, who had no protection of laws. All this apparently delighted the mob and imperial favorites, but it soon soured with the still-sitting Congress. Iturbide knew how to organize coups, but he did not understand any true political process. The Spanish, who intransigently refused to leave the fortress isle of San Juan de Ulua, artfully returned an old exile to Mexico. Fray Servando Teresa de Mier, the iconoclast and razor-tongued liberal who had roamed the world for 30 years, had been elected to the Congress in absentia, and from this platform the old man who had ridiculed superstition and ignorance and tyranny in his youth began to slash through all Iturbide's ridiculous pomps and vanities. He had an immediate coterie, the 15 men who had voted against the Mexican Empire. By August, Fray Servando drew such blood that the emperor had him and 14 deputies arrested. The remaining members, many of whom hated Mier, but who asserted congressional immunity, caused so much trouble that Iturbide, emulating Cromwell, forcibly dissolved the body with troops. He replaced it with 45 new men, actually a hand-picked junta. But the Congress junta refused to draft the kind of constitution Iturbide demanded, or even to legislate taxes. Upon this, the emperor declared a complete dictatorship and stated he would make his own laws. He still had the army. But he did not have the army, because the generals were not getting paid. The army drank up all the enormous early coinage Iturbide had issued stamped with his image, and the crowned Aztec eagle of the Mexican Empire. Running out of bullion, the emperor printed paper money, the first in Mexican history, and made this worthless currency legal tender. Since generals and officials were paid in paper, their indignation was as great as that of the general population. In his high palace, bemused with his own grandeur, Agustin I no longer smelled the wind. Young Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna did. He was a junior Iturbide with an uncanny nose and sense of timing. Promised lavish promotions by Iturbide in 1821, Santa Anna had fallen out of favor and had been banished to an obscure command at Veracruz to watch the Spaniards. After he had engaged in several schemes, including a defeat for which his superior took the blame, Iturbide ordered him back to Mexico, ostensibly for promotion. Santa Anna knew better, and he also knew that the emperor's credit had run out. Santa Anna now issued a proclamation calling for a republic, the meaning of which word he admitted candidly he did not understand. Guadalupe Victoria immediately came out of the hills and joined him. The two led a small force toward the capital as a liberating army. Checked by a superior imperial army, Santa Anna panicked. He was always a man of moods. He prepared to flee to the United States, but Victoria dryly informed him things were not lost until the enemy sent him Victoria's own head. The army failed to fight for Iturbide. Guerrero and Bravo, moving to their old retreats to the south, were caught and released by an Iturbidist general. Then, General Echavarri at Veracruz, with the main army, published his Plan de Casamata. Under this plan, the Mexican Congress was to be allowed to meet freely, without interference from the emperor. Most of the generals subscribed to it, and Iturbide's own imperial guards acclaimed Casamata with marches and band music. Overwhelmed by this national ingratitude, the liberator of Mexico convened the old Congress, but was only able to stammer a few suggestions to it. In March 1823, the stalemate ended when the emperor sent a petulant message of abdication, saying he had been forced to accept the crown, and that furthermore, the nation was in arrears to him by 150,000 pesos. Nicolás Bravo, the old guerrillero, made sure he embarked on a British ship after Congress accepted his resignation and sentenced him to perpetual exile. Iturbide tried again in the spring of 1824. He arrived at Tamaulipas with a packet of paper money and printed proclamations, unaware that the Congress had voted a bill of attainder if he ever set foot again on Mexican soil. Petty local authorities seized him and shot him immediately. It was a sorry ending for the leader who, after all, did at last achieve Mexican independence from Spain. The years that followed Iturbide's fall, in fact, the whole first century of nationhood, were a series of vicious cycles of repeated follies and crushing reactions, of national failure and blasted dreams. Mexico fell even farther behind the advanced world until the name itself became a byword for instability, revolution, backwardness, and barbarism. The criollo elite who inherited independent Mexico could not define the Mexican nation. They either clung mindlessly to the past or else tried to impose alien dream structures. It made no real difference whether Mexico was called a monarchy or a republic. 4/5 of the population was still submerged in the old colonial patterns, indios and peones and braceros, people who still, despite new laws, were considered tainted and were illiterate, moneyless, and ineffective. As the careers of Hidalgo and Morelos showed, the vast underclass contained explosive grievances. The Europeanized elite had clearly divided by 1824 into two great camps. This was a division that was to remain, although names, programs, techniques, rationales, and even alliances within the camps continually changed. It is too simple to call the camps continuistas and reformistas, as they are usually called, because the continuistas or traditionalists were constantly forced to try reforms in order to make a nation, while the most radical of the reformers frequently behaved in highly traditional, authoritarian ways. Each camp was culturally, socially, and racially heterogeneous. Each had factions. The continuistas over the years came to be known as royalists, centralists, clericals, conservatives, imperialists, escoceses, from the Scottish Rite to which many belonged, and positivists. The reformistas were called insurgents, liberals, federalists, Yorkinos, after the competing York Rite, etc. Both camps were vast, shifting, and peculiarly ineffective alliances. The continuistas were based solidly on the hacendados, in alliance with the Catholic hierarchy and the army. Yet they did not stand entirely for property and privilege, because many continuistas hungered for national greatness, which could come only from development. If many traditionalist intellectuals were royalist romantics, there were others who insisted that Mexico adopt English techniques in industrialism and finance. Their outlook was strongly Western. They denigrated the Amerindian nature of Mexico. Many still saw themselves as Europeans who must direct Mexico out of a continuing Indian barbarism toward a full inclusion in the Atlantic culture. In this sense, they were a continuation of colonialism, men who thought of themselves as custodians with a mission to command and civilize. Their power base was obvious, in the control of the landowners over the dark and ignorant workers on the estates, through the enormous wealth and influence of religion, and in the army, which now gained the right to conscript Indios and use them as the generals directed. But they had terrible weaknesses. The alliances were incongruous, bishops and brutal generals, caudillos and progressive businessmen, religious fanatics and trained engineers. The realities of this alliance made the excellent basic concepts of the continuistas impossible to implement. The nation would never be civilized or modernized until the masses were educated and uplifted, but the landowners and the prelates were adamantly opposed to any such action by government. A modern economy could not be built upon semi-feudal latifundios, debt slavery, religious education, and class privilege. Therefore, the continuistas had to ignore the misery of the masses and the ambitions of the mestizos, and were to become entirely dependent upon foreigners to bring capital and technical progress to Mexico. The reformistas tended to be drawn from the middle or lower professional ranks of the criollos, with a very important sprinkling of educated mestizos. This was a distinct elite of professional men and bureaucrats, but rather than an alliance of property and privilege, the Spanish-hating reformistas were groupings of men with social and political ambitions who found their rationales for power in intellectual doctrines that called for extensive reform. The reformers were divided sharply into puros and moderados, purists and moderates. They were liberal only in the 19th century definition of liberalism, for they were as elitist and undemocratic as the conservatives. They simply stood for different things. They hated monarchy, clericalism, and all the worm-eaten structures of the past. Their ideal was equality of opportunity, which meant a chance for office within a French-style republic. Their strengths were many. They could draw on the misery of the poor, though the reformista leadership was very remote from the poor, and above all, on the frustration of the mestizos, who were emerging as the most energetic caste. The nativism of the reformistas, however confused, had innate appeal for the majority with indigenous blood. But reformista political alliances were also awkward. Primitive Indios on ejidos, led by intellectuals who thought in French, idealists uncomfortably associated with local mestizo guerrilleros and rapacious office-seekers. They were terribly dependent on foreign ideas because nothing in the Hispanic heritage served their ends. The reformers lived in as unreal a world as the Mexican traditionalists. They hoped to remake society by the stroke of a pen and create a liberal republic without citizens. Their greatest weakness was the fact that Mexican society had few private institutions that could advance society, and the reformers had to institute all liberal changes by decree. This notion that a few intellectuals in office might somehow forge a citizenry out of peons by enacting liberal laws was as ridiculous as the continuistas' insistence upon evolution without reform. Both camps shared common, basically Hispanic traits. They had a tendency toward intense personal jealousies, for they personalized everything, including politics. Both had the irresistible Hispanic passion to regulate, making governments of men even as they declared governments of laws. The moderates were ineffective, the effective men immoderate. Both leaderships lacked austerity and self-discipline, without which no revolution could succeed. Both were economically naive. Centuries of conditioning made both confuse rhetoric with reality. A handful of intellectuals played a peculiarly prominent role in each camp, writing contemporary histories and delineating the great arguments, and also playing central roles in government. Unfortunately, these intellectuals spoke mostly to each other and to the outside world. They fulminated brilliantly and strove earnestly against circumstance, but all were helpless against the reality of the interests, hatreds, ignorances, and idiocies of their countrymen. Because they wrote and argued well, too much attention is paid to these intellectuals by historians. In the history of any Hispanic nation, attention must be paid less to what men argued or wrote, and more to events, what actually took place, not what certain men wanted to achieve, was the true reality of the times. Iturbide's antics had completely disarrayed the monarchists. All the Mexican elite at least professed republican sentiments by 1823. The continuistas, disillusioned with kings, now hoped for a centralized regime, a República de México, organized along the lines of the old viceroyalty. Centralism was traditional and lent itself to the control of the whole country by the powerful interests at the capital. However, the liberals or federalists, in the conservative disarray, organized the Republic and wrote the Constitution of 1824. The Federalistas were dominated at this time by the moderate wing, who were lukewarm toward incisive social reform. Therefore, the Constitution attacked problems indirectly. It closely followed the North American pattern, providing a national Congress and a presidency with extraordinary powers, but also creating a labyrinth of new state governments with power divided between the regions and the federal capital. The Federalists wanted to dilute the power of the great landowners and prelates of south-central Mexico by making a host of local governments, and more important, expand their own opportunities for office in local state houses and assemblies. They created 19 Mexican states and 4 territories, following the general outlines of the old intendancies, though many of the new states received new, independence-related names. Ramos Arizpe, the mestizo priest who wrote this constitution, tailored it to his own northern viewpoints. The thinly populated north and other outlying regions were strongly federalist in sentiment. The Constitution did make for a broader Mexico than the centralists' designs, which considered nothing important beyond the Spanish cities, the great estates, and the dioceses of the Cortesian conquests. The Constitution lacked 2 democratic safeguards. It made Roman Catholicism the only tolerated religion, continuing tithes and privileges, and it had no provision for trial by jury. It did, however, create universal suffrage and allowed lay education. It ignored the purists' demands for secularization and redistribution of property, while purists like Valentín Gómez Farías, José Luis Mora, and Lorenzo de Zavala pointed out the obvious discrepancies between a democratic constitution and a society that remained organized on feudal and authoritarian lines. The moderates won, electing Guadalupe Victoria and Nicolás Bravo president and vice president. Victoria immediately proved that having become a symbol of rebellion hardly prepared a man for government. The ex-law clerk and popular hero was ignorant and irresolute, incorruptible, but also ineffective. He disliked both his predominantly purist intellectual advisers and the arrogant criollo gentry of the capital who dominated society. He did very little to lead, beside putting down able men who tried to rise in his administration and taking the Condesa de Regla as his mistress. Nicolás Bravo, who was a revolutionary more by inheritance than conviction, also had great prestige, but offered little leadership. The problem, however, was not just the executives, but the whole criollo moderado leadership that had organized the government. Their rhetorical educations had not equipped them to deal with problems the country faced. They believed they dared not alienate the army, the hacendados, the mine operators, or the church. They dared not create new taxes after a generation of agitation over Spanish bloodsucking, and as independent citizens, they were constrained to abolish Indian tributes and humiliating head taxes and the heavy taxes on precious minerals. But this only erased revenues, and it left the government with customs, excises, and monopolies as its sole source of income. The Republic soon increased customs duties and the alcabala, or transactions tax, to approximately 3 times the levels they had held under Revillagigedo. These were not only regressive but destructive, and they did not even have the rationale of the protection of native industries because the Mexican economy was in ruins. The new men running Mexico had absolutely no grasp of that elusive European concept, money. In the long run, economic naivete was to do more damage to the Republican Mexico than the landowners, church, or army. The financial problems exacerbated all the others and caused the government to be organized as a permanent revolution. By the 1820s, the primitive economy had been sucked dry by 11 years of insurgency and war. Mortgages had fallen due, and more productive land passed into the church's mortmain. The mines were closed or barely operating. The Spaniards, who had run the mercantile establishment, were put out of business or driven from Mexico. A Spanish merchant or engineer could only remain with a permit, obtainable only through influence or corruption. Great families with enormous capital and thousands of men with needed skills left the country. Meanwhile, the independent government recklessly increased public expenditures. Iturbide's expenses had been enormous, but under the Republic they increased sharply. Everything that befell, or the government caused, was logical in its way. The pressures to expel Gachupines were enormous, and it was a fate the Spanish brought on themselves. The pressures to expand the Mexican government were also irresistible, not just because the elite had no financial discipline, but because the army and the bureaucracy were the only means of social mobility and reward in this still utterly static society. Apodaca had begun the process of buying off rebellion with commissions, titles, and jobs. He had made a monster the Republicans, liberal or conservative, were never able to exorcise. This might still have been supportable if the Mexican elite had been able to institute programs to exploit the material and human resources of Mexico, but they did not have such programs on the drawing boards, let alone implement them. The purists' programs, destruction of church property and privileges and land reform, even if carried out, could not have solved the economic problem. The demands for social mobility and jobs coming from the office-oriented educated class kept the government under impossible pressures. The government had to try to meet all demands for employment, which was impossible fiscally. The Republic began with an impossible debt. 76 million pesos, which it assumed honestly, if unrealistically. Early budgets made things worse because they vastly exceeded revenues. The army was a major villain. There was an excuse for a large armed force because Spain refused to recognize independence still held San Juan de Ulua through 1825, and in 1829 landed troops on the Gulf Coast. But army budgets exceeded anything required by the external situation. In 1823, the military budget of over 9 million pesos was approximately twice all government revenues. In 1825, this was doubled, and although revenues rose, the military expenses were still approximately double all government income. These were not emergency budgets, for the ratios became permanent, peace or war. During 16 of the first 23 years of independence, military appropriations exceeded total revenues. The 18 commandant generals, with their insatiable demands, were the root cause of the financial destruction of every administration that took power. There was no remedy for military activism when legitimacy of government was destroyed and citizenless republics were made. Generals and a few armed men were the only organized, disciplined force in every Hispanic nation by 1830, from Spain to Mexico. In Mexico, the insurgency, the royalist reaction, and Iturbide's coup and Santa Anna's counter-coup subtly but totally ruined the military at the top. Loyalty and honor were destroyed. The men who now became high commanders were the very men who proved faithless and broke their oaths. Every general of the line of the Republican Army had a background of advancement through treason. The officer corps had become political, and the governments of independent Mexico, liberal or conservative, only made it more so by passing out commissions wholesale to their friends. The army had been brutalized by the 11 years of civil war. Commanders had grown accustomed to riding roughshod over civilians, looting towns, and shooting prisoners out of hand. Many of the general officers of the Republic had carried out such practices on both sides. A soldier could only be tried in a military court. The colonels and generals were increasingly dangerous and troublesome people to have around, but no intellectual in the capital knew how to get rid of them. In fact, they were proliferating. Fully half the entire army consisted of officers. By 1838, there were 160 generals of the line for some 30,000 troops. The vast appropriations largely went to bribe this officer corps. The line of the army deteriorated rapidly with independence. The ranks were now mostly filled with conscripted Indios, some of whom had been inducted by press gangs. Neither the officers nor the ranks had any appetite for genuine war. In any sustained action, there was a tendency for officers to change sides and for the privates to desert. Mexicans, mestizos or Indios, made excellent soldiers when properly led and trained, but now the only efficient body in the Mexican army was a small group of mercenary junior officers, many of whom were foreigners. The army still might have provided no problem other than a constant financial drain, with very little to show for the money, if the government had been efficient enough to make certain it got paid. The army as such did not take over with Iturbide, the first Mexican Praetorian. After Santa Anna helped declare a republic in 1823, it again stood aside. The basic problem was that the politicians petted and promoted it, then continually failed to find money to pay it. Bulnes arrived at the conclusion, demonstrated by fact, that the army usually began a cuartelazo or barracks revolt, deposing a government only when the fiscal deficit reached 25%, which of course it did continually. Guadalupe Victoria's administration compounded its financial ineptitude by borrowing abroad. The British had long dominated Spanish America's external trade, and with independence, the English merchants understandably saw Mexican markets, if not the country itself, as theirs. Victoria was able to float more than 30 million pesos worth of loans on the English financial market, though subject to severe interest rates and discounts. Typically, very little of this money reached the Mexican treasury. much of it was spent on British arms, relics of the Napoleonic Wars, and no real accounting was ever made. It added to an impossible burden, but this was one that had to be paid. As Mexicans were to learn, foreign debtors could not be put off so easily as domestic citizens, because they were backed by foreign governments with warships. Meanwhile, British private capital began to flow into the country. The British especially invested in mines, and they put many of the richest back into production. Fortunes were made, but many were also lost, without dimming the luster of the eternal foreign concept of Mexico as El Dorado. London capital poured in heavily, along with French and German money, until this capital had largely replaced the former Gachupin economic hegemony. Many Mexicans, as well as foreigners, believe the great foreign economic penetration of Mexico began with Porfirio Diaz. It was heaviest in the earlier years of the Republic. Here began that fateful and fatal train of seeking loans and foreign capital that did Mexico no permanent good, taxed her people, poisoned her international relations, and eventually made the Mexicans xenophobes. Victoria, not Diaz, was the first Mexican ruler to become dependent on foreign capitalism, and he did it not to develop the nation, but to pay his bureaucrats an army. Mexico did have several quite superb, if uncharacteristic, men in this era who could see disasters looming on all fronts. They had that peculiar Hispanic-Mexican quality of being trained and good at cross-disciplines. They were many-dimensional men in every respect. One such was the economist José Luis Mora, a criollo with an orderly, analytical mind. Mora became the theoretician for the purists. He was allied with Valentín Gómez Farías, a Creole doctor from provincial Zacatecas who combined medicine with liberal politics. Gómez Farías was a person of admirable but cold and theoretical integrity, a brilliant spokesman, but a man who placed too much confidence in human nature. With these two was joined a third puro theoretician, the Mérida-born mestizo Lorenzo de Zavala, now governor of the central state of Mexico, who was a Jacobin, but a man with excellent vision who could see exactly the faults and fallacies of the moderados, if not his own. Characteristically, Zavala had more common sense and political ability, but a little less integrity than the other two. These three, with great force among the literate community, pressed for serious reforms of the society and state. What they achieved, however, was less a response from the more torpid moderates who held the seats and prerequisites of power than a reaction from the briefly submerged conservatives. The Conservative Alliance had its own theoretician, the engineer-businessman, classic historian Lucas Alamán, a man who combined gentle manners, deep culture, and an unimpressive appearance with a romantic traditionalism and rigid authoritarianism. Alamán was a curious blend of a mind that held romantically to faded royalism and the moth-eaten glories of the Spanish Empire, while expounding a sincere conviction in efficiency and imposed progress. If he had been born a great lord, he might have been another Metternich. As it was, he became the backroom intellectual who tried to use reactionary forces and cynical leaders to bring about his own vision of Hispanic civilization. Collectively, the Moras, Zavalas, and Alamans were beginning to polarize the criollo elite along newer, more rigid ideological lines. In this polarization, there had to be some side-switching of the moderates. Nicolás Bravo was the first. In 1827, the vice president staged an abortive coup in the name of conservatism, which was at once suppressed by the old warrior, now General Vicente Guerrero. Like Iturbide, Bravo was expelled, but unlike Iturbide, he had begun something that would not die. In 1828, Victoria's term of office expired, and that plain, common-looking citizen who had somehow reached the presidency retired distinguished only by two accomplishments. He was one of few chief executives to serve out his term, and perhaps the only president who left office as poor as he entered it. A power struggle now developed between the puros and the moderados, who were still the dominant faction. The puros put up Vicente Guerrero for president, while the moderates, now backed by the conservatives with whom they were merging, nominated an orator and scholar named Gómez Pedraza, former Secretary of War in Victoria's cabinet. Guerrero was mestizo and a popular hero. However, Gómez Pedraza controlled the army, and through the generals he exerted severe pressure on the state legislatures, which were instrumental in choosing the president. He was elected, with General Anastasio Bustamante, an unreconstructed royalist, as vice president. The Victoria administration had been elected by the Congress, much like Washington in the United States' first presidential election, but subsequent national elections showed that the electoral process was unworkable in Mexico. Mexicans did not understand parliamentary systems, and to the Mexican mind, election could not confer legitimacy. The parliamentary elective political system that the intellectuals had foisted on Mexico was not quite the putting of a loaded pistol in the hands of children, as one historian called it, and it was not the cause of all the troubles, for Mexico could not have solved its problems with any politics, but it immediately became apparent that the electoral process only confirmed or ratified whichever faction already held or manipulated the government. It never revealed the wishes of a non-existent citizenry. The elections were not honest, because almost no one believed in honest elections, whether liberal or conservative. One man who sensed this political reality was General Santa Anna, who, despite his enormous shortcomings, seemed to have an instinctual grasp of the evil of his times and knew how to exploit them. Santa Anna was restive because he felt the moderados had not rewarded his services in deposing Iturbide. He understood that the election of Gómez Pedraza was unpopular, and out of the Iturbide episode he had a liberal reputation. In September 1828, Santa Anna dipped into the Pandora's box that Iturbide had revealed to the Mexican Praetorians. He said the Republic was being converted into an Inquisition, and issued a pronunciamiento in favor of Vicente Guerrero. Guerrero and the purists, however, had decided reluctantly to accept the electoral verdict, and troops loyal to the government chased Santa Anna into refuge in a Oaxacan monastery. But then Gómez, not yet president but in control of the army, began to arrest leading puros, and his soldiers drove Lorenzo de Zavala, the legal governor of a state, from his office. Violence and rebellion quickly flared among the ardent liberals. In December, Zavala suborned the garrison troops in the capital to his side. There were 4 days of bloody fighting in the city, during which the léperos ran wild and looted 2 million pesos worth of goods from foreign merchants and businessmen. Although most of the provincial generals backed him, Gómez Pedraza suddenly fled the country. In steps of a process that were soon to become as ritualized as those of the bull ring, Zavala and his friends marched through deserted and rubble-strewn streets to the presidential palace, where Victoria, legally still chief executive, sat alone, abandoned even by his servants. Congress now declared Guerrero the true president, and within a month the provinces acquiesced. Meanwhile, Fernando VII of Spain, thinking the Mexican Republic was nearing its end, sent over a small invasion force in the summer of 1829. The king thought Mexicans would welcome the Spanish flag. The demonstration combined those elements of comic opera and tragic bloodiness that had become a feature of Hispanic politics. The Spanish military and naval commanders were personal enemies, and the Spanish flotilla put the army ashore at Tampico, a fever-ridden hole with no strategic value, and then abandoned it. His troops dying of the yellow fever, the Spanish commander at Tampico surrendered to Santa Anna, who had rushed to take command of this front by his own authorization. This victory, assiduously promoted as a great national triumph, made a national military hero of Santa Anna. Meanwhile, back at the capital, the Mexican leadership marched relentlessly onward toward disaster. The old guerrilla fighter Guerrero, invincible in his mountains, could not cope with the capital. He was ignorant of national and international affairs, and like Victoria, he hated the intellectuals upon whom he had to depend. He also hated the wealthy criollos and the bishops who intimidated him. He vacillated, accepting incumbency and plan of action. This presidency of a mestizo, who could not speak good Spanish, offended all the higher criollos, and as months passed and Guerrero was not able to give all the criollo purists the offices and salaries they thought they deserved, everyone turned against him. Zavala quit the cabinet in disgust. Then, in 1830, Vice President Bustamante, who had been left in office as a sop to the powerful conservatives, organized and led a military coup. The regular army seized the capital. Guerrero escaped back to his familiar haunts in the mountain range above Acapulco. Here, with an old follower, Juan Alvarez, he organized guerrillas. His enemies, however, had learned that treachery was the best means of disposing of guerrilleros. The ex-president was lured aboard a foreign ship at Acapulco, whose captain arrested him and turned him over to the Bustamante regime for 50,000 pesos. After some argument in conservative circles, if his election was declared illegal, it also destroyed the legality of Bustamante's succession, he was declared mentally incompetent and afterward quietly taken out and shot. Only after the memory of his presidency faded was Guerrero to be enshrined among the 13 heroes of Mexican independence. The government was now an openly reactionary military dictatorship, whose backroom genius was Lucas Alamán. Alamán stiffened Bustamante into behaving like a Spanish king. Sessions of the Congress were held with its hall surrounded by bayonets. 11 of the state governors and their legislatures, all liberals, were deposed by the army. Alamán saw to it liberal newspapers were suppressed and purist leaders driven into exile. This pseudo-monarchy, the best Alamán could achieve, was coldly efficient. The banditry and wholesale evasion of customs that had grown up was checked. The treasury actually began to show a surplus. Alamán provided an orderly, efficient government, but his rationales and authoritarianism could not be stomached by many, above all in the outlying states, which were mostly dominated by liberal mestizo políticos. The strength of the government, and conservatism generally, lay in the capital. The so-called liberalism, or federalism, had its stronghold in the outer districts. Zacatecas, Durango, San Luis Potosí, and the sierras of Oaxaca and Guerrero. These provinces held fewer Creoles and vastly more mestizo rancheros and licenciados, and also less submissive Indios, the last important because they could fill the ranks of liberal armies. Quite beyond the capital's control, the provinces were developing a local leadership. These leaders, who took the name cacique, chief, were exactly that, local political chieftains. They were almost all mestizo, like the ranchero Juan Alvarez, a true disciple of Morelos, who from his small farm was actually the master of the great sprawling territory of Guerrero. These chiefs, some honest, some corrupt, were not Democrats, and they usually rose without legal or constitutional sanction. But they rose from the emerging Mexican people, and it is not too much to state that most of them embodied the will and aspirations of that people. Their chieftainship was personal and autocratic, but it did embody what national consensus existed among the masses. Like its leaders, this caciquism blended Spanish and native Amerindian outlooks and forms. From this time forward, various caciques remained in control of the rural areas, sometimes fighting the national government, sometimes at armed truce with it. The provincial leadership, though wise in the ways of rural mestizo Indio Mexico, was ignorant in the ways of the greater world. Caciquism balanced the rule of the capital. It could not replace it. Though Alemán gave the Bustamante regime efficiency, it was as corrupt generally as the old viceregal administrations that were its mentors. Alemán balanced the budget through loans from agiotistas, wealthy persons who advanced short-term, high-interest money in return for the guarantees of government monopolies or customs, and who soon realized that they profited more from disorder than order. Their best friends were greedy generals. Thus, generals and native capitalists, by milking the government, supported conservative regimes but destroyed them at the same time. By 1832, General Santa Anna, now ensconced at Veracruz, pronounced against the corruption of government and seized the customs duties at the port. Santa Anna was now becoming a power in his own name and right. He was a good-looking, charismatic man with no philosophy beyond a thirst for power, who was summed up by a brilliant contemporary as one of the worst men in the world, ambitious, greedy, and unprincipled, already grown rich in the service of his country, ever ready for greater adventures. He had enormous appeal. He knew how to stand for what seemed to be the dominant feeling of the times. The officers Bustamante sent to extirpate Santa Anna at Veracruz, as usual in this age, had no taste for a real contest at arms. The various forces negotiated and skirmished. The highland troops began to die of fever in the lowland tropics, which Santa Anna had skillfully avoided by recruiting local, Afro-Amerindian-blooded soldiers. While this charade was carried out between the Praetorians, the northern states, as usual, rose against the central government. By the end of 1832, Bustamante was disgusted, and he passed into exile. The conservatives faded. A jubilant liberal coalition brought Gómez Pedraza back to the palace. His legal term still had 6 months to run, but kept the moderado isolated while they sponsored new elections. In the elections of 1832, Santa Anna, not surprisingly, was made president, and the purist spokesman Gómez Farías his vice president, and old puros like Zavala were returned to office. In January 1833, Santa Anna confused everyone by an uncharacteristic act. He refused inauguration and turned the presidency over to Gómez Farías. This made him an overwhelmingly sympathetic hero with almost everyone, and it was noticeable that foreign observers and newspapers began to praise him as the one honest politician and general in Mexico. The real reason undoubtedly was neither lack of ambition nor modesty, but the fact that Santa Anna was not sure of the true strength of liberalism. He had the discipline and forbearance to hold his power and position, while someone else tested the wind and water of the confused Mexican maelstrom. Santa Anna's political instincts were excellent. Gómez Farías, the epitome of puro virtue, cold, honest, intellectual, with no grasp of practical politics or the true motivations of most Mexicans, immediately began to ram a radical purist program through Congress. The new Congress, rigged and cowed, as all Mexican Congresses were coming to be, enacted every law proposed. The reforms were especially directed at the Church, which the Hispanic liberals had seized on as their enduring enemy. The Church was the foe of all Hispanic liberalism, and reform was in order if modern processes were ever to succeed in Mexico, but the Gómez Farías type of reformer tended to be punitive and radical, intent upon destroying religion as well as the powers of the Church. In this society, where superstition and faith still had a greater hold on the people than in Europe, Gómez went too far too soon. He abolished compulsory tithes, the obsolete missions, and established secular public education. All needed reforms, but Gómez also forced through laws that permitted nuns and monks to renounce their vows, that suppressed the clerical University of Mexico, and that required all ecclesiastical appointments to be made by the state. Gómez wanted more than mere reform. He was determined to control or destroy the Church. At the same time, he pushed through edicts that abolished the military privileges and reduced the size of the army. This was also needed, but both programs were assaults on two of the great power bases of the country. The religious and military communities, and almost the entire upper class, were antagonized, along with a vast number of pious, non-political people. Unfortunately for the liberals, cholera broke out while these laws were being enacted. The epidemic decimated the capital, while the priests kept churches open around the clock, praying for the frightened, soothing the bereaved, and pointing out the wrath of God had been drawn by an impious government on Mexico. Army officers found a new slogan, Religión y Fueros. Mutterings turned into meetings between clerics and generals. Santa Anna, while not repudiating his protégé, the acting president, surprised and gratified the bishops by listening courteously to their grievances and seeming to express sympathy. Then, in April 1834, Santa Anna decided the time had come to save Mexico. He marched into the capital, he was still legal president, and removed Gómez Farías from office, proclaiming a holy revolution. He assumed those extraordinary powers which even liberals had kept in the Constitution. He abolished Congress, ostentatiously locked the doors of the Hall of Sessions, and declared all the anti-clerical legislation repealed by fiat. He was saluted by the army with guns and marching bands, and bishops sang tearful Te Deums in his honor throughout the land. However, the unruly northern frontier town of Zacatecas rebelled. Santa Anna, still with his cold sense of timing, rushed north with an army and crushed the revolt mercilessly, killing thousands. Gómez Farías, Mora, and Zavala fled the country. Zavala went to Texas and cast his lot with the Anglo-Saxon immigrants, seeing in them the only hope of establishing true republicanism in Mexico. He had despaired of his own people and would not be forgiven by their future historians. In one swoop, the liberals were destroyed as a national force for a generation, whether by Santa Anna's treachery or Gómez Farías's politics. Santa Anna was a typical caudillo of his times, come too far too fast. He now lost all sense of discipline and proportion, like Iturbide. Again, the vanity stimulated by a clinging colonial sense of inferiority knew no bounds. Santa Anna, as president, began to design incredible uniforms for himself. He rode in gaudy coaches. He demanded near-regal honors and displayed complete irresponsibility. His private life became vulgar and corrupt. He had once been a good soldier and could still conduct an energetic campaign, but with his fantastic uniforms, callous cruelty, crates of fighting cocks, and hordes of passing whores, and his incredible blindness to anything but the superficial, he was a disastrous ruler. He stood for nothing. He was traitorous to everything. His holy revolution may have saved the Church, but pampered two of the worst forces in the land, the army and the agiotistas. He issued 12,000 new commissions, and he gave the treasury over to the agiotistas at an interest rate of 4% per month. Although he shot any enemy who opposed him, he remained a popular hero for decades, surmounting failures that must have destroyed a leader in a more stable society. And in the course of this fantastic career, he almost destroyed his native land. Chapter 26. The End of Empire. Whatever constitution governs Mexicans is the constitution the colonists of Texas must obey, and it makes no difference whatever what kind of principles form this constitution. From a proclamation of General Martín Perfecto de Cos, military commandant of Coahuila, Texas, 1835. Independent Mexico did not have time to determine esoteric questions of identity in the 19th century, because destiny was already being forced upon the nation from the north. while the Criollo consciousness looked backward to Spain and France for cultural inspiration, or tried to create a mythology of Amerindian grandeur, the transcendental fact of Mexican national life was the nation's location upon the North American continent and its proximity to the United States. Unlike the Anglo-Saxon Republic to the north, the Criollo leadership did not perceive a purely American destiny until too late. In 1821, the two independent nations, both infants but already territorial giants, met along the Sabine River between Louisiana and Texas. The differences between these countries and their societies, despite propinquity and a common colonial background, was as great as could exist within the framework of European civilization. Mexican society was backward technically and organizationally, racially differentiated and hybrid, and rigidly stratified. It had been static for centuries, although it was tearing itself to pieces at the top. The Mexican elite produced many brilliant men, but it was so divided, confused, and psychically sick that it could offer little national leadership. Because of insolvable problems, the whole society was sliding into decline. The United States presented an enormous contrast. It was sprawling, but at this time relatively homogeneous, egalitarian, and inherently dynamic. Its population was exploding, while Mexico's remained stable. Its leadership tended to be unintellectual, but keenly intelligent and pragmatic, possessed of superb strategic vision. The land hunger of its people and the vision of the leaders drew the nation westward across a rich continent, then populated only by savage or barbaric Amerindian tribes. North Americans had already conceived of a magnificent American destiny, creating a powerful, secure new nation upon this continent. The march west to the Pacific was a splendid cycle of cause and effect. The North Americans began to spill over the Appalachians, 20,000 per year, while the British colonies were still struggling to gain independence. The colonists were people with a limited cultural tradition, but with an overwhelming utilitarian ethic and instinct. The Mississippi became the western boundary of the United States in 1783 because thousands of hardy, armed, Anglo-Saxon frontiersmen were already in Kentucky and Tennessee. Because they were there, the North American leadership recognized that the United States eventually must control the mouth of the Mississippi. This was accomplished through Jefferson's vision and Napoleon's treachery to Spain, but again, once the United States had acquired the sprawling Louisiana territory, it was clear that the Republic would not be strategically secure upon its continent until it had expanded its boundaries to the Pacific and the deserts of northern Mexico. In the ensuing explosion westward, which went forward at an incredible pace, European and even American observers thought it would take the United States 1,000 years to settle up to the Mississippi in 1783. The land hunger and pioneering spirit of generations of frontiersmen was part tool, part imperative. If the Westerners were going forward, come what may, the record shows far more scrupulousness on the part of the North American governments toward seizing empire than was displayed by contemporary European nations. Considering the actual weakness of the Spanish Empire above the Rio Bravo, and by Jefferson's time, North American explorations had revealed the Latin holdings from Santa Fe to San Antonio were a hollow shell, the United States accorded vast respect to the Spanish and succeeding Mexican flag. The United States was always prepared to purchase the Western territories, from Florida to Texas to California. The fact that the purchases, where consummated, were always made with an expanding population already spilling into the desired lands, with the threat of their alienation in any case, caused vast resentment on the Hispanic mind and profoundly affected Hispanic pride. Pride refused to alienate more territory, and fear also entered in, for between 1783 and 1820, the United States more than doubled its territory, all at the expense of lands the Spanish Empire claimed. But Hispanic weakness made further severances inevitable. The North Americans never quite understood this bitter Hispanic pride in appearances, or why Mexico, the inheritor of the Spanish North American Empire, refused to dispose of provinces it could not develop and apparently could never use. The United States and Mexico in 1821 were natural rivals and inherent enemies, both from culture and geography. The two nations were heirs of rival, deeply inimical Anglo-Saxon and Hispanic empires and value systems, and as impinging successor states, they had to establish some hierarchy of power between themselves. The view that the United States abused a weaker Mexico ignores the fact that in the nature of things there could not be two dominant powers upon the continent. The resolving of the question need not have been more painful or dishonorable for Mexico than for the Canadians. British governments, themselves hostile to North American growth and power, acceded to reality, but the Mexican leadership could not accept reality, and in continuous failure heaped lasting humiliation upon all Mexican heads, for it could not make adjustments gracefully or peacefully. The still dominant Mexican view is of the United States as a scheming despoiler, first conniving to get Texas, then fighting a cynical war with a weaker power to seize all the lands between the Rio Grande and the Pacific. It is true that the United States always wanted these territories, but in the broadest sense, there was never any plot against Mexico. Mexicans, like many others, were rarely able to distinguish between the often uncoordinated actions and statements of North American citizens and United States governments. The Mexican nation was forced by circumstance to engage in a competition for empire with the North Americans. That half of purported Mexico that lay above the Bravo may have flown the new tricolor, but it was a vacuum which the dominant people in power would eventually fill. Once the United States stood secure upon the continent, reaching from ocean to ocean and ending any chance of foreign power footholds, all North American fear and rivalry with Mexicans disappeared. North Americans carried few hatreds over. In fact, they had never hated the Mexicans, for it was hard to hate people they neither admired nor feared. Understandably, the losers in the contest did not so easily forget or forgive, not merely the physical injury of the separation of primitive territories beyond the real borders of historic Mexico, but the psychic damage all Mexicans suffered in the process. Relations between the two powers were at first uneasy but correct. The Mexican leadership, liberal or conservative, had inherited an historic hatred of Anglo-Saxon marauders that went back to Drake, and the fact that the United States between 1800 and 1820 had doubled its national territory, all at the expense of the purported Hispanic world, disturbed the Mexican mind. The Mexican leadership, while either unable or unwilling to plunge into a genuine development of the northern territories, none of them were sufficiently populated or organized to be states, developed a fixation about the surrender or sale of any more national territory. The feeling was perfectly patriotic and natural, and was based on very real fears. If the Anglo-Saxons acquired Texas, what was to stop them from peeling off Coahuila and finally dismembering all Mexico? The Mexican governments had legality completely on their side, because Washington had recognized Spanish sovereignty over Texas in the 1819 treaty fixing boundaries at the Sabine. Independent Mexico inherited this sovereignty, which the United States did not dispute. It was the Mexicans' option to sell or not to sell, to alienate or not to alienate, but the Mexican governments set too much store in the permanence of this treaty, not recognizing that in the ebb and flow of events in the real world, treaties are continually renegotiated according to changes in conditions, needs, and power. Just before independence, the Spanish government had granted rights for North American colonists to enter Texas. This was not a new thing. Spain had allowed many immigrants from the United States to settle across the Mississippi in Spanish territory in Missouri in the last century. While the law demanded that these immigrants accept the only tolerated religion, Roman Catholicism, anti-clerical Spanish officers winked at this, and one Spanish governor of Louisiana actually deported an inquisitor who tried to make trouble among the heterogeneous population of New Orleans. The Anglo-Saxons had made good citizens. They had played no part in the transfer of Louisiana to Napoleon, and his subsequent treachery in breaking his oath and selling it to the United States. Feeling secure in the 1819 treaty and desperate to populate the wild, Indian-infested wastes, Spain was willing to experiment. There was hope that assimilated colonists would provide a buffer against their countrymen. This was an enlightened policy, and it might very well have worked. After all, the United States was to populate its own empty spaces with the help of millions of European immigrants. The local military authorities in the North, most concerned with the eternal Indian problem, pressured the councils and civil authorities of New Spain into permitting North American immigration into Texas. Moses Austin, a former Spanish subject in the Missouri Territory before its transfer to the United States, was granted a commission to settle Anglo-Saxon immigrants in East Texas. After his death, the concession was passed on to his son, Stephen F. Austin, who, however, had to lobby energetically at Mexico during the confusions of the rapidly changing governments between 1821 and 1824. The Austin grant was at last confirmed in 1824 by the new Republican regime, and the way opened for similar grants to other North American concessionaires, or empresarios. Rich lands in Texas were offered to colonists virtually free, since the nominal charge of a medio real, about 6 cents per acre, was usually waived by Austin. Every family head who proposed to raise livestock was allowed a square league, or 4,428 acres. At this time, the public lands of the United States were sold at $1.25 per acre. Men who brought in capital in the form of machinery or slaves were granted extra leagues, or sitios. Some received more than 40,000 acres. All colonists were to be exempted from customs duties for 7 years, and for 10 years from all taxation. Under these circumstances, Austin immediately settled 300 families, and thousands more North Americans soon poured in. Several facts destroyed the hope of the original plan's success. One was that successive Mexican regimes, busy with coup and counter-coup, paid no attention to Texas. It might have been possible to assimilate Anglo-Saxon North American immigrants had they come into a truly Mexican country, but there were only 3,000 Spanish-speaking inhabitants of Texas, almost all settled southwest of the Colorado, and not even in contact with the immigrants. Therefore, the North Americans colonized. There were no Mexican schools and no Catholic churches to serve the North American enclaves, and no pressure whatever on the colonists to learn Mexican ways or the Spanish language. While every colonist swore to become Roman Catholic upon entry, it was pragmatically understood by Mexican officials who were Freemasons that this law would be ignored. The Mexican Church denied the right to collect tithes from the immigrants, refused to send them priests. Trammeled up in protecting property and privilege, the hierarchy had no interest in distant heretics. The immigrants, while they became Mexican citizens under the Constitution of 1824, remained culturally and politically alien. Equally important, 1,000 miles of wasteland separated Texas and the real Mexico, and trade and cultural ties remained strong with the nearby United States. Within 10 years, the North American colonists outnumbered the old Mexican settlers 10-1. More important, they had felled more trees, cleared more farms, and built more houses and settlements than the Spanish had in Texas over 3 centuries. The more dynamic culture was overwhelming the static. Stephen Austin, leader of the North American colonists, was a man of conscience who understood the Mexican mind, and while he was not over-admiring of Mexicans, he was loyal to the Republic. Most of the colonists were satisfied in a country that gave each family head 4,000 acres virtually free and collected no taxes. There were only 2 major irritations. Mexico had no trial by jury, which offended the colonists' sense of justice, and justice and government were administered out of Coahuila, to which the province was attached. Austin worked to overcome these irritants with some success, and he and most settlers sincerely believed that Texas was heading towards self-government as a Mexican state under the 1824 Constitution. While the colonists were not assimilating, they were causing no trouble. What made the Texas colony into a Trojan horse was a succession of events and fears in Mexico. During the 1820s, the Mexican governments gradually became almost psychotically fearful of the intentions of the United States government, poisoning relations with Austin's people. Bermúdez Sosaya wrote from Washington that he was appalled at the haughtiness of these Republicans, who see us not as equals but inferiors, and who think that Washington will become the capital of all the Americas, and he predicted, "They will be our enemies." Joel Poinsett, the South Carolinian who was the first North American envoy to Mexico, was sympathetic to the country, but saw it and his own as natural rivals. In these ostensibly friendly relations, there was contempt on each side. The Hispanic contempt was rooted in cultural outlooks that went back to Rome, and which saw the Northerners as cold, rude, insensible barbarians. The contempt, however, was tinged with fear and rage at the barbarian efficiency and material power. The Mexican attitude toward the United States, therefore, was a dangerous combination of arrogance and fear. The North Americans were appalled by the inexplicable inability of the Latins to achieve self-discipline and viable democratic government, and they were exasperated at the continuing difficulty of doing business with them. Their attitude stemmed from exasperation but was suffused with confidence. Also for Mexicans, a dangerous combination. Unlike Austin, who knew that the Hispanic mind would accept many defeats and compromises, but only if appearances were observed, Poinsett broached the possible purchase of Texas in 1825 in a well-meaning public speech to the Mexican Congress. He was expressing only the honest desire of his government to buy Texas, but the Byzantine minds at the capital, trained on plots and counterplots, were thunderstruck. No Mexican government could publicly undertake the alienation of territory, and many prominent Mexicans concluded that Poinsett was either trying to unseat the government or revealing the commencement of an aggressive policy. Poinsett found himself antipathetic to the conservatives then in power, who were both culturally more hostile to the Northerners than liberals and more intransigent toward selling national territory. Poinsett therefore cultivated the liberals, introducing the York Rite into the country to give the liberals a Masonic dub to offset the highly popular Scottish Rite lodges, which had become conservative strongholds. But he could not really cross the cultural gulf between his rough, pragmatic culture and the liberal gentlemen who proudly wore French ideas and clothes, and who, if they had to deal with barbarians, preferred the suaver English. Furthermore, the British minister, Ward, was quite effective in poisoning official Mexico toward Poinsett and the United States. The English at this period resented any possible North American expansion of influence, hoping to keep the Caribbean and Mexico as their own economic preserve. To Poinsett's disappointment, the liberals he befriended proved as emotionally intransigent as the conservatives on the question of selling Texas. Finally, Poinsett became persona non grata and went home, to be remembered mainly by the Flor de Nochebuena, which he took back and renamed the Poinsettia. Influenced by Ward's subtle hints, most leading Mexicans now began to see the North American colony in Texas as a potential Trojan horse in the service of the United States. Ward privately informed his government that the Mexicans spent far too much time worrying about plots in Washington and far too little actually governing Texas, and that when they finally got around to regulating the province, they would find these frontiersmen hard to handle. His Majesty's government had had some experience with that. Sparked by fears at the capital and Ward's suggestions, in 1828 the government sent General Manuel Mier y Terán, the old insurgent idealist and possibly the most honest man in Mexico, to inspect Texas. What Mier y Terán saw frightened and discouraged him. The North Americans were taking over the province with their energy and industry, and the contrast between them and the native Mexicans was appalling. The colonists were even organizing their own schools. Mier recommended that the colonization be halted at once. His alternatives, however, were exotic schemes involving the settlement of convicts and the importation of European Catholics. Mexican citizens, in fact, were offered colonization opportunities on better terms than the North Americans, but the elite was not interested in the hinterlands, and the poor could not move because of circumstance. The government had no money to subsidize except with grants of raw land, which required energy, expertise, and some capital to develop. Austen's colonists were not illiterate backwoodsmen. Only 3 of his first 300 settlers lacked education. Many of them arrived with tools, machinery, and Negro slaves. Rough and ready as these people appeared, there was no equivalent class in Mexico. In 1829, the Guerrero government tried to discourage the colony in a roundabout way by abolishing slavery in Mexican territory. Since chattel slavery, peonage was not affected, existed only in Texas, this was obviously aimed against the North American colonists. But, like so many other decrees from the capital, this one could not be enforced on the frontier. Then, in early 1830, Alemán, who had come to power as foreign minister under Bustamante, pushed through much more sweeping laws. Alemán was deeply patriotic and hoped for a restoration of the old Hispanic Empire. To him, the colonists were a present danger even without the machinations of the United States, because they were all heretics and natural federalists. The decrees of 1830 halted further colonization, reimposed customs duties, and provided General Mier y Terán with soldiers to enforce complete compliance with the new authoritarian regime. The effect on Texas was predictable. The colony did not and could not trade with distant Mexico, and it was now effectively cut off from New Orleans by high tariffs. The laws were evaded by smuggling both goods and new immigrants. The army, which was sent to enforce the laws, was a disaster of another kind. Here, the first real, inevitable culture clash began. The Mexican garrisons, fortified by the military privilege and accustomed to dominating civilians, treated the Texan colonists like the people of Mexican military districts. Army officers arrested civilians without warrants and held them in prison without charges or bail and grafted on the side. The colonists, who believed they had left none of their inalienable rights behind when they crossed the Sabine to become citizens of Mexico, were soon ready to rebel. A revolt broke out in 1832, which might have led to the Texans being crushed by the army that was sent against them, but Austen adroitly convinced Mexican authorities that this uprising was a demonstration for Santa Anna, who just now was proclaiming liberalism in Mexico. A Mexican general inspected Texas, found the people everywhere cheering for Santa Anna, believing he stood for the overthrow of Bustamante and his laws, and withdrew the soldiers stationed there to join the current cuartelazo at home. During the convulsions that racked Mexico over the next 2 years, Texas lived in a political vacuum in which disrespect for Mexican government grew swiftly. The older colonists were still loyal. They had profited before 1830. The newer arrivals were unsatisfied, and more were imbued with the idea of joining Texas to the United States. Some of these men, like Sam Houston of Tennessee, were probably unofficial agents of President Jackson, whose vision saw an American nation reaching the Pacific. If they were part of a plot, the Mexican regimes that now came and went made things vastly easier for them. Believing that the liberal provisions of the Mexican Constitution of 1824, assuring statehood to deserving territories, were to be enforced, the North Americans began something no Mexican official, liberal or conservative, could understand or accept. They took the political initiative. They peacefully organized a political convention, passed resolutions, and sent Stephen F. Austin to Mexico with petitions for statehood and for repeal of the discriminatory decrees of 1830. Austin, who had moved easily in capital society 10 years earlier, found things incomprehensibly changed in 1834. All Mexicans, except for a few radicals like Zavala, had become hostile to the Norteamericanos, the liberals, who ruled by decree the same as conservatives, though they did not enact different decrees, were as suspicious of political initiatives as royalists. The North American resolutions and petitions looked exactly like pronunciamientos and plans, and the next step, obviously, was a colonist rebellion. Mexicans who knew better were not able to overcome their natural antipathies and their fear of United States aggrandizement. President Gomez received Austin so coldly that he was thrown into despair, and when the president intercepted a letter from Austin urging the Texans to proceed with the establishment of a state legislature without the sanction of the central government, the way it was done in the territories of the United States in those years, he was thrown into the prison of the Inquisition. He was held here without formal charges, without bail, and without trial for 18 months. Then, unexpectedly, he was released along with a horde of various felons in a general amnesty declared when Santa Anna assumed dictatorial powers. Since Hidalgo, a feature of every Mexican revolution, was to clear the jails, Austin returned to Texas, his health ruined and his loyalties as a Mexican citizen irreparably damaged. He found the Texans ready to fight. Mexican liberals and conservatives, together, had raised exactly the kind of monster both feared. Santa Anna, who moved energetically to destroy liberalism everywhere in Mexico, sent his brother-in-law, General Cos, to Texas with an army. Cos, with perfect logic as he saw it, told the colonists that no matter what kind of constitution Mexico had, they were bound as Mexican citizens to live by it. Santa Anna was repressing revolt at Zacatecas with great brutality. In 1835, the lives of dissidents of any kind were forfeit. Lorenzo de Zavala and the other puros had to flee to escape the firing squad. Zavala, believing that the Texans held the last hope for the liberties the dictator was extinguishing, rode to Texas and encouraged resistance to the central government. He joined the Norteamericano rebels, who began their revolt with the rationale of re-establishing the Constitution of 1824, helped the colonists form an independent government, but died in despair soon after becoming the Republic of Texas's first vice president. In this terrible time of dissolution and despair among liberals, the actions of Mier y Terán, the last idealist, were less traitorous in Mexican eyes but equally significant. Unable to stomach either the North Americans or Santa Anna, he killed himself. The campaigns which followed were to become part of North American legend. But what was North American glory as the Texans defended their rights as free men, as they saw it, began a bitter trauma of national humiliation for all Mexicans. Cos was driven out of San Antonio in December 1835 by a horde of armed farmers. Santa Anna, finished with Zacatecas, rushed north across the Coahuilan deserts, killing men and horses and leaving his heavy artillery behind. Arriving in Texas in early 1836, he took the rebels by surprise. Most of the militia had returned home, believing the war over. One of Santa Anna's columns, under General Urrea, surrounded some adventurers bound on an ill-considered raid of Matamoros, a Tamaulipas border town. These poorly led men, all volunteers newly arrived from the United States, were no match for Mexican lancers on the open savannas near Goliad. They surrendered. They were then massacred on Palm Sunday by Santa Anna's express order. This was legal murder. The prisoners were not members of the armed forces of any nation. They were, in fact, armed pirates on Mexican soil, and they had surrendered at discretion, not, however, believing they would be shot. Urrea and his officers were appalled at the president-dictator's orders, and some of them, along with several Mexican women at Goliad, rescued a few of the captives at the risk of their own lives. Opponents taken in arms had been stood against walls in Mexico since the insurgency in which Santa Anna was trained, but the slaughter of some 400 North American adventurers at Goliad destroyed Santa Anna's international reputation, as no execution of Mexicans could have done. Meanwhile, Santa Anna and his main force invested San Antonio in February 1836. With a force of several brigades, but armed only with light field guns, Santa Anna wasted 13 days reducing an old mission complex, now known as the Alamo, defended by less than 200 North Americans. The fortress had to be taken by storm because the defenders chose to die to the last man. Santa Anna again declared no quarter, but in dying, The men in the Alamo inflicted ruinous casualties on the dictator's army. Santa Anna was waging a war of terror. His campaign was planned to extirpate the North American presence in Texas. Years afterward, however, he was still trying to explain his acts because he failed disastrously. His terror campaign sent the North American population fleeing toward the Sabine, while the colonist government, which declared independence on March 2, 1836, took refuge on an island. But then Santa Anna, contemptuous of his foes, moved recklessly into East Texas with divided columns. Here Sam Houston, a canny natural general, allowed the small Texan army to be trapped between Buffalo Bayou and the San Jacinto. Overconfident and lethargic, Santa Anna was sleeping when his column was attacked and overrun by Houston's forces on April 21st. Within 20 minutes, the Texan army, composed mostly of colonists defending their homes, bloodily avenged the slaughters at Goliad and the Alamo. Santa Anna, who tried to escape dressed as a common soldier, was taken prisoner. The dictator had covered Mexican arms with no glory in Texas. Now he added disgrace by placing his own safety before the honor of his country. He bargained with Houston, ordering the other Mexican columns to retire below the Rio Bravo, and signing a convention by which he agreed to commit the supreme government to recognize Texan independence. The victory at the San Jacinto was peculiarly decisive, because the other generals lacked initiative, and also the whole Mexican army, confronted with a burnt-out country, was in logistical difficulty. Santa Anna had not prepared for an extended campaign. Some parts of his army had started to retreat even before Santa Anna's defeat. All of it arrived ragged and hungry south of the Rio Bravo. Once he had squeezed all the advantage he could from Santa Anna, Houston sent him home by way of Washington. Disgraced, he retired to his hacienda at Jalapa. His agreements with Houston meant nothing, because the conservative Congress at the capital immediately repudiated them, asserting continued Mexican sovereignty over Texas. However, the ruling conservatives were too fragmented and too involved in local power struggles to reassert Mexican sovereignty in the only practical way, by dispatching new armies. Houston's army of 1,000 men melted away as the colonist militia returned to their farms, but the victory at the San Jacinto was allowed to stand. Congress instead devoted itself to extirpating liberalism by issuing a new centralist constitution, taking away the powers and liberties of the states and requiring property qualifications for voting. The true state of the nation is revealed by the fact that no one, not even an ambitious general, wanted to take the presidency or march against the Texans. Finally, the Congress called Anastasio Bustamante, the old royalist, back from exile to take the office. In these crucial months, the United States government had held itself aloof from the Texas Revolution. President Jackson wanted Texas, but considerations at home and abroad kept him from annexing it despite offers from the newly independent republic. Jackson had to respect the United States-Mexican Treaty, and Texas had become an issue in the North-South slavery controversy that was starting to tear the United States apart. Most Texans expected annexation, but the new nation was forced to go it alone. If there was a North American plot to seize Texas in 1836, there was little evidence. Thousands of United States citizens supported the Texan rebellion, and most rejoiced in its success, but these were private acts. The Republic of Texas lasted for 10 years. It was hardly a viable nation, despite the fact that it claimed huge territories. It remained a small North American enclave on the upper Gulf Coast, underpopulated, bankrupt, and disorganized, yet the colonists began at once to create an effective government, and Sam Houston, the president, worked tirelessly to bring about annexation by the United States, although his successor Mirabeau Bonaparte Lamar dreamed of making Texas an empire and kept the republic in continual conflict with Mexico. Texas remained independent, not because the United States protected it for 10 years, but because Mexicans of this era did not truly believe in an imperial destiny above the Rio Bravo and had no effective leadership. A struggling little enclave of 30,000 immigrants separated Texas from Mexico because Mexico was still a sprawling territory that contained 7 million inhabitants without any developed sense of nationhood. A united nation under a powerful leadership could have avenged San Jacinto within months. Here, every Mexican patriot began to eat the bitter bread of national doubt and humiliation, and the urge to find excuses in North American plots and the myth of overwhelming Nordic numbers was irresistible. Mexico had failed as an empire, and the first failure prevented Mexico from effectively challenging the United States' role upon the continent. Although Mexico was still building toward nationhood, the failure was damaging to Hispanic pride and created a national trauma that would not die. Chapter 27. The Death of Honor. Mexicans, we have brought this tragic misfortune on ourselves by our endless disputes. From a proclamation of General Santa Anna. After 1836, the criollo elite that ruled Mexico had grown older but scarcely wiser. General Bustamante was honest enough and his intentions were good, but as before, and like so many of the military heroes who became presidents of Mexico, he was led and directed by subtler and stronger persons who did not themselves want responsibility. The Centralist Republic worked no better than the former Federalist one. The problem was not the Constitution, but the people involved. The criollos as a class were still overcome with indolence and ennui. Nothing could spark them into sustained activity. They put off everything until tomorrow, and flights of fancy convinced them that tomorrow could be put off forever. They grew increasingly more past-oriented. Nostalgically, many criollos now regretted the separation from the crown. And since independence, Mexico seemingly had gone backward. Since 1810, no churches or palaces had been built, and the arts and sciences stimulated by the Bourbons had fallen into decay. The intellectual elites were too much absorbed in feudal politics, which destroyed them. By 1840, Mexico was a less civilized country than it had been. For a generation, Mexico had fed off material and intellectual capital stored up under the crown, without replenishing either. Many of the better men, vitally needed in a post-colonial society, whatever their politics, emigrated or were exiled after independence. Thousands of skilled Spaniards, who were never involved in any controversy, were driven out by a xenophobia that was particularly powerful among mestizo liberals. So many wealthy families left the country after 1821 that they took about 2/3 of Mexico's liquid capital. Other families retired to Europe but held on to their estates. This added more evil to an already wasteful tenure system, as revenues went abroad and haciendas were mismanaged by corrupt agents. The emotional determination of mestizos and criollos to be masters in their own house was completely understandable, but economically and technically, this was not yet possible. Mexico lacked a native scientific and mercantile class of any significance. The departing Spaniards were not replaced by Mexicans, but by other foreigners. English and German engineers hired by British companies bought up, pumped out, and extracted the profits of the silver mines. After independence, silver flowed out of the country exactly as before. Trade went into the hands of foreigners by default. This kind of development need not have been fatal had Mexico provided a stable society and government which could have integrated modern business and industrial systems as in Germany. But Mexico, in the first generation of independence, was passing from one kind of colonialism into another. A process was starting that was to sour Mexico's foreign relations and poison the minds of Mexicans against foreigners for a century. Governments were dependent on outside expertise and capital and were forced to open the country to foreign investment. Meanwhile, disorder and revolutions, for which Mexico was now a byword, destroyed foreign-owned property. As claims were uncollectible in Mexican courts, the foreign investors increasingly looked for help from their own governments. Mexicans were beginning to learn that a nation that could not keep internal order faced threats against its sovereignty. In 1838, a French fleet appeared off Veracruz to collect some 600,000 pesos in damages claimed by French citizens from the riots in the capital in 1828. One of the claims was filed by a pastry cook whose place of business had been wrecked by drunken army officers. This claim, like many others, was exaggerated, and Mexicans sarcastically dubbed the ensuing episode the Pastry War. The French demands for reparation were arrogant, but on the other hand, Mexican governments never attempted to satisfy even the legitimate claims of foreigners unless pressure was brought. All such episodes added to the national feeling of humiliation, because the nation could not prevent the disorder and damages, and while it tried to stand on its sovereignty, Mexico was too weak to prevent forcible collections. The French warships shelled the fortress island of San Juan de Ulua, whose pirate-proof walls now failed to withstand 19th-century gunnery. The French seized San Juan and blockaded the crucial port of Veracruz. Mexico declared war. However, the only action stemming from the declaration was a capital riot against foreigners, in which the Lepero mobs shouted the curious slogans, "Mueran los judíos! Mueran los sajones!" Death to the Anglo-Saxons and Jews. The crisis again brought the retired Santa Anna into prominence. Leaving his estate and acting with that utter independence and insouciance which in fact most Mexicans admired, he took command of the Mexican forces at Veracruz and led them without authority against French raiding parties. He gained nothing and lost a leg to a French cannonball. However, he wrote florid dispatches claiming victory, calling attention to his wound and adding that he would die happy, having sacrificed his blood for his country. Overnight he again became a national hero to a people easily swayed by splendid rhetoric, while Bustamante, in charge and in despair, was forced to buy off the invaders by a guarantee of 600,000 pesos from the customs. This piled Pelion upon the osa of the already unmanageable deficit. The chronic fiscal problem, which caused countless cuartelazos, or barracks revolts, among unpaid soldiers, was now beginning to threaten the territorial integrity of the Republic. The theoretically highly centralized conservative regime was unpopular in the outlying states and territories, and it lacked the money to enforce its authority on them. There was never an effective government or military force, despite immense appropriations. Mexico began to face a threat of dismemberment. The vision of the Creole elite rarely extended beyond the capital and the caste-ridden central states, the great Spanish criollo cities of Puebla, Guadalajara, and Morelia Valladolid, and the fingers of civilization that ran up the eastern Cordillera into Tamaulipas and Nuevo León. This Mexico, with its stratified society, Baroque churches, vast haciendas, and European elites ruling a mass of Indios, was the conservatives' country. The outer, rough-and-ready, mestizo-dominated frontier regions were seen as barbaric places ruled by upstarts. The capital elite despised the type of lawyer, bureaucrat, and ranchero that assumed leadership in the outer states, a feeling that was reciprocated. The capital could not provide national leadership to the outer states. The quarrel took liberal-conservative, centralist, federalist ideological trappings, but fundamentally it revolved around what kind of Mexican nation, criollo indio or mestizo, was to emerge. In the meantime, it prevented any sort of nation from emerging. After the secession of Texas, the prestige of the nation was so low that France and England recognized the Lone Star Republic, and large parts of the North seemed ready to break away also. In effect, the Pacific areas from Nayarit to Upper California were already independent and only remained in Mexico because there was nothing to pull them away. The southern state of Guerrero was ruled by a guerrillero cacique. Communications were tenuous with Nuevo Mexico and existed only because of the trade route that ran from St. Louis to Chihuahua through Santa Fe. The true situation in the northern tier of states in the late 1830s was that the local leadership, whether elected governors or military chiefs, was emotionally separating from the capital, and Yucatan in the far south seceded, its federalist state government allying itself with the rebels in Texas. By 1839, a small Texas navy operated against Mexican shipping out of Yucatan. Observers believed the Republic of Mexico was disintegrating, and it was widely thought by Europeans that most of the North would eventually be absorbed into the United States. While their various excellencies at the capital still spoke proudly of Mexican grandeur and beheld the immense Mexican map with satisfaction, most of the Mexican intelligentsia were beginning to despair of national survival. The mood of despair and national ineffectiveness brought on a new cycle of Praetorianism as the soldiers, sometimes cynically but often idealistically, tried to save the nation. In 1840, General Urrea joined Gómez Farías, returning from exile at New Orleans, in a Federalist pronunciamiento. The rebels seized Bustamante in his bed and fortified the presidential palace. The government garrison, however, retired to the Ciudadela, the military headquarters in a capital suburb. Bustamante escaped and took command of these forces. 11 days of cannon and propaganda bombardments ensued between the rebels and presidential troops. The generals in the nearby states wanted nothing to do with Gómez Farías, but they did not move to support the president. The stalemate was broken by Santa Anna, who rushed in from Veracruz, offering to mediate. This news unnerved Gómez Farías and Urrea. Bustamante, in a ritual that was now becoming as established as the pronunciamiento and cuartelazo, offered the rebels safe conduct out of the country. The failed revolutionaries chose exile, from which they, in a pattern also becoming customary, kept in close touch with supporters in Mexico. In the fighting, few soldiers had been killed, but a great many hapless civilians had been mowed down in the crossfire. The generals now decided that, although Bustamante was one of them, he was ineffective, especially in meeting military pay demands. Most of these generals were men without military honor in the fundamental sense, although they would have had any civilian shot who made the accusation. All of them had reached their posts by the politics of betrayal. Their oaths to any regime were worthless. They were loyal only to whatever leader fortune seemed to favor. As fortune seemed to desert Bustamante, his alcoholic but trusted chief of staff, Gabriel Valencia, who had declared Bustamante's rout of the rebels comparable to God's six-day creation of the world, conspired with General Paredes at Guadalajara and Santa Anna against him. General Valencia, backed by these two, issued a pronunciamiento against the government at the capital and turned the guns of the Ciudadela against the presidential palace. But now there was bloody fighting, since many of the junior officers observed their oaths and stood by the president. Two rival military factions battled along a line that almost evenly bisected the capital. The artillery exchanges destroyed palaces and houses and killed hundreds of civilians. This divided army, however, was not prepared to destroy itself in fraternal warfare. The two forces faced each other in what was to become famous as a Mexican standoff, threatening and parleying, until Santa Anna and Paredes arrived with many conscripted Indio soldiers to reinforce Valencia. The trio now issued the plan of Tacubaya, which called for Santa Anna to assume power. When it became obvious that Santa Anna had the superior forces, the Praetorians defending the president agreed to a capitulation with honors on all sides. Bustamante himself finally emerged without honor because he tried the ultimate treason in an effort to remain president by declaring himself a liberal and promising to restore the Constitution of 1824. The liberals did not rise to the bait, and Bustamante, by agreement, departed again in exile. Santa Anna rode into the capital behind 4 white horses, intoxicated with triumph. But he had learned some finesse. When new elections returned a predominantly moderate Congress, he turned to Nicolás Bravo, who, like so many of the old insurgents, was now a complete reactionary. Bravo turned out the Congress and supervised the redrawing of the Constitution by a junta in 1843. The new document gave the president supreme powers, and Santa Anna then graciously accepted the office. Believing himself secure, Santa Anna was even more reckless and prodigal in his second dictatorship. Styling himself the Napoleon of the West, he erected a heroic statue of himself, with its arm pointing north to Texas in the Great Plaza. He dedicated a theater to his personal glory. He had his amputated leg removed from its burial place on his hacienda, and reinterred it in the cathedral with full military honors. He mourned the death of his wife with a procession of 20,000 marchers led by the archbishop. He affected the simple clothing and melancholy manner of Napoleon, and to intensify the effect, made his generals wear brilliant scarlet uniforms in his presence. At formal occasions, 6 full colonels attended his chair. He made thousands of new officers without giving them duties, and he made military contractors rich. He spent huge sums on parades, fiestas, and cannonades to cheer the populace. He paid for all this extravagance by extracting loans from his friends, raising customs duties to nearly 60%, levying taxes on windows, and selling more mining concessions to the British. He thus doubled revenues. He also doubled expenses, while the revenue measures were ephemeral and self-defeating. Mexicans boarded up their windows and took to smuggling as the supply of saleable concessions ran out. With that irrepressible, cynical sarcasm that so often is the sole refuge of an oppressed people, Mexicans began to refer to the dictator as his immortal 3/4, to suggest that Santa Anna's statue really pointed to the Mint, not Texas, and to deride his new marriage to a 15-year-old girl obscenely. When one of the parade of whores who passed through his chambers stole his decorations, society roared. By 1844, even Santa Anna's genius could find no more money. While the civil bureaucracy was paid in worthless warrants, the generals again were not so simply put off. General Mariano Paredes pronounced against the man he had helped make president. As a soldier, Paredes was a drunken incompetent, but the capital mobs now turned against Santa Anna. Gomez, Pedraza, and the moderates who had been turned out of government seized the palace and proclaimed General José Joaquín de Herrera, an honest but ingenuous officer, president. The fickle léperos who had cheered Santa Anna's triumphal entry toppled his images and took his leg from his marble tomb and threw it into the open sewers. Santa Anna fled to Havana, enjoined from returning for 10 years. Herrera faced all the old problems and a new one that was becoming acute: Texas and the United States. The war with Texas had dragged on 10 years. A grandiose but harebrained scheme of the Texas president, Lamar, to seize Santa Fe ended in the surrender of the North Americans in New Mexico without a fight. The prisoners were marched deep into Mexico, treated brutally, and finally released through efforts of the United States minister. Another Texan column invaded northern Mexico, but also was captured. Santa Anna had ordered this band decimated, 1 in 10 chosen by drawing black or white beans from a jar and shot. This was a traditional Hispanic Latin method of punishment, and under Mexican law, the raiders were pirates, but the act aroused indignation both in Texas and the United States. The Mexican army made 2 incursions into Texas in 1842, twice capturing San Antonio. These raids and counter-raids made a settlement of the Texas question difficult. Herrera was a sensible man. He knew Texas was lost, but hoped to prevent its annexation by the United States, fearing that this would be a first step toward the loss of all the northern provinces. The United States government had delayed annexation because of protest from the northern states against the addition of new slaveholding territories to the Union. Herrera wanted to keep an independent Texas as a buffer, but he was too fearful of appearances to recognize Texan independence. Most literate Mexicans considered the loss of Texas a blot on the national honor, and had an almost irrational block against admitting the fact. They forced Herrera to move slowly while time ran out. James K. Polk from Tennessee sought the presidency with only one goal: to gain Texas, and if possible California. He was an intentional one-term president who was quite willing to fight a war of policy if North American strategic interests could be served no other way. Polk, and an increasing number of his countrymen, had become concerned with the British, who were working actively to make an arrangement with Texas to bar the United States from the Pacific, establishing a British center of influence in the West. Sam Houston, once again president of Texas and still an ardent believer in annexation, played skillfully on these fears in Washington, just as the Mexican ambassador Almonte tried to stir up animosity in New England against the entry of a new slave state. Early in 1845, after Polk's election, the Congress's strategic vision overcame domestic quarrels, and a bill of annexation passed, angering the British government and horrifying the Mexicans. Herrera's offer to recognize Texan independence, provided there was no annexation, came too late. He was now in a trap of Mexicans' own making. Every regime since 1836 had stated that North American annexation of Texas meant war between Mexico and the United States. Almonte asked for his credentials without waiting for instructions from his government. Mexican newspapers and politicians of all political coloration denounced the act in flaming rhetoric, warning that the United States would be severely punished. Most Mexican officials knew otherwise, but they still hoped for massive malfeasance on the part of New England if there were a war, and also for help from Great Britain. Herrera, fearful that war might destroy his country, was bound by Mexican emotion, which insisted that Mexican honor be vindicated. He was, however, prepared to accept the inevitable annexation, provided national pride could be solved. The final loss of Texas must be made not to appear a Mexican defeat. To hold power and to save Mexico, as he saw things, he desperately needed to preserve appearances. Polk, a backwoods lawyer, was blunt, strong-willed, and unimaginative. He understood no other culture but his own, and he could not comprehend the enormous Hispanic regard for appearances that had kept men sitting facing each other in coaches for days in a Mexican alley until a formula could be found for each to withdraw with honor, and he would have been contemptuous of such things had he understood them. But he did believe in equity. He intended to offer Mexico the best deal it could expect under the circumstances. Mexico owed the United States a large debt, ratified by international arbitration, but in default. There was also a serious question as to the boundary between Mexico and Texas, which now meant between Mexico and the United States. Texas extravagantly claimed the Rio Grande, as North Americans called the Rio Bravo, as the frontier. However, the Nueces, about 125 miles to the north, had been the accepted Spanish boundary between Texas and Tamaulipas. The Nueces, a short, winding, tenuous stream, made for a poor international line, while the Rio Grande was a clear delineator, reaching from the Gulf to El Paso del Norte in the west. As the boundary, it would give the United States more, though unpopulated, territory. Polk was prepared to buy this extra territory through assuming the Mexican debt, a fair price at the time. He also wanted to negotiate the purchase of California, which the Mexican government did not fully control, but for which he was ready to pay a high price. It probably did not occur to Polk or his Democrats that the very offer would be taken as an insult by many Mexicans. Their reaction was that of a new nation, unsure of itself in an unsatisfactory world, whose people were torn between arrogance and fear. A Stephen Austin, Spanish-speaking and fully aware of all the nuances in the Mexican capital, might have brought this off, getting the territory but also allowing Herrera to seem to be the victor. Polk's people wanted to be fair, but were impatient with pampering Mexican sensibilities. Despite enormous domestic criticism, Herrera informed Polk that he would accept a commissioner to discuss the problems. This was a concession, since diplomatic relations had been broken over the Annexation Act. Herrera intended to carry on communications outside of formal channels. Polk saw this as nonsense. He sent a minister, John Slidell, who was instructed to regard the annexation as past history and to get on with the important matters, such as the boundary in California. Slidell, also oblivious to Mexican sensibilities, arrived to do business, not indulge in face-saving games, and when President Herrera almost tearfully begged him not to present his credentials, he persisted in demanding full diplomatic recognition. This doomed the Herrera government. The conservatives behind Lucas Alamán had grown more and more monarchist during the Praetorian Anarchy, now believing that only a European prince on a Mexican throne could restore legitimacy to government and restore Mexico's respect among the other nations. They wanted to destroy Herrera's moderate liberal regime. The conservatives therefore led an attack on Herrera, accusing him of selling out the national soil and honor, arousing vast hostility against him among almost all criollos. General Mariano Paredes was persuaded to pronounce against the government, and he was supplied with 1 million pesos in coin by the clergy. Herrera, vilified by everyone, fled the capital in early 1846. Slidell then tried to present his credentials to Paredes, who contemptuously returned his passports. Furious, Slidell rode to Veracruz and fired off a letter to Washington saying, "Nothing is to be done with these people until they have been chastised." Just as the mention of past-due debts infuriated Mexicans, the refusal to talk business coldly angered the North American president. He resolved to provoke war to achieve his goals. The presidency did not yet possess the powers to engage the United States in a major conflict by executive action. However, Polk skillfully arranged a confrontation. He sent Zachary Taylor, a superannuated, dilatory, but rough and courageous Indian fighter from the Nueces, to the mouth of the Rio Grande. Here Taylor landed a small army and built a fort on the Rio Grande across from Matamoros. His soldiers daily raised the stars and stripes with fife and drum in full view of the Mexican landowners who held title to the north bank. Mexican cavalry under General Mariano Arista and U.S. dragoons were now patrolling the same disputed territory, and inevitably they clashed in April 1846. When the news reached Washington, Polk told Congress that American blood had been shed on American soil. He had his war. A sour memory still surrounds what North Americans called the Mexican War, and the Mexicans the North American intervention. The war strained the morality of the North Americans by easily extracting half the purported territory of Mexico, and in retrospect, it seemed the deliberate bullying and robbery of a smaller power by a stronger one. However, at the time, the immense furor that was set off, mostly in the northeastern United States, was largely political and subsided quickly in the face of North American success. The opposition Whig Party and anti-slavery forces, while immediately denouncing the conflict, never proposed that the huge southwestern empire taken from Mexico be returned. The Mexicans, while maintaining the notion that the whole North American advance westward was part of a nefarious plot to destroy Mexico, were terribly humiliated by their inability to offer any effective defense. If the United States surrendered a certain kind of idealism and honor in this conflict, the Mexicans, considering themselves the injured party, still could take no sense of pride or honor from the war's events. The loss of Texas could be blamed on Santa Anna, but the whole nation, out of its treasons and ineptitudes, lost the greater war, and consciousness of that humiliation affected their attitudes and actions for 100 years. The northern and eastern states did not rally behind Polk, but this lack was more than made up by enthusiasm in the Mississippi Basin. Here the people, descended from pioneers who crossed the Appalachians, believed in American empire, manifest destiny. Thousands of young men were eager to march through Mexico. Their feelings were part patriotic, part adventurous, part piratical. These volunteers, supported and sustained by a tiny regular army and navy, were to wage one of the most effective and decisive campaigns since Cortés entered Mexico. The North American strategy was simple: to seize the despoblada from Texas to California, which was defenseless, and meanwhile to invade the real Mexico, defeat its armies, and force the government to accede to the loss of the northern territories. Despite enormous distances, the first goal was easily accomplished. Small United States forces took Santa Fe, and a naval expedition, aided by North Americans already settled in California, seized that province. The defeat of Mexico below the Rio Grande, however, was a much more difficult problem. Despite a disparity in power between the United States and Mexico, the North American forces employed in this war rarely exceeded 10,000 men. They were almost always opposed by much larger Mexican armies fighting on their own soil. The United States military establishment had never fought a war, though generals like Taylor had campaigned against warlike Indians. The U.S. Army was no scientific instrument. Its generalship was aged and less than brilliant. The great difference between the two national forces lay in spirit and technique. Despite the much larger Mexican military budgets of the past years, the Mexican army was execrably equipped by corrupt contractors. North American artillery and engineers were infinitely superior to their Mexican counterparts. As all historians have written, the original Mexican ranks were filled with illiterate conscript Indios, quite different from North American volunteers. The Mexican soldiers made excellent troops when disciplined and trained, and in fact, they performed prodigies of dogged valor in these campaigns. The rot was in the Praetorianism of the Mexican military class, which loved uniforms, pay, and power, but had no taste for sustained combat. The greatest problems the North Americans faced were not Mexican commanders, but the horrendous distances, the terrain, and the climate. As always, the Mexican lowlands were deadly for European stock. Bugs and bad water killed more invaders than Mexican copper balls. The second greatest problem for the North Americans after logistics was the ineptitude of their own generals. Taylor was a poor tactician and a worse logistician and strategist. He defeated Arista in two sharp battles along the Rio Grande in May 1846, mainly through the quality of his troops. He crossed the river and took Matamoros, but here he hesitated for 2 months, while thousands of his young soldiers died of disease. Finally, always cautious and lethargic, he marched south into the healthier highlands of Nuevo León. Again, the superior qualities of his infantry smashed the gaudy but antiquated cuirassiers of Ampudia at Monterrey. The invaders stormed the old city, then marched west and seized Saltillo in Coahuila. But here Taylor dawdled and did nothing, despite the fact that the United States government had an express strategic plan that required him to move southward into the vitals of Mexico. These early, less than decisive defeats, however, toppled Paredes at the capital. Paredes and his backers were unable to organize anything effectively. As the president sank into a frustrated alcoholic stupor, the caciques in the provinces began an effective insurgency, not against the invaders, but against the government. The Yucatecas, who had a liberal federalist regime, declared neutrality in the war. They were too removed to be affected directly anyway, but the local government now raised a local army of Maya Amerindians, an almost fatal error. In Guerrero, the old Morelos guerrillero Juan Alvarez was already independent of the capital. As confusion and rebellion grew, the Puros under Gómez Farías staged a coup and seized the presidency. Gómez immediately reinstated the Constitution of 1824, which legitimized the de facto separatist local state regimes, but did nothing to remove the foreign invaders at Saltillo. Gómez Farías was convinced by the generals that Santa Anna was the only man who could conduct the war. Always overly optimistic about all men, Gómez entered into negotiations with the exiled dictator in Havana, offering him both command of the Mexican forces and the presidency if he would return. He preferred Santa Anna to the threat of an imported European prince posed by the monarchists. Santa Anna was most eager to save his country once again. First, however, he had to pass through the North American naval blockade. He coolly opened communications with Polk, revealing Gomez's offers, but promising Washington that once he was in power in Mexico, he would, after a decent interval to serve appearances, make peace on favorable terms. Polk issued Santa Anna a safe conduct. Just whom Santa Anna fooled or sold out is still a matter of some argument. The man had the quality of being able to convince Mexicans again and again of his genius, and to make them weep at his pronouncements, while at the same time he could convince foreigners of his honesty in betraying his country. As acting president, Santa Anna assembled a large army at San Luis Potosí. Gómez Farías continued to manage the government as vice president on the same arrangement as a decade earlier. This gave Santa Anna the opportunity for glory, but left Gómez to raise money and direct an unmanageable population. By January 1847, Santa Anna had equipped between 18,000 and 25,000 troops at Potosí, paying for this army partly out of his own pocket, partly from wholesale confiscations of property in the name of the war. The problems that Gómez's puro government encountered illustrated the basic tragedy. No single faction, party, or ideology could unite Mexico. Bombarded by Santa Anna's demands for silver, Gómez's Congress authorized the seizure and sale of several millions in church properties. The clergy, despite the national danger, refused to loan or give his government anything. About 1.5 million pesos were raised this way, at the expense of further alienation of the clergy and the majority of the Creole society. At the capital, the Criollo militia regiments wore religious medals ostentatiously to show their beliefs. Some of the higher clergy said openly that Gómez Farías was a greater danger to the country than the Anglo-Saxons, because it was known that even those heretics did not confiscate church property in the United States. Meanwhile, Polk in Washington had become exasperated with Taylor's dawdling in Coahuila. Polk and the war makers were Democrats, while by an odd circumstance all the senior commanders of the army happened to be opposition Whigs. There is no evidence that this Whiggery turned the generals against the war, or added a deliberate malfeasance to their incompetences, but incompetence in politics created two problems for Polk. The first might lose the war, the second made him reluctant to see Whigs win in the field and thus gain all the glory. Polk now tried to solve both problems by ordering an invasion of Mexico through Veracruz. The new invasion force was to siphon off half Taylor's troops, as it was to be the decisive maneuver to seize the capital. Its commander, Winfield Scott, was also a Whig, but Polk hoped to divide the potential credit between the two generals. Taylor was ordered to surrender half his army and to retire from his exposed position at Saltillo. He reluctantly obeyed the first order but refused the second. He remained deep in Mexico with less than 10,000 men. His position was precarious, and in fact, he seems almost to have gone out of his way to let the Mexicans destroy him. The North American forces stayed in winter camp at Saltillo without even an effective intelligence. Santa Anna saw this opportunity clearly. In January 1847, he marched north from Potosí with forces that outnumbered Taylor by about 3-1. He caught Taylor by surprise. Taylor was forced to burn his stores, quickly retreat a few miles north, and fortify a defensive position at a pass through the mountains at an hacienda called Buena Vista. He left a vital stretch of ground undefended on one flank. The somewhat rough-and-ready but quite dangerous invading army watched the Mexicans prepare for battle with dread fascination. The brilliant uniforms, drums, bugles, and pennants, the solemn traditional mass before the killing. Then Santa Anna hurled his legions forward. His tactics were flawless. He quickly flanked Taylor on one side, and his conscript soldiers advanced with splendid discipline and determination. The superior firepower of the North Americans, however, inflicted enormous casualties on the larger Mexican host as it drove through 2 North American defensive trenches, capturing 2 colors and bending Taylor's forces back on their final line. At nightfall, February 23rd, the North American army hung by a thread, but apparently its splendidly worked guns had shot away much of the Mexican leadership's courage. The officers, unaccustomed to such general slaughter of their troops, were in no mood to resume the battle. While the enemy officers were waiting grimly for a renewed attack and their own destruction, Santa Anna struck his camp and retreated back toward Potosi. When Taylor and his officers realized the Mexicans had departed, they embraced each other joyfully. Taylor logically declared that he had won a great victory, a claim which was to vault him to the presidency, and in fact he had, even if by default. Santa Anna, on the retreat, raced his coach ahead of the army, hastening to proclaim his own victory at Mexico. Behind him, in bitter winter weather, his bloodied army began to dissolve in starvation and desertion. Santa Anna had once again snatched defeat from the very jaws of victory. He had wasted the best army in Mexico for no purpose other than his own political aggrandizement. At the capital, Santa Anna overjoyed the Creoles with his claims of victory. The local militia regiments, all drawn from upper-class youth, were already in rebellion against the vice president. Now, all the leadership, conservative, puro, moderate, monarchist, rushed to congratulate the general. Santa Anna felt strong enough to remove Gómez Farías and to put a more moderate liberal, Anaya, in as acting president. Santa Anna then demanded 2 million pesos from the church coffers, promising future immunity from demands. He got the money and began his campaign against Winfield Scott, who had landed near Veracruz and bombarded that city into submission on March 7, 1847. It is now almost forgotten that when Scott began his march over Cortés's old route from the coast to the Mexican capital, almost all contemporary military opinion regarded him as lost. His 10,000 regulars and volunteers were overwhelmingly outnumbered by Mexicans in the field. The terrain was militarily horrendous, and his logistic problems appeared insurmountable. He was attacking into the heartland of central Mexico, surrounded by millions of enemy nationals. Europe's greatest general said unhesitantly that his small expeditionary force would be destroyed. General Scott, however, whose innate egotism and love of military pomp made him hated by his unmilitary countrymen, was no fool. He understood the problems perfectly, and his approach was scientific and deliberate. He made much poorer time than Hernán Cortés and his conquistadores had centuries before. The example of Cortés continually inspired this North American army fighting its way up from fevers into forests and towering snow-capped mountains, determined to see the halls of Montezuma. There was a definite analogy, in fact. Again, a smaller, coolly confident, utterly determined, technically superior force was pitted against a crumbling, static, panic-stricken empire of millions, whose leaders and people hated each other more than foreign enemies. But the United States needed only to batter the Mexican Empire into recognizing the United States' strategic boundaries and its predominance upon the continent. It never envisioned, as Cortés did, remaking the sovereignty and civilization of Mexico. In April, Santa Anna waited for Scott at Cerro Gordo, where the mountain road rose steeply toward Perote. The Mexican position appeared impregnable. As Santa Anna remarked, a rabbit could not turn his forest and ravine-protected flanks. Santa Anna reckoned without West Point engineers, who cut roads and dragged artillery into position on his left. Caught between the crossfires of the superior North American guns, his army was shattered in place. After terrible punishment, and without inflicting damage on Scott, Santa Anna's army broke and ran, streaming in total disorder back toward the capital. Scott marched on and occupied Puebla, whose bishop and Creole council disdained any attempt by Santa Anna to defend them. By May 1847, the capital was undergoing all the alarms and signs and manifestations that had marked Motecusoma's last days. The four great factions, purists, moderates, the clericals, and the monarchists, all blamed each other for the approaching danger. No one trusted Santa Anna. Mexicans had learned of his promises to Polk and half believed them, and survivors of the Battle of Buena Vista had cast some doubt upon that glorious victory. But there was no one else. Bustamante and Nicolás Bravo were almost in their dotage and themselves suspect. Valencia and Almonte were noted for treachery, Arista had lost 2 battles, and coxcombs like Lombardini had no field experience. Recognizing the unpalatable fact that Santa Anna's personal interests were now compatible with the nation's, all factions supported him. Santa Anna raised another army, while incredibly bilking $10,000 from the invaders at Puebla, by informing a State Department representative with Scott at Puebla that he needed this money to further his plan to sell out Mexico. By August 1847, as no sellout had proceeded, Scott marched higher into the volcanic strike. The rainy season had flooded Lake Texcoco, so Scott approached the town of Chalco and from there went south. As the invaders entered the Valley of Mexico, the church bells pealed the alarm, and Santa Anna's warriors prepared to defend the approaches to the great city. Santa Anna organized forces miraculously, considering his resources, and he encouraged his troops by continually exposing himself to fire. He gathered a host of patriotic young Criollo and Mestizo volunteers, the first time such elite volunteers had served in a Mexican army, and these men shocked the North Americans with the sudden improvement in Mexican fighting qualities. The invaders were now superior only in the discipline of their ranks and in their junior officers, because below Santa Anna the Praetorians of Mexico had become a mutinous rabble. Santa Anna's generalship was good. The conventional Mexican wisdom that blamed him for the disasters of this campaign is not based on military evidence. He knew that if he could deal Scott a single stunning setback, he could probably bring the invaders to disaster. Scott was fighting in the Valley of Mexico with less than a modern division, supported by a tenuous and difficult supply line, surrounded in hostile territory. But this August and September, Santa Anna's lieutenants were touchily jealous and disobedient. Each general wanted to fight his own war, and the brave, proud Creole volunteers mistook foolhardy demonstrations for scientific warfare. At Contreras, the untrustworthy Valencia disobeyed orders to fall back and consolidate with Anaya at Churubusco. Scott defeated him singly, then defeated Anaya, who was short of ammunition. Valencia withdrew all the way to Toluca, and in a pronunciamiento called for Santa Anna's overthrow. The battered Norteamericanos fought their way through Molina del Rey and stormed Chapultepec. Old Nicolás Bravo wanted to defend the castle, now a military college, but he had only cadets. Here on September 13th, 6 young cadets died in a futile defense. The officers of the army vanished, and with them all organized resistance. The next day, the Ayuntamiento, or city council of the capital, ordered a white flag displayed. The invaders broke down undefended gates and walked through deserted plazas, while a riotous mob of Mexicans sacked the National Palace. The city government ordered the halting of sniping or further resistance. The city fathers, after the looting for the palace, were more fearful of the street mobs than the grim Norteamericanos, who took no insult of resistance, but who did not loot or rape. Scott's situation was still precarious, even in the capital. Santa Anna knew the invaders were vulnerable to guerrilla warfare, especially directed at their lifeline to Veracruz. The Puros stood behind him, trying to arouse the national consciousness. By fall 1847, Mexican guerrilleros raided North American convoys and attacked detachments traveling to the capital from the coast. In this kind of warfare, atrocities were freely committed on each side. Hacendados and rancheros raised small troops that harassed the occupying forces continually. By winter, Scott was losing 1/3 of his supplies and reinforcements before they reached him. These tactics could have won the war and forced the invaders out, but Santa Anna lost another battle at Puebla and was now discredited. The moderados, who held a majority in the Congress, became determined to make peace. Almost all the propertied class in Mexico was deathly afraid of instigating a guerrilla war against the invaders, because this would lead to anarchy. The northern states were again threatening to secede, and in Yucatan, the separatist Criollo government was faced with a racial war, as the Maya Amerindians it had armed turned their guns on the ruling whites. 100,000 Europeans were driven into Mérida and Campeche, clamoring for assistance against the Indios, while British merchants sold guns to both sides. Under these circumstances, most conservatives and moderate liberals were eager to end the war, even by a surrender of the distant northern territories. A rump government was established at Querétaro, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court was prevailed upon to take the presidency, which he accepted as a journey to the grave. Santa Anna figured in these maneuvers, but as the Chief Justice, Manuel de la Peña y Peña, became president, he was again exiled. He had more credibility with the invaders now than his countrymen. The North Americans gave him safe conduct, guarding him from lynching by irate Texans with the army, and Scott's officers actually wined and dined him before he set out for Jamaica. Peña y Peña's coalition believed that surrender was the lesser of evils facing Mexico. Scott, and Trist, his State Department aide, made rapid progress hammering out a treaty. The United States terms were exactly what they had been when the war began: the permanent cession of Texas, California, and the New Mexico Territory, which included the whole Southwest. In return, the United States agreed to cancel the Mexican debt and pay an additional $15 million. The fact that Mexico had lost the war had not increased the North American demands, but there was still much emotional opposition to signing the treaty among the Mexican leadership. Only the slide toward anarchy and Scott's threat to resume hostilities finally persuaded the moderate Congress at Querétaro to accept it. Documents were signed at Guadalupe Hidalgo in February 1848. The treaty was forwarded to Washington, where the Senate ratified it immediately, sensibly overriding some opinion to annex all Mexico. The new frontier established between the two republics was realistic, and it was to endure. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo took territories that were only nominally Mexican for what at the time was a realistic price. The income, or usable resources of Mexico, were not reduced. Only a few Mexican citizens in these territories were affected, and the defeated nation was not required to pay the usual indemnities. The terms were not harsh, but they were inexorably decisive. They reduced Mexico permanently to second place upon the continent. This was what was so bitterly felt by the politicized Mexicans, who considered themselves rivals of the North Americans and culturally their superiors. Worse, the Mexicans could take no satisfaction from the fighting, not even the haunted pride derived from a hard struggle well lost. They had not won a single battle. Mexicans could take pride only from such things as Anaya's defiant words upon surrender: "If I still had ammunition, you would not be here," and the useless but heroic death of the 6 cadets at Chapultepec. Thousands of Mexicans had fought stubbornly and died bravely, but few Mexican generals or political leaders had showed any desire to sacrifice life or property for the country, and this was a record almost too much for intelligent Mexicans to bear. The intervention ended in a profound sense of loss of dignity and self-respect, laced with fears for the future of the country and a lasting phobia toward all interventions. The outcome was so decisive, there was no hope of a revanche. Mexicans became defensive and found solace in outrage, becoming almost neurotically legalistic and moralistic toward the outer world, yet there were seeds of hope stemming from the disaster. The young Senator Mariano Otero, who told his wife that he believed the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was a death warrant for future generations, was driven to ask himself how a handful of invaders could have successfully marched through the most populous regions of Mexico. He found the obvious answer: the Mexicans were not united. The apathy and ineffectiveness of 4 million indios on the haciendas and ejidos was understandable. They had no public role nor any stake in Criollo Mexico. But the 3 million Hispanic citizens, criollos and mestizos, had behaved shamefully in crisis. Otero detailed this in a pamphlet brutal in its clarity. The old Mexican order was dying, he wrote, but the new one had not yet been born. Independence, upon which the upper classes had pinned such hopes, was a false god, because independence solved no problems. Mexicans had attempted none of the changes demanded by the century in which they lived. They had merely played with forms of government, piling disaster upon disaster, while the country stagnated under the legacies of colonialism. Otero saw the evils that undercut all the proud rhetoric of the reformers. The Mexican leadership, traditional or reformist, still prepared its sons for idleness or for the Praetorian army or for government sinecures. Men taught their sons to serve no master, but also to avoid effort. The arts and crafts upon which the power of Mexico's enemies were based were denigrated and had disappeared. If a Mexican wanted a good carriage, or even a decent pair of shoes, he had to seek out a foreign tradesman. A tiny minority of industrious Mexicans groaningly supported a great mass of privilege, an incompetent army devoid even of honor, religious corporations which produced nothing but held tenaciously to 2/3 of the real wealth, and a horde of ambitious, corrupt, and wasteful bureaucrats. The classes, Indio, Mestizo, Criollo, and the interests, army, church, and bureaucracy, all hated each other too much to unite even in the face of an invader. Otero wrote, "There is no national spirit because we are not a nation." Soon after publication of his pamphlet, the brilliant young statesman died of cholera. His death marked the end of an era, a custodianship of the criollos that had failed. Chapter 28. The Reform. If the question were only whether or not I should continue in power, the decent thing would be for me to withdraw. This is not the question. The nation is fighting for its fundamental law, as enacted by elected representatives. Benito Juárez, during the War of the Reform. By July 1848, the last North American troops had departed from Mexico. The moderados who made the peace were not destroyed by it. In fact, José Joaquín de Herrera was rehabilitated by tragic events. He resumed the presidency of a moderado government in June 1848, and in the post-war calm, he served out his term and turned the presidency peacefully over to General Mariano Arista, who had also been rehabilitated by other generals' more spectacular defeats. The Herrera-Arista administrations have been considered the most intelligent and honest up to their time, and together they were a sort of Indian summer of the criollo custodianship. The exorbitant military budgets were reduced by more than 2/3 to 3 million pesos, and in their shame the generals briefly were quiescent. Relations were regularized with European bondholders by assigning them 3/4 of Mexican customs receipts. The indemnity paid by the United States was used to consolidate the internal debt, which the moderates discovered was far greater than the out-of-power politicians had realized. The same old problems plagued both administrations. The financial burdens of the past generation proved too heavy for the Treasury to surmount, and the government still had to live beyond its means. The efforts to enforce discipline on the army and office holders were fiercely resented. In fact, the Customs Service sabotaged financial plans as corrupt officials in some areas arbitrarily reduced duties or refused to tender them. Under the restored Federalist Constitution, a few states developed honest and responsible liberal moderate regimes, but others continued in virtual anarchy. Yucatan was convulsed in a racial civil war. The liberal governor of the state offered Yucatan to the sovereignty of Spain, Great Britain, or the United States in 1848, any government that would save the whites from the Maya savages. In this year, the European whites were almost driven out of the peninsula, and no foreign government would have them, but the Maya serfs, having recovered their lands, as they thought, stopped fighting to cultivate them, and the desperate Blancos received large shipments of arms from Spain and the United States via Havana and New Orleans. The better armed and organized white minority reconquered and re-enslaved the peninsula once more in a hideously cruel struggle that continued almost to the end of the century. Half the population reportedly died, as the European-descended planters burned thousands of native villages and drove the Maya remnants deep into the remote rainforests. Yucatan was not the only region sinking into barbarism. Some of the outlying states, particularly in the north, were ruled by local caciques, who were no better than bandits. They thrived on anarchy. Sonora and Chihuahua were devastated by Apaches and other wild Amerindian tribes, who grew bolder as they discovered the 19th century republic was even less able to fend them off than the Spanish viceroyalty. The missions and forts were abandoned, and whole settlements of Mexicans were massacred. Large areas of the Pacific coast were impassable for Mexicans, mestizo or criollo. Even in the northeast, Indios raided out of the Sierra Gorda, which had been pacified for 100 years. The Comanches raided from Texas every spring. Filibusteros and bandits from the United States and other nations plundered the borderlands, and in large parts of central Mexico, local bandits made things almost as bad. Haciendas in this era became veritable forts, where hacendados and their retainers went armed and sometimes were besieged by brigands for months. The Mexican government could not protect diplomats traveling to and from Veracruz, nor foreigners doing business anywhere. Now, in the middle of the century, Mexico had become synonymous with barbarism and banditry throughout the civilized world. The country had good government, but in most areas the government was helpless. The criollos and the clergy began to long more and more for the restoration of a European monarchy. Lucas Alaman and his disciples saw no other hope, but others saw salvation in the subordination of the army and the Catholic hierarchy to the civil government. Almost unseen beneath the panorama of great events among the Creole gentry at the capital, the second generation of independent Mexico, men who had not been born or conditioned under the colonial regime, was coming of age. These men, mostly from the provinces, absorbed the knowledge and memory of Hidalgo and Morelos from their early years, and a handful of them were securing educations, no longer at the Jesuit colleges, but at the institutes opened by Gómez Farías's purists in the 1830s. These few secular schools and colleges of the arts and sciences could educate only a very few young men out of the great mass. Most of the privileged classes still opted for a traditional Hispanic or cleric-administered education, or went abroad to Spain or France, and most of the Indios and working classes received no academic training at all. The majority of the youths trained in local institutes and universities were mestizos, a term that now really referred to a Hispanicized Mexican with indigenous blood, or any Spanish-speaking Mexican who lived by Hispanic lifestyles regardless of his caste or color. In a country like Mexico, where any sort of education was a rarity, any young graduate was automatically a member of an elite. It was not the elitism of the property-owning, nostalgically Hispanic great families. It was a slow but steady expansion of the elites, represented by the castas who struggled up out of the abyss in colonial Mexico. Only the strongest and most meritorious emerged. This expanding class of educated mestizos added new dimensions to the old strength of liberalism, which was represented on the national level by purist intellectuals steeped in anti-clerical, republican ideals, and on local levels by ambitious mestizos eager for office or cacique bosses wanting freedom from the capital. The original liberal intellectuals had never risen from the common people, and they had rarely understood the common people or even sympathized with them, but the emerging, newly educated elite was much closer in background and feeling to such precursors as Morelos and Hidalgo. Educated in secular institutions dominated by puros, they were universally hostile to the church. They began to provide Mexico with something it had never had: effective politicians. Some caciques were politically gifted, but too many were simply ignorant local bosses. Under the relaxed federalism of the Herrera Artista administrations, many of these new men were coming to power and prominence in certain state governments. Oaxaca and Michoacán developed excellent homegrown administrations. Melchor Ocampo, the governor of Michoacán, was a Francophile romanticist of the old pattern, influenced by Rousseau, but he was also a trained scientist who combined a search for social justice with practical improvements in agriculture. He attracted other able, honest people, such as Santos Degollado, professor of law, whose purity of motives went far beyond the opportunism of the average socially mobile liberal. Oaxaca was governed by Benito Juárez, born a Zapotec mountain Indian. Juárez had not remained an Indio, however. With the end of legal, though not social, distinctions in 1821, the question of who or what was an Indian had become increasingly cultural. Those who still used native dialects and lived the old village lifestyles were Indios, but even pure-blooded Amerindians who spoke Spanish, wore European clothing, and entered into mestizo criollo affairs were now, in effect, mestizos. Orphaned, the young Juárez was brought to the city of Oaxaca as a servant. At the age of 12, his innate intelligence and good character were recognized by a Franciscan lay brother who sent the boy to a local school. Here Juárez learned Spanish and literacy. He entered a seminary, but soon decided he lacked a vocation. At the time, Gómez Farías and his puros established secular institutes across Mexico, which were not closed during the conservative reaction, and Juárez was able to study law. The young lawyer, quiet, reserved, uncharismatic, soon made a reputation for integrity. With his education and abilities, he was one of a handful who could take giant steps upward through the caste and class system, at a time when Indians were still considered sin razón and Amerindian physical appearances ugly. He married Doña Margarita Massa, the criolla daughter of his first employer. This was not unusual. It is obvious that upwardly mobile Indios and mestizos in this age tended to marry white women. This showed a distinct crumbling of colonial caste barriers, but at the same time revealed their enduring strength, for the upper caste class tended to co-opt able mestizos and Indians. The children of such marriages were universally assimilated into the upper class. Juárez's career has often been compared with Abraham Lincoln's, and there were certain similarities. Both rose from obscure origins, and both shared high qualities and ideals. Juárez was not brilliant, but he had a powerful, logical mind which rejected intolerance and injustice. When he reached high office in a class-conscious society, he kept a common touch. Juárez received Indio peasants informally, and once disciplined his daughter for demeaning a person of inferior rank. He entered politics, was elected to Congress, and after the North American intervention, became governor of Oaxaca. His administration was famous throughout the country because he inherited a bankrupt treasury and left it with a 50,000 peso surplus. Ocampo, Degollado, and Juarez were outstanding examples of a newer breed of public servant rising in the provinces. The new elite was rising in several fields. At the capital, younger intellectuals trained in the institutes continued Carlos Bustamante's and Quintana Roo's search for an indigenous literature and culture. These new men were nativists profoundly influenced, however, by French romanticists, for Paris was the cultural center of the entire Latin world by the 1830s. The anarchy and destruction in Mexico did not permit the appearance of a superior native art, and most Mexican creations were now pale imitations of the French. Ignacio Ramirez, the acid-penned anti-clerical, was a second-rate Voltaire. Guillermo Prieto, however, who chose as his theme the heroes of the insurgency, stirred deep patriotic emotions with his verse, becoming the Mexican national poet. The younger intellectuals were impatient with the irresolute, stuffy criollo custodians, whether liberal or conservative, and were all inherent revolutionaries, young men eager for their day and power. Such men were inescapably drawn into public life and politics because there was no private sector to absorb their activities. Perhaps because of the very degradation from which they emerged, the new generation possessed an unusual sense of honor and honesty. Despite the errors they would make, these younger leaders of society had ability. Collectively, this generation was to produce the most honorable and able figures in Mexican history. Psychologically, the second generation after independence was less born and raised in ruined houses than its parents, although it inherited a country the first generation had almost destroyed. This generation was the first to lay the true foundations of a Mexican nation. The young, educated elites of the 1840s and 1850s were deeply dismayed with the condition of their country and understood far better than the holdovers from colonialism that Mexico was isolated from the progressive 19th century world. They saw the self-inflicted failures of the recent past. They were still romantics, but not quite so impractical and irresolute as the old liberal puros. This was a generation that laughed rather than wept at Santa Anna's proclamations of patriotism, and scorned Gomez Farias's good intentions divorced from realistic actions. The new leadership was diverse in class, race, and origin, though it was predominantly mestizo. Its great rallying point was an attack on the wealth, power, and privileges of the Church, which the new men believed must be destroyed before Mexico could be modernized. The Church, which was still a Spanish church in Mexico, the Reformers' bête noire, was sunk in medieval torpor, aroused only by Protestantism or threats of social change. The French Revolution had destroyed certain Catholic movements toward liberalism and collegiality on the European continent. Catholicism became defensive, and the papacy had become highly reactionary in the 19th century. This was reflected in Mexico. A church-state conflict had emerged in different forms in most Roman Catholic countries. The Hispanic struggle was not primarily a battle between religion and rationalism. For all their French influences, few Hispanic liberals were rationalists or atheists. Most died as believing, or at least practicing, Catholics. The Hispanic world had woven Catholic Christianity into its warp and woof. Whatever the vestiges of surviving paganism among some Indios, the general Mexican population at independence was more devout and church-worshipping than that of Spain. Although every Mexican president was and would be a Freemason, each in some respect thought and acted as a Catholic, and even the most anti-clerical ones felt uncomfortable among genuine heretics. The peculiarity of the church-state struggles in Hispanic countries revolved around the former institutional position of this powerful church. It had been part of government, though subordinate to the crown. Crown and church afforded each other legitimacy. The collapse and disappearance of the Spanish crown created an enormous problem for the Hispanic church that was frequently not understood in other lands. what was to become of the royal patronato? Must the new republican state continue to uphold the institutional church, and did the church now owe the successor republics of the empire the same unquestioning obedience and fealty it had rendered to the crown? The question in Mexico had been resolved at independence in a most unsatisfactory manner. The patronato, or patronage, had devolved back to the Holy See. Therefore the Church came under the direction of the papacy for the first time in centuries. Logically enough, had the Mexican Church been truly a private religious institution, but the new republic continued all the laws establishing the Catholic monopoly and affording the privileges and immunities of the clergy. Most Mexicans thought this inevitable at the time, but trouble was inherent in this compromise, because the state upheld the privileged position of the clergy and enforced their tithes, while the Church did not reciprocate. The Catholic hierarchy of the 19th century, for all the hundreds of progressive priests, questioned the innate legitimacy and respectability of the republican form of government. The outlook of the higher clergy was non-democratic and authoritarian and monarchist. To this was added the enormous influence of the papacy, which now appointed all bishops. The popes of this era, like Leo XII, were instinctively hostile toward the rebellious, democratic-leaning Americas. Owing no allegiance to the Republic, in fact, almost a separate sovereign nation within it, the Church felt free to criticize. Spanish clerics had always engaged in politics. The difference was that now most of them emerged in opposition to, rather than in support of, the secular government. The hierarchy felt morally bound to interfere again and again in politics. It had denounced and punished insurgency as heresy, and after independence, to the despair of liberals, the Church entered into alliances with the Mexican conservatives, centralists, monarchists. It refused revenues to the Republic that it had traditionally rendered to the Crown. This was logical under Catholic rationales, but it infuriated liberal regimes. Conflict on this ground alone was inevitable. A complication was the vast, hoarded wealth of the Mexican religious community. It is almost impossible to determine exactly what percentage of the real wealth the hierarchy and the orders controlled. They did not know themselves, but liberal authorities believed this consisted of 1/2 to 2/3 of all landed property. The true figure was probably nearer to 1/4 or 1/3, but since the riches of the Church were highly concentrated in the capital and the major cities, they were highly visible. Whatever the amount, almost all of it was mortmain. The Church lent huge sums at reasonable interest, 5% per annum, but this was almost always in the form of mortgages against criollo landed property. The Church rarely supported business ventures. The cash was dissipated frivolously, while more and more dead real estate was acquired, which the clerics managed poorly. In a country where the majority was hungry and diseased, and the government eternally faced financial crisis, the mere existence of this wealth seemed more and more intolerable. The Mexican Church also continued to collect the high fees established under colonialism, higher than in any European Catholic country, as well as mandatory tithes. Marriage fees, in fact, were so exorbitant that many of the lower classes could not afford them, and poor people raised stable families, technically in sin, without benefit of clergy. Tithes and fees obviously oppressed the poor most, and meanwhile, as earlier, the enormous clerical income was unevenly distributed. Bishops and some orders had high incomes. Some chapter houses and parish priests lived in dire poverty. The privileges of clergy, meanwhile, became increasingly questionable to the increasing number of Mexicans trained at civil law. A priest, like an army officer, could not be tried in a civil court for a civil crime. He went before an ecclesiastical court, even if charged with legal debts. This fact infuriated Mexican jurists because for 60 years the principle of equality before the law had been established in the advanced nations. Further, the Church still dominated education, and clerical teachers did their best to inculcate pupils with their own outlooks and beliefs. Despite the few institutes and academies founded by liberals, there was yet no public lower education in Mexico. Juarez had gotten his elementary training in religious schools. This clerical stranglehold on education was the one thing most irritating to liberal intellectuals because the church schools fostered enormous superstition and acceptance of the status quo among the criollos. While the clergy did provide a few schools for the poor and for the indios to continue the faith, none of the better academies was free. The church, in fact, survived the shock of independence better than the state. During the early decades as an institution, it towered over the ephemeral governments. It had even gained some reputation, ironically, as a protector of the masses, because men remembered that Morelos and Hidalgo and Matamoros had been priests. But lacking a crown to give it security, the church had entered into very dangerous politics. The alliances of bishops with conservative politicos and corrupt praetorians were not traditional, for up until the War of Independence, even the hierarchy had frequently spoken out for oppressed Indians and the poor, and joined the crown in actions protecting Indio rights. The crown had been eternal, an unassailable symbol. The vested interests which replaced it were neither. The church's pervasive internal decay made things worse. Opposed to severance from the crown, independence brought the clergy neither a new spiritual force or a mission. It merely made the hierarchy more ferociously determined to defend ancient privileges. The only dynamism in the church came from those priests more concerned with secular politics than things of the spirit, whether hidalgos or the bishops opposing them. A basically non-religious controversy as to the direction of the new nation came to be directed on both sides by clergy. Parish priests roused liberal mobs. Canons consorted and conspired with colonels. Vast numbers of monastics were idle, their missions defunct, while the orders still retained large chapter houses and managed large estates. These monastics, probably the most useless and corrupt of Mexican clergy, where once they had been the finest, did much to lose the respect of the criollos, the church's most ardent supporters. Holy orders were less and less seen as honorable careers by the upper class. Fathers were known to hire whores to tempt teenage sons from contemplated vocations. The ordinary clergy, undisciplined while their superiors engaged in management and politics, grew more ignorant and dissolute, noted for its lack of chastity. While an enormous reservoir of faith remained among the poor, who desperately needed the solace of religion, the upper classes came to see the church primarily as a supporter of the existing order. Their cynicism gradually seeped downward. It is hard to argue, in full retrospect, that the Mexican church did not need drastic reformation. The Spanish-born bishops were totally uncooperative with the struggling state and the aspirations of a growing majority of the people. Their altars were not at stake, as foreigners and non-Catholics sometimes believed. Societies which have not experienced clericalism cannot easily understand anti-clericalism, but the hierarchy opposed any criticism of the religious corporations as an attack upon religion. This was historically tragic, and the nature of the opposition added to the coming tragedy. The liberal reformistas, like the bishops, had grown up in an ethos in which compromise was akin to emasculation. They demanded more than a mere reform of the church and its removal from politics. They insisted upon Catholic subservience to the Republic. In their view, the Republic had replaced the crown, and they demanded that the church now provide the same aura of legitimacy and sanctity. If it never occurred to the bishops to surrender property and privileges in the emulation of Christ, it seems never to have entered the reformistas' minds that they had no right to regulate religion. Benito Juarez was almost the only Mexican in this age who perceived a genuine separation of church and state, in which neither interfered with the other. Both sides demanded all or nothing, laying the basis for a holy war. If the continuing actions and position of the church were intolerable, by the 1850s the Mexican reformers fell into a trap. They had come to believe that the Church was the source of all social evil. This view was satisfying because the Church was visible and easily attacked, but it was intellectually and emotionally sterile. The destruction of the Church could not solve the Mexican malaise, and for this reason, despite all the damage and horrors of the coming reform, the furor and bloodshed did not bring about a Mexican millennium. Like all others, the honest, moderate Arista administration had lived on windfalls. When the United States' indemnity for the ceded territories ran out, it ran out of money. The two honest governments of Herrera and Arista solved nothing institutionally. Their one great contribution was that they provided a brief period of stability in which popular, progressive local regimes like those of Michoacán and Oaxaca could coalesce and bring good men to prominence. But in 1853, the army was again unpaid, local commandants began to issue ominous pronouncements, and Arista resigned in disgust. The Criollo moderates, now an anachronism, fell with him. The immediate heirs were the conservatives, who were equally antiquated and devoid of new ideas. During an interregnum, an Indio called Quiros raised a so-called Army of Regeneration and tried to take over idle haciendas in the north. Old Anastasio Bustamante routed this army and destroyed the movement, cheering conservative elements, but while the conservatives formed the new government, Bustamante was considered unfit for another try as president. Lucas Alamán, the conservative mentor, also aged and sick, proposed that Santa Anna be brought back to hold the country together for 1 year, while efforts were made to find a suitable king in Europe. Alamán promised to keep the ex-caudillo under control until the new monarch arrived. There were no better ideas. Santa Anna was approached in exile and accepted with alacrity. What would have been the relationship between Alamán, who seemingly stood near the realization of his lifelong goals, and the recalled dictator remains unknown, for Alamán died a few weeks later. Santa Anna, installed as president, immediately showed all his old proclivity to destroy himself at the apex of success by taking up all his old habits. He extorted money from fawning clerics and agiotistas in return for promises, and his vanity reached new heights. He dreamed up Cossack uniforms for his palace guard, revived the defunct Order of Guadalupe, and assumed the title Most Serene Highness. He also authorized the sale of Maya captives, taken in the continuing war in Yucatan, as slaves to Cuban planters, taking a fee of 25 pesos per head as his share. None of these expedients paid the army or gave the government contractors what they demanded. Santa Anna survived for 7 months through a fortuitous sale for $7 million of a strip of territory to the United States, the Gadsden Purchase, which was needed for a rail route through New Mexico and Arizona, but which many Mexicans considered a new aggression. The Gaudi Caudillo had his bloody as well as comic side as before. Liberal politicians, including Ocampo and Juarez, escaped shooting by fleeing to New Orleans. Ocampo sold pots and pans. Juarez rolled cigars. More important, they and other exiled Mexicans were thrown together to stimulate each other while waiting for the wheel of fortune to turn. This time the wheel was put in motion by Juan Alvarez, the sun-wrinkled old ranchero guerrillero who had never ceased to be the jefe politico of the Sierras above Acapulco, no matter who had ruled at the capital. Alvarez joined General Ignacio Comonfort, the Criollo collector of customs at Acapulco, in the Plan of Ayutla, issued in a remote mountain village. This pronouncement had far-reaching repercussions. While it only demanded a new president and the convening of a constitutional convention, nothing more, 7 months of Santa Anna had made Mexico rotten for revolution. His Serene Highness's soldiers deserted as soon as the Gadsden Purchase millions ran out, and the northern states all pronounced for Ayutla. The now philosophic and put-upon savior of his country, since the game was up, resigned and sailed for Venezuela. He expected to return, not realizing that what was to come would shake the Mexico he knew to the roots. The conservatives had been ruined by Santa Anna. Now the liberals took over. In a country without firm law or effective citizens, a handful of liberal politicians convened at Cuernavaca and declared Juan Alvarez president. The old insurgent assumed office, cheered by the fickle capital throng, in November 1854. Alvarez, for all his folk wisdom and native common sense, was semi-literate, and like his guerrilla liberal predecessors in the National Palace, he suffered from an inferiority complex in Criollo society. Unlike Guadalupe Victoria and Vicente Guerrero, he was surrounded by a new pool of talent, for he provided an outlet for the energies of the newer mestizo generation, which crowded round him. Benito Juarez, who took ship as soon as he heard of the revolt, became Minister of Justice. Miguel Lerdo de Tejada took the treasury. Melchor Ocampo became intellectual in residence at the palace, heading up a horde of new frontier seekers. The honesty and integrity of the new administration was unique, and these men gave the Alvarez regime vigor and elan. Perhaps unfortunately, however, the old cacique felt himself overshadowed, and he resigned the presidency in favor of Comonfort in December 1855. Comonfort was a man more like the older Criollo liberals, well-meaning, but caught between ideals and friends and family and his own Creole consciousness. Pending the issuance of a new constitution, the Comonfort regime began to rule by decree. The first issued were explosive. Comonfort signed the Ley Juarez, drawn up by his justice minister, which abolished military and religious fueros. The Ley Lerdo followed, and it was far more radical. Lerdo, at the treasury, needed money, but the real intent of his reform went deeper. The new men at the palace had agreed upon nothing less than the final destruction of the economic, social, and political powers of the church. The new law required the church to sell its landed estates to private buyers, with the state sharing in the proceeds through sales taxes. The law applied to all corporations, and therefore it also affected the Amerindian communal village lands. The destruction of the ejidos was hardly accidental. The reformers had several well-intentioned plans. They expected to destroy the paralyzing political and economic power of the religious corporations and return the dead capital to the economy and production. They included the ejidos in the destruction deliberately, because they were expecting to create a new class of Mexican smallholders, men who would buy up the former church and Indian lands. Economically and socially, the Amerindian communities were dead ends, anachronisms as much as the church properties in the modern world. Juarez, Ocampo, and Lerdo believed that these properties would come into the hands of small farmers who would be vigorous free citizens, and also remain grateful politically to their creators. The 19th century liberals, despite the fact that so many of them had Amerindian ancestry, saw nothing admirable in contemporary Indios or Indian culture. They believed rightly that the tribal villages where millions pursued an age-old, inefficient, communal agriculture blocked the emergence of a modern, progressive society, for the tradition-cribbed Indios were not individuals. The Lerdistas hoped to break up the stagnant pattern of this life and forge something on the order of a French peasantry. The leyes, Juarez and Lerdo drew their inspiration almost entirely from similar legislation stemming from the French Revolution, which had created a strong peasantry in France. The reformistas of the 1850s, however, were still better at seizing concepts from abroad than understanding certain underlying Mexican realities. They ignored the fact that Mexico lacked a Western ethos of individual initiative, a native bourgeoisie, and a true peasantry. The ejidos indios and the hacienda peones were not hard-headed French farmers in disguise, but people far more repressed than the French peasantry in 1789. Significantly, not one of the reformers in power had any business experience, or was in any sense an economist or sociologist. They were theoreticians, who forged results entirely divergent from what the destruction of the old regime accomplished in Western Europe. The first effects of the Ley Lerdo were disastrous, not because the church was injured, but because the lands forced on the market were immediately snapped up by rich speculators in large tracts. There was nothing to stop this in the legislation. The communal indios and the peones, and even the rancheros, had no money to bid on these lands. They did not even know how to begin the bureaucratic process of acquisition. The government was bankrupt and could not offer loans to buyers or allow them to buy on time, and not even Juarez dared disrupt the entire rural social system by ending debt peonage by edict. The economy was probably slightly invigorated as the church mortmain and poorly used indio ejidos were taken over by adjacent haciendas or put into production by city-based new landlords, but the oppression of the rural masses, both on the ejidos and the church properties, was vastly increased. The stultified Indian villages had at least been free. Now bewildered Indio farmers found their ancestral lands taken from them while they were reduced to peonage. The new owners were eager for revenues to offset the purchase cost. Workers were squeezed, and the whip was used as never before. A final irony was that the few educational and charitable functions the church still carried on among the Indios also ceased. For all its encouragement of superstition and reverence for the existing social order, the religious corporations never, as the liberals came to admit, matched the rapacity and cruelty of the new private owners. The Ley Lerdo, in the name of progress, caused a further barbarization of the countryside. Very little of the proceeds, due to an inefficient collection system, reached Lerdo's treasury. The second effect was equally disastrous. The legal reforms neither destroyed the clergy nor the military while enraging them. Only highly intellectual Hispanic liberals could have believed that entrenched classes could be destroyed by radical pen strokes. The abolition of privilege did not immediately even affect the clerics or the praetorians' power. Most of the reformers were moved by genuine democratic ideals. They had no idea how to bring about democracy. They disdained compromise or gradualism, for they lacked pragmatism. They should have understood that their enemies, wiped out by nothing more powerful than a presidential decree issued by a minority in power, would fight. The old cry, religión y fueros, soon went up. There was overt rebellion in the criollo-dominated cities, now matched by uneasiness and discontent among the ejido Indians. Comonfort at first reacted vigorously, arresting conservatives, banishing resistors, and confiscating property. The Bishop of Puebla was exiled for opposition, and the historic convent of San Francisco at the capital was torn down, every stone except the church itself. Whatever the reformistas had expected, ideological warfare was brewing, and Comonfort, although views differ, was not the man to lead it. He was a polished bureaucrat and a Catholic, whose cabinet pushed him one way, while his friends and family, all his womenfolk were under clerical influence, pulled him another. When he punished priests, his mother greeted him with tears and offered up prayers for his soul. These pressures, and his own conscience, made Comonfort temporize and pardon most offenders. All through 1856, the Liberal Constitutional Convention was paralyzed by the church-state question. While many Mexicans realized that a new constitution must meet social and political realities better than the tattered charter of 1824, and must strike a balance between a central regime strong enough to govern, yet too weak to impose a dictatorship upon the states, no one knew how to accomplish this. A true balance of powers was a concept alien to the Hispanic mentality, as was compromise. The other great problem, how to protect the weak in society against exploitation, was debated and finally avoided. The impassioned plea of Ponciana Arriaga, who had been in exile with Ocampo and Juarez, "How can we have popular government when the people are naked, miserable, and starving?" could not be answered with the conventional liberal wisdom. Therefore, the Constituent Assembly spent almost all its time attacking the Church. After impassioned speeches against dead hands and blood-sucking priests, the proposed constitution incorporated the leyes Lerdo and Juarez, only adding the first choice of sale must go to present tenants, provided they could raise the money. The whole religious question was agonizing. The majority of the assembly, while liberal in the Hispanic sense, was composed of Criollo and Mestizo Catholics who had no desire to attack the Catholic faith. A few agnostics demanded freedom of religion and were shouted down. The arguments against freedom of worship varied. There was no need, since there were no heretics in Mexico. Freedom of religion might encourage the immigration of Protestant Norteamericanos, as in Texas. One delegate silenced the radicals with the question, did they intend to revive the worship of Huitzilopochtli? The decisive consensus was significant, that Roman Catholicism was part of the national heritage and the one thing that united all Mexicans, even while it seemed to be dividing them. While the new Constitution reduced the great powers of the Church, it confirmed its ancient monopoly, with only a limited separation of church and state. The new document was submitted in February 1857. Gómez Farías, the old, feeble dean of liberal standard-bearers, was the first to kneel before a crucifix and swear to uphold it. He administered a similar oath to the president and deputies, but many delegates refused to sign. They were fortified by the archbishop and the hierarchy acting in a body, who with full papal approval threatened excommunication for any who ascribed to it or bought or sold church property. The Mexican church here went too far, emotionally beginning its own destruction, for among other provisions, the clergy refused to accept impious books banned by the Index, secular public schools, or diminution of the fueros. The hierarchy claimed the canon law transcended any made by modern men, which could not be applied to priests. The clergy refused to absolve, marry, or bury any Mexican who stood for the Constitution of 1857, and in this terrible time more than one liberal, beset by frantic relatives, abjured his oath on his deathbed. In such an atmosphere the population was polarized, and extremists came to the fore on each side. The storm broke in March, when it was decreed that all officeholders of the Republic, civil and military, must swear public allegiance and attest by signature. This was an unwise measure, for it put terrible pressure on thousands of clerks and others who needed their jobs but also feared hellfire or the reproaches of their wives and daughters. Honest Mexicans became torn between irreconcilable persuasions. Comonfort, a decent man, was horrified by the gathering bitterness. Too late he called for moderation, but the Church was recklessly spending its spiritual capital in a final offensive, while the Ocampos, Prietos, and Bramirezes had taken positions of no return. When he refused to deport the archbishop, complaining that the presidency lacked the power, his cabinet colleagues began to distrust him. Power slipped from his hands, and he was devastated when he was barred from the cathedral at the head of the traditional Holy Week procession of government officials. The same thing happened to Juarez when governor in Oaxaca, but Juarez shrugged it off. He was far ahead of his times in his belief that the secular government should not take an official part in religious observances and vice versa. The situation deteriorated. At the close of 1857, Comonfort lost faith in the reform. General Felix Zuloaga at Tacubaya issued a pronunciamiento calling for the dissolution of Congress and repeal of the Constitution. Comonfort joined him, thus surrendering whatever place he might have had in the liberal pantheon of heroes. Zuloaga seized the presidency. Benito Juarez, now Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, was arrested and held in the palace. However, Comonfort had him released before fleeing the country in January 1858. Under use and wont, Zuloaga was president. But according to the new Constitution, Juarez succeeded Comonfort when he abandoned the palace. Juarez stood fast, arguing for a legal succession for the sake of the nation, and tried to organize a new government at Querétaro. He was forced to flee Guanajuato to avoid arrest. Soon, Zuloaga, now ensconced in the palace, received an express which stated, "An Indio is here who says he is President of the Republic." Zuloaga and the capital society laughed, but the War of the Reform had begun. The governors and caciques of the northern states, all liberals, stood behind Juarez, but they refused to surrender their state militias to his control. Therefore, while he found a seat at Guadalajara with Ocampo and Prieto, his irregular forces were no match for Zuloaga's regulars. The professional officers at Guadalajara, who had at first reluctantly recognized his authority, soon abjured their oaths to the Constitution and went over to the general. One of these officers ordered a company of soldiers to seize Juarez and shoot him. Juarez would have died, standing stubbornly in the doorway of the Hall of Justice at Guadalajara, but for Guillermo Prieto. The poet put himself in front of the Indian president and shouted, "Brave men do not assassinate." The soldiers lowered their muskets, and Juarez was able to flee in a closed carriage. He went to Manzanillo, sailed to Panama, and from there to Veracruz, where some liberals held an enclave. The pestilent port was both a good and bad capital for Juarez. It was remote, but because of the endemic yellow fever, impregnable to any but acclimatized local troops, and though isolated from the main centers of Mexico, it was an opening to the outer world. Juarez could collect some customs duties, and most important, he had communication with the United States, which was to play a decisive role in his career. By standing on constitutionality, which he called the only guarantee for lasting peace, he had begun a civil war that now transcended all previous conflicts in its intense bitterness. The war had a new dimension. The battle was between continuistas and reformistas, the eternal lineup of the Hispanic Revolution, but new ideological and racial overtones had been added. The emphasis on religion made for an unholy holy war, and the emergence of the mestizos, who now outnumbered both criollos and indios behind Juarez's liberals, who more nearly represented mestizo aspirations, created something approaching racial conflict. Inland, the leadership of the liberals fell to Santos Degollado, the myopic lawyer who was liberal minister of war. Degollado recruited thousands of peasants in Jalisco and Michoacán. This was a ragtag army, sneeringly called chinacos, beggars, by its more elegant enemies. The chinacos responded by calling the regular forces mochos, hypocrites who hid their real intentions behind the facade of religion. The issue was never clear-cut. Deeply religious members of the elite fought for the Constitution and Juarez, while thousands of ragged Indio soldiers fought against both. Whether the war was between liberals and conservatives, patriots against traitors, rich and poor, civilians and praetorians, the impious and the clergy, the respectable classes versus the demagogues, and it was called all these things, it soon sank into a bloodbath of mutual atrocity. Men fought valiantly on both sides, but on both sides prisoners were shot, hostages were murdered, and partisans massacred, robbed, and vandalized. The actual path of battle is impossible and fruitless to follow. Every part of Mexico was caught up in a gigantic guerrilla war. In the West, Degollado learned to be an effective guerrillero, losing every pitched battle with the regulars, but still continuing the war. Harried, he retreated into the tropic wilds that had protected Morelos and Guerrero, only to re-emerge again. He became a hero of defeats. The Juaristas had more supporters, but the conservatives had better armies. 3 excellent conservative generals, Miguel Miramon, a boy hero of Chapultepec, Leonardo Marquez, and Tomás Mejía, a pure Indio, drove the liberals from all major cities in 1858. The liberals held out in woods and mountains, however, and in a country that was aflame with fratricidal passions, even the suburbs of the capital could not be protected by the army from occasional raids. Control of territory constantly shifted, and there was also a confusing changing of sides by local chieftains, as one force or the other seemed to get the upper hand. Above all this murderous ideology and Byzantine conflict stood the impassive figure of Benito Juárez. He was not as smart as his own cabinet, as a North American envoy said, but he transcended them in firmness and character. Juárez was a sincere patriot, who believed his cause was the only just one, who was entirely faithful to his own ideals and entirely incorruptible. In one sense, Juárez was a Puritan among men, including his closest associates, who could hardly understand him. An ugly man, he could not dominate a meeting by either rhetoric or charisma, yet amazingly, his leadership was never questioned by some of the most brilliant, volatile, and individualistic intellectuals ever produced in Mexico. Juárez, in fact, held these men together. He did have one fault, and it was a great one, not unusual in his kind of person or for his background. He could be inhumanly inflexible when a principle was at stake, and he wrapped everything in cold legalism. Thus his great strengths, carried too far, became his weaknesses. The strengths of the constitutionalists were embodied in Juárez and in his officers. Melchor Ocampo, Santos de Gollado, Miguel and Sebastián Lerdo de Tejada, Manuel Doblado, the poet Prieto, and Ignacio Ramírez, whom the clericals regarded as the Antichrist, utterly transcended their rivals on the conservative side. If they were talented but passionate men who made mistakes, the names of their counterparts have not even survived. The conservative intellectuals of this era were so bankrupt that, like Alamán in his declining years, they merely continued to dream of a monarchy and line up behind Praetorian generals. Although by the close of 1858, Juárez seemed to have lost the country, he still had strengths in his men and their ideals, and in his recognition as the legal government of Mexico by the United States. The North Americans did not like Juárez particularly. He was not the kind of statesman any ambassador or envoy could like personally, but added to the constitutionality of his office, which was respected by Washington, was the fact that the conservatives had General Juan Nepomuceno Almonte, Santa Anna's old aide, lobbying in Spain. Almonte was in Europe, seeking a Bourbon prince, and also a fleet to bombard Juárez out of Veracruz. Juárez's interests coincided with those of the United States, which was jealous of the re-entry of any European power into the Western Hemisphere. He began to receive supplies, including arms, from New Orleans. In a game of military musical chairs, Miguel Miramón had succeeded Zuloaga in command at Mexico. The young military chief attempted to dislodge Juárez from Veracruz in early 1859, but his highland troops sickened and died. Santos de Gollado saw a chance to seize the capital and marched on it out of Michoacán with his chinacos. He reached Chapultepec in April. Here Leonardo Márquez and a small army of regulars utterly routed the Juarista army. Miramón, smarting from his lack of success at Veracruz, ordered Márquez to shoot all captured officers. Márquez carried out this order literally, executing even captured medical officers, for which he became known half satirically, half fearfully, as El Tigre de Tacubaya, the suburb where the executions were carried out. This defeat left Juárez's fortunes at low ebb. The constitutionalists had to have money to buy arms. The United States had a general standing offer to buy more Mexican territory. Since 1848, the dominant Democrats in Washington had never quite lost sight of a desire to spread United States power and influence deeper into Hispanic America. There had been private filibustering expeditions, one in Sonora, but despite much talk, the United States' government had resisted any temptations to stage another intervention. Conversely, both conservative and liberal Mexican regimes refused to alienate Baja California, Sonora, and Chihuahua, for which various millions were offered. Now it was possible to sell Lower California, but this was vehemently opposed by a group led by Melchor Ocampo, who the year before had engineered the diplomatic coup that gained the liberals recognition by the United States. The one remaining source of money, and the favorite target of the Ocampos and Lerdos, was the church. With the beginning of hostilities, the religious corporations had failed to carry out the provisions of the Ley Lerdo, and in fact, the clergy was the principal source of Miramon's funds. The Miramon government was using the old means of forced loans, and against horrified protests by the hierarchy in whose name it fought, was considering mortgaging all church property to foreign speculators against an advance of cash. Meanwhile, the church-state controversy had, for the first time in Mexican history, made religious buildings and properties fair game. Most northern caciques had already seized church lands in their states, while the various armies that passed up and down Mexico had taken to stripping altars and convents and melting down church plate and images. In the name of liberty and the Constitution, or religion and Christ, or that of the local commander, as the case might be, Santos de Gollado urged Juarez to confiscate all remaining church property in the name of the nation before it disappeared into some general's bag. The argument sparked violent debate in the Juarez cabinet. The lawyers moved Juarez with the legal argument that under ancient Spanish law, church treasures devolved from the crown and were held in trust for the crown, which had always had the right to use them in times of national peril. The Republic was the successor to the crown, even if the church did not recognize it as such. Lerdo said that only a confiscation could save the treasury, but Juarez's legal mind balked at confiscations without compensation, whatever the enmity of the church and the desperation of the hour. Lerdo, impassioned, threatened to resign and carry others with him. Juarez was unable to prevail against his cabinet and allowed himself to be convinced. In July 1859, he issued the fateful decree that all possessions administered by the Catholic clergy have been and are the property of the nation. All such property was expropriated, and the religious corporations were dissolved. The clergy were left their altars. Everything else, land, money, candlesticks, and buildings, became the government's. Juarez then followed the decree by a series of executive orders, written mostly by Ocampo, that were clearly more anti-clerical than economic. They became known as the Laws of the Reform. They followed the French pattern. Public officers were to keep registries of births, marriages, and deaths, which previously had been maintained in parish records. Cemeteries were made public, and marriage became a civil rite, thus requiring 2 ceremonies for most brides. Ocampo wrote the new secular marriage service, which is still used, detailing the civil contract, advising wives not to provoke their husbands with their counsel. The Hispanic passion for regulation went into enormous detail in separating church and state. Besides the making of tithes and contributions voluntary, and the final proclamation of religious liberty, the wearing of clerical vestments, public processions, and even the ringing of church bells were placed under government control. Confiscations were carried out wherever the liberals held control or raided in the middle of a civil war. The damage and destruction of true national treasures has never accurately been calculated, but it was enormous. Most of the colonial art treasures, which like the ancient Amerindian were religious in nature, were burned, melted down, scattered, or indiscriminately destroyed. Perhaps hundreds of thousands, certainly tens of thousands, of monastic books and manuscripts were scattered or burned in the looting of monastery libraries. Compared to the ephemeral value of the gold and silver ornaments, these were priceless and irreplaceable, but only in a later century would all Mexicans fully perceive the cultural damage. The laws of the Reform marked the turning point in the Civil War. Although Ocampo wanted to split up church estates among small farmers, Lerdo's financial expediency prevailed. Church property had to be sold as quickly as possible to provide money for arms and supplies, and buyers with ready cash had to take preference. Many estates passed into the hands of speculators and foreigners, and not a few into the hands of conservative hacendadas, some of whom reimbursed the church but most of whom eventually conveniently changed their politics. The clerical forces were thoroughly demoralized by 1860. The Miramon government was running low on both money and arms. 2 steamers which Miramon purchased in Cuba, trying to bring munitions to his forces besieging Veracruz, were seized as pirate ships by the United States Navy at Juárez's instigation. Now the initiative passed to the Liberals. Degollado agreed to a British proposed plan that would have removed Juárez as president. He was removed from the military command. However, 2 far better generals, Jesus González Ortega and Ignacio Zaragoza, have been trained in the fighting to replace him. Armed, equipped, and invigorated, the liberal forces defeated Miramon at Silao and Marquez near Guadalajara, which fell to the Juaristas. Then González Ortega routed Miramon in a decisive encounter between Texcoco and Tlaxcala 3 days before Christmas. Miramon fled to the sanctuary of a Spanish warship, and Marquez disappeared into the mountains of Michoacán. Early in 1861, Juárez was able to enter the capital in his small black carriage. He had won. This war was the most destructive that had ever been fought in Mexico. It had been far more fiercely ideological, and therefore more bitterly waged on both sides, and for the first time, great numbers of monuments and genuine cultural and historic treasures had been ruined. But for the first time, hope and vigor emerged among thousands of Mexicans as it progressed. Their triumph and the Constitution of 1857, which was to survive at least in form for 60 years, fundamentally changed Mexican politics. The Mexican Church was disestablished, demoralized, and as a political force destroyed. The Church lost, with its property, its predominant economic influence with governments. By 1860, many bishops and priests were in exile. The Church's reactionary hostility to all change curtailed much of its former spiritual power among the people. The Ley Lerdo eventually shattered many of the separate but unequal Amerindian communities that had survived since the 16th century by removing these societies from the protection of law. If the short-term effect was tragic, the long-term one was better. The ethnic isolation carefully preserved by the Spaniards was cracked, and the way opened for most Indios to become mestizo. The war severely damaged the Praetorian hierarchy that had inherited independent Mexico. By 1860, the professional generals were scattered, demoralized, or exiled. The new constitution erased the institutional privileges of the military class, if not the actual power of the gun. For the first time, mestizo and Indio militia had defeated the criollo professionals and their conscripted Indios. A vast shift of power occurred with the discrediting of the criollo caste class that had held a monopoly of politics for a generation. The criollos retained great social power in the cities and great economic power in the countryside with their haciendas, but the destruction wreaked on the Hispanic Church, and the Hispanic Praetorians broke the old pattern. By clinging mindlessly to the past, and by their inability to lead decisively, the criollos as a class had sacrificed their future. Now an embryonic Mexican nationality was emerging, with the emerging mestizo majority and its vigorous leadership. Benito Juárez and his brilliant cabinet formed a rallying point. After them, the mestizo majority in Mexico would never willingly or passively accept the reimposition of a European monarchy. There was still nothing resembling a true citizenry or social justice in mid-century Mexico. The country was still terribly divided in class, caste, culture, and ideology. But things were changing, far more than many liberal-minded Mexican historians have cared to admit. The view that the Juaristas could have made Mexico into a modern nation is anachronistic. It was far easier to wreck or curb old institutions than to erect new ones. The seeds of further change had been sown. For his victory proclamation, Juárez, known affectionately as El Indio, chose the slogan, "Nothing by force, everything through law and reason." Like most slogans, it did not match reality. The law had conquered only with the gun, and there had been precious little reason in what had been a holy war between conservatives and liberals. but significantly, for the first time in Mexican history, a set of principles had prevailed. Chapter 29. Popes and Emperors. We are so superior to the Mexicans in race, organization, morality, and elevated sentiments that I beg your Excellency to inform the Emperor that at the head of 6,000 soldiers I am already master of Mexico. From General Comte de Lorenzez to the French Minister of War, April 1862. Among nations, as among individuals, respect for the rights of others is peace. Benito Juárez, Benemerito of the Americas. A new Mexican Congress was elected in 1861, which narrowly chose Benito Juárez for president over the liberal military hero González Ortega. Juárez faced immense problems in the aftermath of civil war. He was firmly in control of the capital, but the outlying regions were as anarchic and separatist under their liberal caciques as before. The economy was paralyzed and the country divided. As a first step to restoring full peace, Juárez proclaimed a general amnesty. This angered Melchor Ocampo, who resigned from the Juárez government and returned to private life in Michoacán. Then, in June 1861, Ocampo was abducted by conservative guerrillas under Leonardo Márquez. Márquez murdered him and left his corpse hanging from a pepper tree for vultures. This act threatened to renew the Civil War. In vengeance, the capital mobs tried to massacre conservatives who were protected only with difficulty. The Congress authorized Santos de Gollado to lead a force against Márquez's operations in Michoacán. De Gollado was defeated and killed. A second officer, Valle, was also captured and executed. Juárez then mobilized a large army, forcing Márquez to cease operations. Juárez's crucial problem, however, was not with guerrillas but with the treasury. All the funds seized from the confiscations of religious property had been spent in the war. Revenues had sunk to nothing in the general devastation, and about 80% of the customs duties at Veracruz and Acapulco were already pledged to foreign bondholders and governments. As always, the new president faced demands for money from his followers, and worse, there were a host of new claims by foreign citizens arising from the war. Unpaid debts went back to the Guadalupe Victoria administration. Every Mexican regime robbed Peter to pay Paul, borrowing new monies to pay the interest on old debts. Although the Herrera Arista governments had worked out arrangements with the British whereby interest rates were reduced and part of the principal canceled in return for a guarantee of 20% of Mexican customs receipts, Mexico had defaulted again under the last Santa Anna dictatorship. Then, during the War of the Reform, British and other foreign property had been plundered freely by both sides. General Leonardo Márquez robbed an English convoy of 600,000 pesos in silver. Santos de Gollado snapped up another million. This bothered de Gollado's conscience, but the money was not returned despite promises of restitution. And finally, General Miramon looted the British legation of more than 500,000 that belonged to English bondholders. The British minister to Mexico, Sir Charles Wyke, was personally favorable to the Liberals, but his government refused recognition to Juárez until he pledged to make complete reparation. The French and Spanish governments also had important claims against Mexico. One claim in particular was clearly exorbitant. Miramon had succeeded in borrowing 750,000 pesos from a Swiss banker, Jecker, against a pledge of 15 million in warrants. The Juárez government correctly ignored Jecker's demand for the full amount. However, the banker had become a French citizen, and the French government pressed this claim. The United States also had claims, but the United States was temporarily distracted by the outbreak of its own civil war. The British government had debated intervention to collect its debts, but decided against it as long as Juárez made an effort to pay. The British no longer had any territorial ambitions in America, although their economic penetration was widespread, and above all, Her Majesty's government had no desire to involve itself in maneuvers that might force a confrontation with the United States. Juárez wanted to cover these claims. The rights of national sovereignty in this century did not extend to repudiations of national debts. and there was also the matter of maintaining Mexican credit abroad, because no Mexican government could live without such credits. But Juárez, in 1861, faced an impossible situation. He was not even receiving enough revenue to maintain his own administration. In July, he attempted the only course open to him. He declared a 2-year moratorium on all foreign debts. This created an immediate furor in London, Paris, and Madrid. Representatives of Great Britain, France, and Spain met and decided on a demonstration to force Juárez's hand by sending a fleet and expeditionary force to Veracruz. This began a chain of events that was to have tragic international consequences. There was restraint in London, but not in the other capitals. Spain had never willingly relinquished sovereignty over Mexico. Fernando VII's daughter, Queen Isabel II, had continued to dabble in Mexican affairs, seeing deputations of Mexican royalists and passing out Spanish titles freely to Mexican citizens as if they were still her subjects. 19th-century Mexican politics had made these Spanish titles, and also papal titles, rather commonplace, as Queen and Pope tried to favor and encourage Mexican conservatives. During the War of Reform, Spain had made certain agreements with Miramon, who in exile begged for a Spanish uniform. Relations between Spain and Mexico were very volatile, so much so that Juárez expelled the Spanish minister in 1861. Spain was prepared to intervene unilaterally, and had a small army in Cuba under Juan Prim ready for this purpose. France, however, was a far more dangerous proposition than Spain. Now, Juárez's default gave the Emperor of France, Napoleon III, a long-sought opportunity. When Louis Napoleon Bonaparte had been only an imprisoned adventurer, he had begun to dream of creating a great Latin empire in Middle America, which would confound the Anglo-Saxon powers and provide France with a rich protectorate, perhaps a vast economic colony like British India. Napoleon had even considered the digging of an inter-ocean canal across Nicaragua. Even after he had brought about the Second Empire in France, several obstacles remained: a spate of European wars, the problem of making Mexico into a monarchy with a ruler dependent upon France, the obvious hostility to any such scheme outlined in the Monroe Doctrine by the United States, and British sea power. By 1861, all these problems disappeared. The events of 1861 permitted the French emperor to proceed with a fantastic, complicated, and utterly cynical plan to use a tripartite demonstration against Mexico as the cover for a military penetration, the fomenting of a Mexican revolution, and the placing of a client prince on the Mexican throne. He had already selected the Habsburg Archduke Ferdinand Maximilian, a younger brother of Emperor Franz Joseph of Austria. The exact motivations, the full activities, and the complete chronology of the events that led various governments and parties to participate in the Maximilian fiasco in Mexico have remained obscure. Mexicans themselves had a large hand in this. An exiled Yucatecan royalist, José María Gutiérrez de Estrada, had lobbied in Europe for 20 years with the Pope and Catholic governments, often with the help of Mexican diplomats. There was no secret in Europe that many substantial Mexicans and most of the clergy preferred a monarchy, though the power of this sentiment was overstated, particularly once Mexican nationalism began to coalesce around the reform. Gutiérrez de Estrada secured the acquiescence of the Austrian court to provide a king, provided Mexicans showed they wanted one and France assisted. Napoleon III, who had a reputation of dishonesty, got the support of at least acquiescence of many important individuals and governments in his schemes. The only possible explanation is rooted in a dream that took hold in 19th-century Europe. Europe, now a brilliant civilization with enormous material advances, was ruled by a series of corrupt, relatively unstable, and cynical courts and ministries who clung to monarchy and aristocracy while trying to delay or halt the emergence of Western liberalism. The Romantic movement had somehow also caught up these brittle, gaudy monarchies as much as the liberals. A fervid romanticism permeated waltzing courts, or somehow vast dreams of a splendid imperial future merged with bitter memories of past glories and better days. This was a theatrical, though hardly comical, civilization and milieu. This was the full tide of European imperial advance across the world, when tiny expeditionary forces and a few gunboats were humbling and overthrowing ancient non-European countries and cultures everywhere. European ironclad warships, explosive shells, money and telegraph lines and railroad tracks were remaking the earth. The British had the best of it, but others pressed behind. The British had India and other vast domains. It was hardly illogical that France dreamed of an equal empire, Austria and Belgium saw glory in dynasties, and the Holy See envisioned a rebellious America brought back into the Mediterranean Catholic fold. Behind every dream was the sure conviction of European superiority. Since European power and technique was dominant in this world, the rationale could not be far behind. This was the age of the Comte de Gobineau and Francis Galton, who found men and races inherently unequal, and saw superiority in hereditary merit and human genes. In this world, Mexico was seen as a mongrel nation possessed of rich lands and great mineral wealth, inhabited by inferior specimens who could not hope to rule themselves. There were enough Europeans who believed both in the ancient concept of El Dorado and the new mythos of the white man's burden to make a tragedy in Mexico. By October 1861, Spain, France, and Britain had agreed to send a fleet to Mexico, though upon little else. Napoleon frankly sounded out Lords Palmerston and Russell concerning using the intervention as a pretext for putting Archduke Ferdinand Maximilian on the throne of Mexico. The two Englishmen refused, and in fact required the other parties to sign a convention in London before they would proceed. The purpose of the expedition was spelled out in the Convention of London. It was to force the Mexicans to honor their debts by seizing strategic sites on the Mexican coast, but not to seek any acquisitions of territory, nor any special advantage, nor to prejudice the right of the Mexican nation to choose and constitute freely the form of its government. Her Majesty's government wanted only the money due British subjects, and Lord Russell now believed he had scotched Napoleon's scheme, but the Emperor informed the Austrians and other parties that the British, due to their incomprehensible system of parliamentary debates, merely wanted to make certain the proprieties were observed. The three power fleets arrived off Veracruz in December and put a force ashore unopposed in January 1862. The Spanish contingent was the largest, 6,000 men under General Juan Prim. The French had only a brigade under an admiral, though the other allies were startled when an unannounced reinforcement of 4,000 regulars arrived under General Comte Charles Ferdinand Latreille de Lorenzez. The British force matched British aims, 700 Royal Marines, with no supporting shore services. Ashore, the invaders issued a proclamation that stated they came only to collect just claims that had been presented many times, thus protecting national interests, but also contained the interesting phrase that the expeditionary force would preside at the grand spectacle of your regeneration. The British expected regeneration probably through an honest paying up. The French had something else in mind. The French and British ministers Saligny and Wyke served as commissioners for the expedition. General Prim filled both roles with historic results. Wyke and the Frenchman detested each other immediately, and it was soon obvious that they represented entirely different goals. Wyke, who had not been consulted about the expeditionary force, had never wanted it. Favoring the Juaristas, he had worked out a compromise with the Mexican foreign minister earlier, only to have it evaporate in Congress, where hombres de honor tried to will the debt away and impugned the British honor for pressing it. But Wyke was still open to any reasonable compromise. Saligny was not. Saligny demanded the full 15 millions, over Jecker, plus an additional 12 millions in various reparations. Both Wyke and Prim refused to endorse this demand. There was much angry discussion at Veracruz, while the troops, like all aliens on these shores, began to sicken and die of fever. The key to what now happened was Juan Prim. Prim was a militarist, but he was also two other things, neither of which may have been known to his chief minister in Spain, O'Donnell. Prim was inherently liberal and had small loyalty to the Bourbons. He got along extremely well with Manuel Doblado, Juárez's chief negotiator, and he had no intention of using his Spanish army to restore the corrupt Isabel or any other monarch. Prim negotiated a convention with Doblado, whereby the invaders were authorized to leave the coast and occupy Córdoba, Orizaba, and Tehuacan in the highlands, upon a solemn guarantee that they would make no moves against Mexican sovereignty. This satisfied the English, Spanish, and Mexicans, who now agreed to bargain in good faith. It infuriated the French, who had Santa Anna's old aide Almonte in their camp, come along to foment a conservative revolution. Then, on April 9, 1862, the Allies fell out completely. Prim and Wyke, acting on their own cognizance, ordered their forces withdrawn from Mexico. Both commissioners were backed by their governments afterward. Prim became almost a hero in Mexico, and partial rapprochement began between Mexico and Spain. Wyke was too insistent upon the mundane matter of owed money, however, for his own brand of liberalism to impress the Mexican mind. The French army under Lorenzé remained at Orizaba. The French now broke their covenants signed at two conventions by trying to conquer Mexico, which had been Napoleon III's intention from the first. The Comte de Lorenzé, however, was a poor choice to lead the invading army. Lorenzé despised the Mexicans and considered them an inferior, barbarous people in the main, and he believed Almonte's assurances that the decent class would welcome the French with a rain of roses. The example of Winfield Scott's passage made the French even more contemptuous, because the French militarists, regarded generally as the world's finest soldiers, had a poor opinion of the United States armed forces, which they considered rank amateurs. Lorenzé fully expected to march through the country with his some 6,000 regulars. He moved on Puebla in early May. Ignacio Zaragoza, the Texas-born liberal who had been one of the heroes of the War of the Reform, held the passages to Puebla with a ragtag force that included many local Indios armed only with machetes. Zaragoza, who looked more like a schoolteacher than a general, had only two advantages. He held commanding ground with two stone-walled forts, Guadalupe and Loreto, and his men were fighting on and for their own soil. He told them, "Your enemies are the first soldiers in the world, but you are the first sons of Mexico. They have come to take your country from you." Lorenzé, arrogantly overconfident, attacked on May 5th. Instead of subjecting Zaragoza's poorly trained troops to a bombardment, he sent his battalions forward with the bayonet, expecting to carry the fortified Mexican positions by sheer elan. This was a rash plan that subjected the veterans of Sebastopol and Solferino to a murderous crossfire from the forts. The French failed 3 times to carry Fort Guadalupe. Corpses in bright Zouave uniforms littered the high chaparral as the invaders in reckless assaults wasted 1,000 men. Finally, a blinding rainstorm swept in, and Lorenzé was forced to retreat back to Orizaba with Mexican cavalry on his flanks. He sent dispatches to Paris demanding an additional 20,000 troops. The Battle of Puebla was a small action, but the outcome fired the Mexicans with a sorely needed self-assurance. Zaragoza wired Juárez at the capital. "The arms of the nation are covered with glory. The Cinco de Mayo, the 5th of May, would ever afterward be a special holiday, as meaningful to Mexicans as the Alamo was to Texans, and as important as the demonstrated valor of the raw Mexican soldiers under fire was the strategic result of Lorenzé's defeat. The French conquest was delayed a full year." Had Lorenzé brushed Zaragoza aside in May 1862, he would certainly have taken the capital, and French forces might well have reached the Rio Bravo this same year, in which the North American Confederates seemed near victory. Napoleon III, already tempted, might have intervened on the Confederate side to assure the cotton supplies needed by continental mills. However, the repulse delayed the French arrival on the border so long that when they at last made contact with the Confederates, the situation had changed, and the emperor was constrained to be more circumspect than he would have been in 1862. Already committed, Napoleon now ordered a full army corps to Mexico under the command of Ely Forey, a better general. Meanwhile, the Austrians had become dubious of the whole Mexican venture. The British had backed out, the Mexicans were not welcoming the proposed new king, and the French had not only been caught in lies, they had suffered a defeat, a more damaging consideration. The Austrian emperor's ministers advised Archduke Ferdinand Maximilian to commit himself no more deeply. However, both Kaiser Franz Joseph and his ministers reckoned without the Archduke's dreams. The young Habsburg and his ambitious Coburg princess, the daughter of the King of the Belgians, were bored with the aristocratic idleness of the Schönbrunn. They were looking forward eagerly to Mexico. They had spent the winter at their castle, Miramar near Trieste, learning Spanish and Mexican culture. Ferdinand Maximilian, another Nordic smitten with the charms of the Latin South, had governed Austrian Lombardy briefly before this province had been lost. He wanted another throne. He did not back away despite the news of Puebla. He consulted his brother, the French emperor, the King of the Belgians, and the Pope Pius IX. None of them actively discouraged him. He was also besieged by a train of Mexican royalist exiles and prelates trying to persuade him. The Mexicans both pleased and bothered him. Gutierrez de Estrada flattered his ambitions, but also advised the recall of Santa Anna. The bishops, who hoped to return behind a French army, insisted upon a total restitution of clerical privileges and property lost in the reform. These things created doubts, and Ferdinand Maximilian requested further British acquiescence and proof of a genuine invitation from the Mexicans, but in truth, he wanted to be convinced. Arriving in Mexico, General Forey moved more slowly but much more sensibly than Laurencin. In March 1863, he was ready for the offensive with 24,000 French regulars. Saragossa having been killed in a skirmish, the 30,000 Mexicans defending Puebla were now commanded by González Ortega. Against stubborn resistance, Forey mounted a scientific siege, and in 2 months starved and bombarded the defenders into surrender. A relieving army that arrived under Comonfort was shattered in a set-piece battle. Forey captured González Ortega and hundreds of Mexican officers, including one who would be heard from again, Porfirio Diaz. Before González and Diaz could be shipped to France, however, they escaped into the hills. The capital was now defenseless. Juárez and the Congress decided to remove to San Luis Potosí. On the evening of May 31, 1863, Juárez watched while the flag was lowered at the Zócalo, accepted and kissed the furled banner, and shouted, "Viva Mexico!" to the gathered crowds. Then, once more in exile in his own land, he rode north in his small black carriage. Forey marched into the city on June 10th. Conservative ladies and gentlemen saluted the French colors from their balconies, while the fickle léperos cheered lustily. Forey, under instructions from Napoleon III, immediately reordered Mexican politics. He called an assembly of 250 prominent conservatives and constituted them as the government. These men immediately abolished the Republic, declaring Mexico an empire, and voted to offer the throne to Ferdinand Maximilian of Austria. An interim Regency Council, consisting of Archbishop Labastida and Generals Almonte and Salas, sent a deputation to Vienna. The French army ruled only that part of Mexico where its soldiers stood, so General François Bazaine marched west, occupying city after city, almost without resistance. Understanding the importance of appearances to the proposed Austrian emperor, Bazaine and other French commanders everywhere required acts of obedience, by which citizens signed declarations in favor of the empire. Most conservatives signed willingly, but thousands of other signatures were acquired by bayonets. Many probably were forged. Bazaine was not fooled by the lack of formal resistance. He reported to Napoleon III, "Where we are in occupation, peace reigns, and the population declares for us and the monarchy. Everywhere else there is war and a dismaying silence." No town or territory declared for the emperor until it came under French guns. But if there was no rallying to the monarchy, there was also no gathering around the constitutional president. Juarez and his cabinet fled ahead of French columns, moving farther north in 1863 and 1864. Many liberal leaders felt that Juarez was a lost cause. At Saltillo, González Ortega and other officers asked for the president's resignation. The liberal state government in Nuevo León refused to turn over customs receipts to the Juarez forces. The northern caciques were as independent and anarchic as ever. Juarez's dusty carriage became his traveling seat of government, fleeing from town to town. He seemed powerless, yet he was becoming a symbol. Pressure built on Ferdinand Maximilian. Although his brother, the Emperor of Austria, advised him not to sail without a British guarantee, he encouraged the Mexican deputation sent by the conservatives in October 1863. The British government persistently refused to approve the venture, so the Archduke temporized, asking for further proofs of Mexican loyalty. Napoleon III became impatient, for he needed the Austrian prince to front for what was beginning to appear a blatant French conquest of Mexico. By Christmas, Ferdinand Maximilian realized he had temporized too long to back out now with honor, which was important to him. At last, in early 1864, he announced he would go to Mexico if he were convinced the people wanted him, and if the French emperor would guarantee military support for at least 6 years. General Bazaine, who now commanded in Mexico, presented him with a purported 6.5 million votes for the empire, in fact, more signatures than there were literate people in Mexico. Ferdinand Maximilian's tragedy was that now he suddenly ceased to be a free agent. Step by step, with the best of intentions, he had not only become a pawn of Napoleon III, but had placed himself entirely in Napoleon's power. Napoleon promised to furnish 20,000 troops through 1867, but the financial considerations were crushing, as Napoleon III had no intention of furnishing these soldiers free. The new imperial government was required to pay all the costs of the French intervention through July 1864, and 1,000 French francs per annum for every soldier serving on Mexican soil beyond that date. Far worse, and in fact impossible, were the other French conditions that the Archduke agreed to in the so-called Convention of Miramar. The Mexican imperial government was to accept responsibility for the Chequer bonds and the millions in reparations claimed by the French. Napoleon III thus took no financial risks at all, not even guaranteeing the loans of French bankers to the new regime in Mexico. He demanded this, and the Archduke accepted, only because the image of El Dorado still lived. Europeans still thought the Mexican mines were inexhaustible treasure troves, if only they could come under efficient management, the illusion that continually floated bonds and drew foreign capital freely into the Mexican financial sinkhole. One final problem almost dissuaded Maximilian at the last minute. The Austrian Council of Empire demanded that he relinquish all rights to the Austrian throne and his Habsburg inheritance. This was no easy thing for him to do, but Napoleon extended great pressures, and his father-in-law, the King of the Belgians, advised him not to fail the Mexicans. Finally, on April 14, 1864, Ferdinand Maximilian and his wife Charlotte, now to become Maximiliano and Carlota, as the name Ferdinand or Fernando had unpleasant connotations in Mexico, departed for Veracruz in an Austrian warship. He stopped at Rome for a papal blessing. The tall, slender, blue-eyed and blonde-bearded Maximilian would have made an excellent King of England or a superb constitutional monarch of a Scandinavian state. He was liberal-minded and liberally educated and interested in the arts and sciences. He had served ably as a royal governor and as ruler of the Imperial Austrian Navy. He was intelligent, honest, conscientious, and hard-working. In fact, the epitome of a dutiful mid-Victorian prince. But ironically, those very qualities made him unfit to take a Mexican throne or command the Mexican destiny. Maximilian was too little the brutal politician with a hard grasp of men and realities. His judgment, tinged with romanticism, was too much influenced by his own concepts of duty and honor and loyalty. He had not been trained to harsh practicalities or to compete in political cesspools with men like Napoleon III or the people he would face in Mexico. Whether Maximilian understood this or not, he was called to the Mexican throne only by French bayonets, which imposed him on a country whose most energetic and politicized elite, the mestizo liberals, would now never accept what he stood for. The royalists, clericals, and various continuistas who clamored for him did not represent a driving force in Mexico. They had just lost a disastrous civil war to the liberals. In backing Maximilian, they sought miracles, and as Juarez saw and remarked, the Austrian was no miracle worker. No one leader could revitalize the Mexican criollos, reinvigorate and re-spiritualize the clergy, or, given Napoleon's crippling financial terms, clean up the chronic fiscal mess. The task was impossible. His empress, Charlotte, or Carlota, was never responsible for his failures. Despite legends spawned by modern television serials in Mexico, Mama Carlota did not dominate him or influence the councils of state, though the proud, pretty Coburg princess created certain problems. Their relationship has always been presented as romantic, but Carlota was unstable, and the husband-wife relationship was not always proper or regular. Their arrival in Mexico was hardly auspicious. Veracruz, a strong liberal city, greeted them coldly, making Carlota weep. General Almonte's caretaker regime handled arrangements badly, a bad sign, and from the moment he stepped on Mexican soil, Maximilian was to be plagued with his supporters' monstrous inefficiency. Things began to look better at Puebla, the ancient center of criollo clericalism. Here, hacendados and canons came brilliantly costumed to pay homage, while thousands of dark Indios gaped as their grandfathers had gaped at arriving viceroys. The capital that once cheered Juarez met the imperial couple with bells and processions of ancient families. The faithless capital greeted every conqueror with far more empty enthusiasm than Mexican historians care to admit. The léperos appreciated any spectacle that relieved the grim barbarity of their lives, and there is no question that the upper classes immediately fell in love with their new emperor and empress. They supplied a lack the would-be aristocracy had felt for 50 years. They were real royalty, surrounded by a coterie of genuine, titled European aristocrats, exuding a magic no native upstart could attain. And while this love lasted, the imperial pair afforded the capital a glamour it had never had, and would never have again. It may have been a tawdry, mid-19th century, operatic glitter, but it spoke to the still colonial soul. 100 years afterward, there would still be Mexican nostalgics to shed tears for Maximiliano and Carlota, and even those Mexicans who felt only humiliated at the spectacle of the Second Empire found it hard to hate Maximilian, for he was not the author of these miseries, but as much their victim as the Mexicans. Ensconced in the capital, Maximilian continued to misunderstand his true situation. The city was not the country. The discredited elite did not reflect the rising Mexican consciousness. The imperialists ruled only where the French stood with bared bayonets, and the conquest was far from won. But instead of taking command of the continuing civil war, Maximilian began to operate as though he were a benevolent king on a stable throne. He spent much time seeing that the national palace, repeatedly bombarded and ransacked, was restored, at much expense. He made the run-down Chapultepec castle into a royal residence, and also into a great national monument set among ancient cypress trees, overlooking the shrinking lakes to the white-capped volcanoes. He personally laid out a splendid boulevard to connect the castle with the capital. If the path of mid-century progress displaced or destroyed many Indio hovels, the Grand Avenue, later called the Paseo de la Reforma, gave the capital an almost but not quite Parisian splendor. He commissioned works and statues and ceremonies with imperial extravagance. These follies, however, were dignified and always elegant, for Maximilian fell in love with Mexico. He wanted to refurbish and regenerate. He went deeper than the surface, too, designing legislation to advance the country and demanding from his ministers honest, efficient government. He tried to make an atmosphere for literary, artistic, and scientific revival. He used Spanish only by deliberate choice. He rode around the nearby countryside, relaxing at Cuernavaca like Cortés, and making a pilgrimage to Dolores to honor the memory of Hidalgo, whom he considered a national hero. He wore the clothes of a rich hacendado and ate local fare. He took an India or mestiza mistress. This obvious love of his adopted country won the hearts of many Mexicans. But this was frittering, because he should have been vigorously crushing opposition and creating a tough, vigorous administration if he intended to remain Emperor of Mexico. The nation was not yet ready for his style of civilization. His power was not consolidated, and soon the way he tried to consolidate it brought him into angry confrontation with his clerical and reactionary supporters. When Maximilian received papal blessing for his venture from Pius IX, he had made no promises to the Church, but the clergy believed that he would revoke the anti-clerical clauses of the reform. But this went against his nature. Maximilian regarded what he considered the medievalism of the Hispanic Mexican Church with well-bred horror, and he was encouraged in these views by well-meaning Europeans such as the British minister Wyke and Rodenbeek, the Belgian envoy. Almost all Western governments advised him to avoid the bitter, arch-reactionary bishops who returned with him to Mexico, and to try to cultivate the Criollo moderates. The problem with this was that the moderates were few and wary, while the reactionaries were loud and unremitting in their demands. Archbishop Labastida insisted upon full reparation of all expropriated property. Maximilian, a good Catholic, knew this was both politically and financially impossible. The imperial regime was already groaning under the costs imposed by maintaining the French army. Maximilian was spending more than Santa Anna, though he was getting more for the peso. Also, at least a third of the expropriated property had been acquired by French interests, and much of the rest was now in the hands of conservative landowners who had no mind to return it to the Church. Maximilian informed the clergy that their demands were irrational, and he sought support from the papal nuncio, offering a typical European compromise to pay clerical salaries from state revenues. But the papal nuncio returned a papal ultimatum to restore church property and to restore the traditional privileges of the clergy as they existed before reform. Thrown into an honest rage, Maximilian defied the Holy See and the hierarchy by issuing an edict confirming the reform. The nuncio was sent home, poisoning relations between Mexico and Rome. Maximilian could have survived this well enough, though most of the clergy now turned neutral, refusing to support him through self-defeating outrage, but the quarrel had larger implications. The Church's final intransigence now fatally strained the old alliance between the clergy and the landowners, most of whom had profited ironically from the sales forced by the reform. Hundreds of rich men became terribly disillusioned with the hierarchy and began to speak of it as foreign. It is not always understood that in these times Juarez's liberals posed no threat, real or spoken, to the hacendado class. All their fulminations were turned against the Church. The great landowners began to believe that their true interests lay with a truly national government, and perhaps a majority now in effect became neutral. They were not ready to fight for Juarez and the Constitution, but they were not disposed to fight for Maximilian either. They withdrew emotionally, prepared to join whichever side won out. The conservatives whose drives were religious or emotional, meanwhile, also withdrew, raging that the emperor was only another Juarez with a yellow beard. Thus, while Bazaine was still chasing Juarez to the outer reaches of northern Mexico, by 1865, and French, Belgian, Austrian, and other imported contingents had reached the Rio Bravo, the underpinnings of the empire were crumbling rapidly. Juarez understood this perfectly. On the run, hiding now in Durango, now in remote Chihuahua, sometimes almost alone, he had sent his family to refuge in New York, Juarez and a few followers held out, serving as a symbol of the nation, fomenting a growing guerrilla war against the invaders. The 30,000-man foreign army was invincible in open battle, openly arrived at, but the Juaristas' tactics spread the conquerors thinly across Mexico. Partisans in the wilds of Jalisco, Tamaulipas, and Coahuila held the hills and staged destructive raids. In Oaxaca, a Mixteca mestizo general, the liberal hero Porfirio Diaz, became a growing threat. The French now faced the immense problems the North Americans had avoided by getting out of Mexico rapidly, of an interminable guerrilla campaign that the regular French forces could not lose, but still could never win. This warfare, by its historic nature, was confused and cruel. It infuriated the French officers, who considered guerrilleros outlaws, which they were under the rules of organized warfare. The Hague Conventions later made all forms of guerrilla warfare war crimes. This was a European concept that ignored the fact that peasants in countries like Mexico had no other way to retaliate and defend their native soil. By Maximilian's orders, the French forces were operating under severe restraints, for the kindly emperor hoped to avoid returning atrocity for atrocity. It was a vain hope in such a situation. Bazaine railed against restraints, arguing that he could never pacify Mexico unless he were allowed to institute a reign of terror. Bazaine was caught between two masters, for Napoleon III was tired of the Mexican campaign, concerned that the United States, which had won its own civil war and sent 25,000 soldiers to the Rio Grande in May 1865, would intervene, and alarmed at the rising power of Prussia in Europe. Napoleon ordered Bazaine, who was ostensibly under Maximilian's command, to defeat the northern guerrillas once and for all. Pressed by the French, Maximilian at last signed a decree in October 1865 permitting the execution of any Mexican taken in arms against the imperial regime. Bazaine immediately shot two captured Juarista leaders, Salazar and Arteaga. The policy was a mistake. The fusilados made martyrs, causing thousands more Mexicans to take up arms against the empire. In fact, Maximilian had signed his own death warrant. As the diplomatic and military pressure exerted by the United States on France became too great, Napoleon abruptly broke faith with Maximilian early in 1866. He repudiated the Miramar Convention, ordering out all French troops. The betrayal deeply shocked Maximilian. After protests, he allowed Carlota to sail for Europe to beg for help from the French emperor, the Pope, her father, and the other European royalty which he believed stood behind the Mexican venture. When Carlota arrived in Europe, she found her father was dead, and her brother Leopold II had no intention of buying Mexican dreams with Belgian blood. Carlota rushed to Paris. The emperor refused to see her. After many days, the Empress Eugenie arranged an interview, and the Empress of Mexico passionately but rationally pled Maximilian's case, but the argument hung on Napoleon III's honor, and he had none. When Carlota at last understood that she and Maximilian were betrayed by the cruel exigencies of international politics, her reason began to crack. She fled to Miramar, convinced that Napoleon III was the arch-fiend and suffering from a persecution complex. In September 1866, she was granted an audience with the Pope, and here, while trying to explain what had happened, she had a complete mental breakdown. Screaming hysterically for someone to save Maximilian in Mexico, meeting only averted eyes and concealed embarrassment, she was brought home to Belgium in the ultimate degradation of a straitjacket. She lived on in an interminable twilight of madness, dying at nearly 90 years of age in 1927. Maximilian was sick with anxiety for his wife during these events, while all around him his empire cracked and shrank. Bazaine pulled the French regulars from the north, and behind them everywhere the imperialists failed to hold. The Juarista forces came out of hiding and took over cities and states. The imperialist supporters were now very few. The important landowners, at first neutral, finally began to turn patriot, acknowledging allegiance to Juarez and the Republic. Several Austrian and Belgian regiments, all volunteers, arrived, and Maximilian was encouraged, but these gallants in their fine uniforms soon showed they had no appetite for serious combat. They retreated with the French. Matamoros fell to Juarez, then Tampico and Guadalajara. The north was lost. By October 1866, Maximilian realized that Carlota was permanently deranged and his empire was finished. He had already considered abdicating, holding fast only because of his wife's appeals to keep faith with loyal Mexicans. Now, with a fatal irresolution and withdrawal in this bloody crisis, he went to Orizaba, intending to resign. An old friend, the Austrian captain Hertzfeld, urged him to leave rather than subject Mexico to a bloodbath. The British, trying to find a rational compromise, advised him to call for elections, then honorably abdicate. This might have averted tragedy, but Maximilian, romantic to the last, listened to the wrong advisers. The German Jesuit Fischer, an incredibly cynical adventurer, played upon Maximilian's sense of loyalty in a last-ditch effort to salvage the clerical cause. His own mother wrote, saying it was better to die in the ruins of an empire than to retreat ignominiously with the baggage of the French army, and a handful of Mexican conservatives who would rather die than fail again surrounded him. Generals Miramon and Marquez asked for commands, while the honest and loyal Tomas Mejia, a heroic figure for all his political naivete, refused to desert him. Maximilian now disliked and distrusted his conservative adherents, but he resolved to die like a king. He turned his back on those he considered faithless European friends, refusing to grant Bazaine a final audience as the French left Mexico. By March 1867, the last French had gone, and the liberal forces closed in. Miramon led a desperate cavalry raid against Zacatecas, and almost succeeded in capturing Juarez, but soon afterward was routed. The Juaristas, in a deliberate act of terrorism, shot all the prisoners taken in this action, including Miramon's brother. Only the regions around Puebla, Querétaro, and the capital were in imperial hands. The liberal generals Escobedo and Corona converged on strategic Querétaro with 40,000 men. Maximilian's forces consisted of less than 10,000. The war was lost, but the imperial forces comprised the last, hardcore resistance, filled with men like Miramon, who no longer had anything to lose, and with a few utter loyalists like Mejia. Maximilian decided to die at the head of this army, and rode to Querétaro. The imperialists held out against overwhelming odds for 71 days. During the siege, Marquez led 1,000 cavalrymen to Puebla seeking help. He found that Porfirio Diaz had captured that city, and his troops began to desert. Marquez, who lacked Miramon's courage, fled to Cuba. Maximilian, Miramon, and Mejia were left at Querétaro with only some 5,000 troops. The imperial generals defeated every attack, but wasted their last strength in the efforts. As the exhausted, depleted imperialist ranks fell back into Querétaro under siege, Maximilian was at the front, inspiring the officers and men to prodigious efforts. Escobedo, despite his immense numerical superiority, became afraid to attack. Maximilian, now moving in a sort of irrational exaltation, planned to attack the liberals on May 15, 1867. The end came characteristically through new treachery. An imperialist officer named Lopez defected to Escobedo and showed the liberals how to sneak into the besieged city. Leading the enemy, Lopez ordered his own forces not to fire. The Juaristas marched in during the night of May 14th and quickly overran the confused defenders. Miramon fell wounded. Maximilian, his aide, Prince Salm, Mejia, and a few others were surrounded after daylight on a small rise called Cerro de las Campanas just outside the town. Maximilian at last gave up, handing his sword to Escobedo, who acted according to the courtesies of war. The courtesy soon ended. Juarez and Lerdo de Tejada were determined to destroy royalism forever by sentencing Maximilian to death. The president ordered that the ex-emperor be brought before a military court-martial. Juarez was not vengeful, but he believed that killing Maximilian was the only way to assert Mexican sovereignty and shock the outside powers against future interventions. The idea was popular among the liberal elite, who had been humiliated and enraged at the worldwide assumption that Mexicans were fit only to be ruled by a European prince. Thus Maximilian was to be made the unfortunate victim of an object lesson to the world that had not respected Mexican rights. Maximilian was put on trial, accused of usurping power, serving as the instrument of foreign aggression, and of ordering the execution of prisoners of war. The trial was staged in a theater by 7 junior army officers. Maximilian refused to be a spectacle and declined to appear to defend himself. His calmness and dignity, in fact, caused 3 of the judges to vote against the death penalty, although they had been instructed to return it. The court president broke the tie 4-3. Although Maximilian had believed to the end that he would be allowed to leave the country unharmed, he took the sentence calmly. An Austrian warship stood off the Mexican coast, but the Austrians did not intervene. There was a great international clamor for clemency, and many diplomats approached Juarez personally. Juarez was adamant, sternly refusing every initiative. He felt that policy demanded Maximilian be shot to teach the powers that Mexico was a sovereign nation. The United States government suggested mercy and was spurned, although the United States had been instrumental in forcing the French out and had always backed the liberals. Juarez believed the United States could use a lesson too. Juarez calculatedly denigrated the North American assistance to his cause because he believed Mexicans must find a sense of pride by thinking they had conquered all alone. He and most liberals intended that the shots at Querétaro be heard in Washington. Maximilian, Miramon, and Mejia were awakened on June 19th to a fanfare of bugles and drums. Maximilian asked Miramon, "Miguel, is this for the execution?" "I cannot say, senor," the young general answered, "as I have not been shot before." The 3 were taken to Cerro de las Campanas to be killed by fusillade. Maximilian behaved with great bravery, demanding that Miramon take the place of honor in the center. He gave each soldier in the firing party a gold piece and comforted Mejia at the last moment. Maximilian died like Hidalgo, crying, "Viva Mexico!" His body, poorly embalmed, the rotted eyes replaced with glass, was finally given back to the Austrians, whose warship waited to bear it home. Maximilian was buried among his illustrious ancestors at Vienna. Later, the Habsburgs were permitted to erect a pitiful little chapel on the dusty Cerro de las Campanas, but it became a neglected shrine, eventually to be dwarfed by a monstrously ugly statue of Benito Juarez. Many Mexicans, hating what Maximilian stood for but finding it impossible to hate the man, considered it all a great pity. Chapter 30. The Porfiriato. Pan o palo, bread or the stick. A favorite saying of Porfirio Diaz, President of Mexico. The era that began in 1867 and ended in 1911, whether presided over by Juarez, Diaz, or Lerdo, was all part of a single period of Mexican development. It corresponded roughly like other periods with developments in many Hispanic countries. A generation of liberal, conservative, centralist, federalist warfare, in which military men everywhere were at the center of power, gave way to a new consolidation. Much of the ancient institutional and political order had been destroyed. There were continuing but declining experiments with Anglo-Saxon parliamentary systems which continued to fail. There was a general disappearance of the old Creole custodians and the emergence of a newer sort of national leadership, and also a newer intellectual elite. The newer leadership tended to be eminently more practical than the old, more pragmatic and more subtle, less dependent upon sheer firepower, but also infinitely more cynical, because this was a post-revolutionary phase. There was less rampant idealism, more attention to practical politics. The Juarezes were finally replaced with Diazes, new men with new ways of exercising power. It is the conservative view that this era was a necessary one of nation-building, and that only those post-colonial societies in the Hispanic world that went through it showed any promise in the 20th century. The liberal viewpoint, which in the Hispanic culture has always insisted that the nation was made needing only social and political changes enforced by fiat, looks back on the phase as horrible. The conservatives have perhaps paid too much attention to the vital laying of rail and telegraph lines, the development of modern industrial and financial systems, and the consolidation of national governments, without sufficient regard for the enormous social cost. The watchword for the whole era could be summed up in the slogan that was applied to the national secular school system inaugurated by Juarez in Mexico: order and progress. Compared to the first half of the century, there was tremendous material progress and enforced order, but the liberals can never forget that progress was achieved in an era of tyranny and injustice, and for that reason have probably denigrated real accomplishments too much. The age has been criticized for permitting rapacious forms of exploitive foreign capitalism to seize upon the Hispanic American world. This criticism, which springs from deep-seated emotions more than social or economic theory, ignores the fact that rampant capitalism was the premier power system of the time, and that foreign capitalism invaded Mexico and the Hispanic world because there was no native entrepreneurism. If Mexicans wanted rails, they had to rely on British companies and engineers. If they wanted new mining techniques, they had to give concessions to North Americans. If they wanted modern banking, they had to do business with the French. Native labor, resources, and soil were exploited, and the native soul further humiliated, but the Hispanic world gained far more than it gave. It acquired rail lines, utilities, and modern organizational systems, and it could have gotten them in no other way. That fact, probably, will never be widely accepted in the Spanish-speaking world, because emotional arguments have always influenced the Hispanic mind far more than coldly practical balance sheets. The conventional and predominantly liberal view of the era between 1867 and 1911, and particularly the years between 1876 and 1911, is that it was a time of regression and total frustration in which a new world was still struggling to break through. The old conservative view, that it was a period of stability, peace, and progress, and that Porfirio Diaz was the best president Mexico ever had, cannot bear full inspection. Beneath the surface, this era had too many running human sores. The era was unbalanced, development was all one way, and the reaction when it came had to be violent and destructive. The more modern view, with the perspective of elapsed experience and time, is to take the men and the times on their own merits and to judge both against their circumstance. When Juarez re-entered the capital in 1867, the Church was finished as a partner or an arm in government, and also as a serious political force in Mexico. It still possessed social and spiritual power, because if the majority of Mexican men had now become anti-clerical, the vast majority of women, of all classes, but especially of the upper class, retained their old respect and piety. This was a phenomenon peculiar to most Latin societies, stemming from the position and training of women more than from any deep machinations of the Church. In a Mexico where anti-clericalism had now become intellectually and fashionably dominant, and where every president was a Freemason, the Church continued to be given more attention than it perhaps deserved. It was the ancient bête noire of the intellectual elite, and a convenient whipping boy. The clergy no longer moved in places of power. The reform of 1857 stood, and clerics and clericals had to act scrupulously. Unfortunately, the clergy was gripped by a siege mentality, the same mentality gripped Rome, and acted as if the loss of real estate and its educational monopoly had destroyed religion, the clergy aided their historic enemies by acting negatively. In this century and even later, it was almost impossible for the Catholic clergy to understand that an estrangement of church and state worked to the benefit of both. Mexico remained Catholic, but it was no longer a Catholic nation. The Reform and the French intervention had also given Praetorianism its death blow. The professional army had been discredited by the emergence of capable, non-Praetorian commanders. The army was still important, and it would always be important in a society as complex and divided as the Mexican, and where government had only a tenuous legitimacy. There was briefly a new threat from the liberal armies, which, had they been retained and pampered like the armies of the Trigarante, might easily have become the new Praetorians. The liberal warriors expected rewards they failed to get from Juarez, and there was a rash of minor uprisings and pronunciamientos, but Juarez easily won re-election over the soldier-hero candidate Porfirio Diaz in 1867, and his military chief, Sóstenes Rocha, stamped out rebellion in the army. Juarez then reduced and dismantled the armed forces, and made this stick. Meanwhile, the shooting of Maximilian had served its purpose. Mexican finances were still chaotic, and Mexican debts had not disappeared, but foreign gunboats no longer appeared off Veracruz. The powers were now prepared to accept what deals they could make with Juarez. Relieved of foreign threats, relieved of the impossible burden of a huge domestic military force, Matias Romero, a brilliant Secretary of the Treasury, began to get finances back in order. The Juarista government for the first time could attack the problems of the nation without fearing for its very life from the Church, the Praetorians, or foreign powers. This was, by any standard, enormous progress for Mexico. Juarez and the men around him had provided the vital nucleus of a national idea, and Juarez had served as a wonderful symbol of Mexican sovereignty. The Juaristas, however, represented only a minority of another minority, the tiny, politicized, criollo mestizo educated elite. The concept of Mexicanidad hardly went beyond their ranks. Somewhere between 30 and 40% of the nearly 9 millions in Mexico were still identifiable Indios. Custom-bound, separate, fearful and resentful of criollos and mestizos, generally illiterate and unpoliticized, these Amerindians were still caught up in the old Hispanic custodianship. They were still gente sin razón, outside of the economy and society, slaves to a debt system no one quite dared to abolish, oppressed, withdrawn, alcoholic and diseased. The liberals recognized their misery, and Juarez certainly had sympathy for them, but they were also a mass obstruction to the nation. Each of the 153 Mexican Amerindian tribes and cultures struggled separately, blindly, and instinctively to survive, from the mountains of Nayarit to the remote valleys of Oaxaca to the fringes of Yucatan. The long-pacified Amerindians in the core of Mexico still clung stubbornly to their lifestyles and identity beneath their patina of Hispanicism. In cosmic terms, the desires of the Indios, either a few miles outside the capital or in the virtually autonomous societies of the Tarahumares and Yaquis in Chihuahua, Durango, and Sonora, were human and admirable. All peoples preferred to live life as they knew it and resisted cultural change. These Indios did not understand or want freedom within a Mexican nation. They really wanted autonomy and land, liberty to follow ancestral ways, and room to plant their cornfields. Ironically, by finally preserving the Indians as Indians, the Spanish Empire had passed on enormous social problems to the Republic when the Republic sought to become an integrated nation. Juarez, though an Amerindian, was not an Indio. He represented a complete adaptation to Mestizo Mexico, as did Tomás Mejía. The Mestizo liberals were caught in an anomalous position. They felt deeply, with their indigenous blood, the oppression of the Indios. They felt a sense of outrage that went back to the Spanish rape and the rejection by their European progenitors, But the nationalistic mestizos of the 19th century had no real use for Indians as Indians. Their solution, never completely articulated or rationalized, was for the Indio to vanish as an Indio. In truth and fact, no reform government did anything to preserve them as Indians. Given a desire to forge a Mexican nation, in the pattern of other modern nations, this policy was historically correct. The reformers at first fully expected that to remove the legal and institutional barriers between the Indio communities and Criollo Mestizo Mexico would allow the Amerindians to enter the nation as free citizens. They did not foresee the immediate intensified oppression of the Indians, who were not prepared to enter into Mexican life or compete with Mexicans on Mexican terms. The policies initiated by the liberals, such as the Ley Lerdo, precipitated a calamity for the surviving Indio communities, who did not comprehend the complexities of legal titles to land or the concept of private ownership. The full fruits of this policy have been conveniently blamed on the Diaz dictatorship, but events actually represented a full-scale aggression of Mestizo Mexico against the tribal Indian because the liberals, not Diaz, removed the legal protection that surrounded the ejidos. The Hispanic classes and castes also had enormous troubles of their own without the presence of the Indian. There was yet a distinct bar between the Criollo and the Mestizo. The Criollos, as a group, had been stripped of their monopoly of politics and their dream of a custodianship of the nation under either a republic or a monarchy. New men, mixed bloods, now dominated the public affairs of Mexico, a position they had earned with valor, patriotism, and energy. But the Criollos had not vanished. They retained their virtual monopoly of property ownership, social prestige, and education, and the upper class was still Criollo. Socially mobile mestizos usually were absorbed into Criollo ranks, exactly as under the caste system of the empire. Juarez, Diaz, and virtually every other successful Indio or Mestizo politician married European women by preference, and their progeny grew progressively whiter. The caste system had enduring strength, and this was what many mestizos complained about when they said plaintively that nothing had changed in Mexico. The reform never attempted to cope with the caste class system. The liberals misread the social landscape throughout the century because they were intellectuals wrapped up in institutional reform. What they had done by 1857 and reconfirmed in blood by 1867 was to bring about the institutional democratic revolution as it had taken place in France and North America, separating church and state, abolishing legal class privileges, and making men theoretically equal before the law, confiscating religious property, destroying the corporations that supposedly stood between the citizen and the society and state, and permitting the choice of popular government. This had been a wholesale adoption of the programs of Anglo-Saxon and French liberals. As the antithesis of custodianship by church, crown, class, or even the state, it threw men back on private institutions. This was deliberate. The Mexican liberals did not believe in strong or activist government, and they were no more hostile to the idea of private wealth or private opportunity than the framers of the United States Constitution, which they had taken as a model. This fact had allowed a mass migration of landowners and rich men into liberal ranks during the French intervention, when clericalism and monarchy were finally discredited. The social faith and hope of the liberals was in fact rooted in the concept of private property. Its ownership and free use was expected to make the citizen truly free from institutions and confining corporations, and to bring about economic and social progress. But this was an alien ideology, born of alien societies, and it could not work in Mexico as in the United States or even France. The destruction of reactionary institutions did not and could not bring democracy to Mexico. In Mexico, the throwing of society back on the family or the individual allowed a few great families and a few powerful foreign companies to swallow everything. Far from destroying the Mexican upper class, the reform tended to make it more powerful than ever before. Haciendas, stagnant socially and economically since the 17th century, in an atmosphere of free enterprise, began to gobble up smallholds and ejidos as never before, and in the same milieu, foreign enterprise could erect powerful economic strangleholds that soon resembled the ancient monopolies. There was a growth of small freeholds and of native Mexican businessmen, but this was overshadowed by the enormous expansion of latifundios and foreign capitalisms. Institutional freedom thus backfired in Mexico, as to some extent it backfired in Western Europe and the United States, causing those societies to make adjustments toward the close of the century, which the Mexicans, still running late, did not make in time. It wreaked further destruction on the Amerindians, and it in time created terrible frustrations among the mestizo majority. It was another excellent concept that failed to work in practice. It only reinforced the old society. Perhaps naturally in the Mexican turmoil, the Creoles tended to grow more Europeanized than they had been in 1821. The infatuation with the Amerindian past affected only a handful of intellectuals, though it had become part of the political conventional wisdom of Mexico. Men who would not let a contemporary Indio enter their homes paid lip service to the memory of Cuauhtémoc, and presidents dedicated statues to the last Mexica ruler while they were destroying the last Amerindian tribes. The Creoles, however, found it harder to identify with Spain, which was sunk in the same social problems as Mexico, with prelates and praetorians and bewildering changes of regimes. Their hopes centered on the leader of the Latin and to some extent the whole cultural world, France. The French intervention actually heightened this Latin love affair. Old conservatives dropped their Spanish traditions in favor of the things of France. The liberals were already enamored with them. The Mexican upper class read French novels and French philosophers, sent its sons to Paris to learn about the world, and filled its hacienda houses and town palaces with French furniture and artifacts. Unfortunately, the infatuation with French styles came at probably the worst period of French taste, during the Second Empire and Third Republic, and it littered artistic monstrosities across Mexico. The epitome of high fashion was to employ a French governess/mistress in a French house. This transfer of cultural allegiance was natural, given French prestige, and the fact that the cultivated classes could hardly bear the still barbarous nature of much of Mexico, and it was made easier by the fact that through 1914 the Third Republic represented neither a liberal society nor a genuine political democracy. Rich Mexicans felt at home in Paris, and Frenchmen soon felt comfortable in the city of Mexico. This Francophilia sprang from the same causes and had almost identical results in Mexico as in another country on the fringes of Western culture, Russia. It further estranged the elite from the masses, and it heightened the xenophobia of the common people, who felt humiliated and culturally betrayed. It banked fires toward an explosion. The identification with Europe by the criollos aggravated the racial problem, because Europeans took their racial superiority over Asians, Africans, and Amerindians for granted. Most were also peculiarly intolerant of mixed blood. Science taught that mixed breeds inherited the vices of both races, and most histories of Mexico written in this period at least broached that belief. North Americans, British, French, all gravitated socially to the criollo, and the fact that all foreigners placed great weight upon pure Spanish descent colored all their relationships with Mexicans. It also affected Mexican self-esteem. No Mexican of fashion could be proud of his Amerindian ancestry. The standard of physical beauty in Mexico was Nordic or Mediterranean, a standard that only a handful of the population could match. A terrible uneasiness and fury was again aroused in the still homeless mestizo soul. Expected to be vicious, Many mestizos acted out their stereotype. These enormous social problems were enough to keep Mexico fragmented through generations, whether a succession of Juárez's came or went, and the democratic, republican constitution that was finally enshrined in 1857 made government unworkable. The Constitution was federalist because most liberals still feared a centralized, authoritarian dictatorship. However, the Hispanic mentality did not easily grasp the concept of separation of powers, nor were Mexican minds comfortable with diffusions of powers between the capital and the regions. Historically, whenever government did not represent some sort of dictatorship, it tended to fragment. Given the problems of vast distances, poor communications, and the fact that the norteños, inhabitants of the northern provinces, were different in many ways from the criollo Indio core, it was almost miraculous that some northern states did not become independent between 1821 and 1867, as they continually threatened to do. Yucatan did its best to separate, and would have succeeded except for two reasons: the racial war and the fact that no outside power wanted it, throwing the dominant whites back on their need for help from Mexico. During the period of apparent total incoherency, however, a distinctive Mexican political system was emerging. The states remained part of the republic, but they were ruled by virtually sovereign political bosses, the caciques. By the 1830s, caciques really ruled most states and towns. Whether they took power with the ballot or gun, they usually expressed the aspirations of their region. For 2 generations, while the people who fought over possession of the capital, and theoretically the republic, were never able to run their writ beyond the central provinces, caciques and their cronies took the place of a bureaucracy in the outlying areas. Locally, the system worked reasonably well. Leaders like Juan Alvarez in Guerrero and many of the northern governors ran effective regimes. In national terms, however, they were a disaster. Whatever his sympathies or politics, every state governor tended to be jealous of the president and his clique, and determined to surrender none of his money, privileges, or power to the central government. Mexico thus devolved into a series of petty, political baronies, which made the nation terribly ineffective during the interventions of the United States and France. Juárez, while accepted everywhere as constitutional president after 1863, got little assistance from local regimes, which in effect considered themselves the equals of his government. After 1867, Juárez's prestige gave him the presidency again, but nothing changed. In the face of a horde of local baronies, his office was constitutionally almost powerless. There was a national Congress, but it had a long history of worthlessness. The parliamentary system failed to throw up a bar to tyranny or any national leadership. Significantly, no great leaders ever emerged through a congressional career. The Congress was an imported Anglo-Saxon idea, which few Mexicans understood, and it was unsuited to the Mexican value system. At best, it provided a Republican veneer under a strong executive. At worst, it was obstructive and destructive even of itself. The inability to grease the political process with compromises and to hold personalisms in check made representative government a mockery. Juárez, though never losing his belief in the democratic process, had to violate it repeatedly in order to govern. As president, he was no Democrat, cowing the Congress, rigging local elections where he could, and conspiring to put his own men in local state offices whenever he could. He had to. Letting nature take its course under the Constitution produced political chaos. Juárez, like every Mexican chief, governed by personality and edict. Unfortunately, he had neither the taste nor the talent for this kind of rule. He believed in legality. He was upright and honest. His concepts were good. He did not grasp or refuse to grasp the essence of Mexican politics, which had nothing to do with enacted law, but depended upon personal leadership and a balancing of forces. Juárez never was able to extend his control fully to the northern states, which remained in chaos after 1867. The frontier with the United States was utterly lawless. In national terms, Juárez was to prove a far finer symbol of Mexican sovereignty and rectitude than a great activist president. The peace and control he did exercise over the central area allowed the beginning of certain forms of progress. With sovereignty established and finances under control, Juárez could initiate domestic development. The British were authorized to build a railroad between Veracruz and the capital, the start of a great track expansion in railroading's heroic age. The program, however, was flawed from the start. Rails were laid with foreign money and skills, and were inevitably planned to support foreign capitalisms rather than to follow a strategic plan or enhance native economic development. The new railroads were designed to provide transportation for the products of foreign-owned plantations and mines to the port cities. In this age of dominant private capitalism, foreign companies could hardly have been expected to provide lines in accord with long-term Mexican strategic interests, or to invest money to aid the growth of native industries. The rail lines thus grew as a patchwork. They were never designed as strategic national transportation networks, such as those in the United States and Germany. If the liberals had insisted upon such a network, they would have had to supply at least the money. As far back as the administration of Guadalupe Victoria, Mexico, even after independence was assured, was passing from political colonialism into economic colonialism under foreign interests lacking flag sovereignty. After independence, the Mexican economy continued to require the extraction of fibers and minerals for foreign markets, and the only capital development that went into the country was to assist this process, which was rooted in the past. The past also hampered Juárez's immediate dream of bringing primary education to every Mexican child. He believed in education with mystic faith. It could make presidents of Indians. By 1867, the former limited educational system was ruined. The Royal and Pontifical University was greatly diminished, and only a few provincial colleges remained. Outside the cities there was nothing. The church schools had been enclosed to break the clerical monopoly over the Mexican mind. Now there were no primary or secondary schools beyond a few private academies. Juárez's government began a new primary system and sponsored a national preparatory school aimed at training future professionals. Here the problem was even greater than with railroads, because an educational system required a long-term capital investment with no hope of foreign aid. The difficulties were immense and obvious. Vast distances, the remoteness of most of the population in rural Mexico, the shortage of money and teachers, the difficulty of providing the luxury of education to families whose children could not afford the leisure. Under Juárez, 5,000 secular schools were built, providing free education for 150,000 students. Another 150,000 attended private primary schools. Measured against a population of 9 million, this was nothing, merely the production of a slightly expanded elite, but measured against the past, the gain was tremendous. At the preparatory school level, this education system began to face problems common to most traditional societies. The school was attacked by clergy and others for its agnostic faculty, but this was not the real problem. In an unchanged class structure, the few underprivileged students who trickled into the secondary schools by luck or brilliance saw education as a road to public employment. They were less concerned with culture than with jobs. Even Mexicans who got no further than the primary schools expected public posts. In a society desperately needing medical doctors and engineers, the vast majority of young scholars insisted upon becoming licenciados, the traditional path into the bureaucracy. A few technicians were made, along with thousands of less needed lawyers. At no level did the Mexican awareness really grasp the principles of economic reality or capital formation. But then no school system could change deep-rooted biases or value systems. The public school system was bent to accommodate dominant attitudes. By 1871, when Juárez's third term expired, the problem of order was transcending the problems of progress. The triumph of liberalism had caused ideology to lose its fire, and on state and national levels, politics was sinking into a question of personalities. Factions gathered around important men and assured them that the country needed them. Most such men required little encouragement. When Juárez stood for re-election to an unprecedented fourth straight term in 1871, there were signs that he was obstructing other men's ambitions. To his surprise, Sebastián Lerdo de Tejada, one of his most loyal followers, also declared, along with the once defeated Porfirio Díaz, who was still the veteran's candidate. There was no ideology behind this contest. All three were liberal paladins running on the same program. They divided the liberal support almost equally. However, no incumbent Mexican government ever lost an election, and when the issue went to the Congress, it declared Juárez president. Lerdo was mollified with the election of president of the Supreme Court. At this result, Díaz was thoroughly disgusted. He raised a point: indefinite re-election endangers our national institutions, and that no citizen should perpetuate himself in office. Juárez answered, to sacrifice law and order for the plans of one man, however deserving, would plunge us into endless anarchy. This exchange was to prove deeply ironic in coming years. Díaz proclaimed, raising the standard of revolt in Oaxaca. Only personal ambitions and personalities lay behind this rebellion. The election of Juárez was, of course, no more honest than any other Mexican election, which was the main reason why defeated candidates rarely accepted willingly the verdict of the polls, but there was no sign that Díaz had any feeling beyond a personal sense of outrage. Díaz had impeccable liberal credentials. He had joined Juárez as a young, rough-hewn, half-Mixtec, and he had been proscribed in Oaxaca like his chief by Santa Anna. Taking to arms during the War of the Reform, he emerged as a brilliant young officer. Again in arms against the French, he made a romantic escape from Bazaine by climbing down a rope from his cell at Puebla. He had raised an army in Oaxaca, and in 1867 he had doomed Maximilian by seizing first Puebla, then the capital during the siege of Querétaro. Juárez had treated him coldly, even ungraciously, and sent him back to Oaxaca without reward, where, however, the state government presented Díaz with an hacienda. The two men were estranged from this moment. Díaz never liked Juárez, and it was quite possible that Juárez smelled personal danger in the brilliant young general's obvious ambitions. Juárez's loyal general, Sóstenes Rocha, smashed Díaz's rebellion easily, forcing the failed rebel to flee into the mountains of Nayarit, where the Indio Losada, who, like most regional caciques, had no use for Juárez or the government, protected him from federal troops. Then Juárez died at his desk in July 1872 from a massive heart attack. The chief of the Supreme Court, Sebastián Lerdo de Tejada, succeeded to the presidency. Holding his own, and Juárez's supporters behind him, Lerdo felt secure enough to declare an amnesty. He allowed Díaz to come down out of the Pacific Mountains, and also permitted the aged and half-blind Santa Anna to return to Mexico to die. Santa Anna now dozed and drooled in poverty and obscurity, while his wife mercifully passed out coppers to beggars so that they would come and cheer the fallen highness's audiences. Díaz, however, was proving himself a far more astute politico. He learned from experience. He saw the governments no longer fell from a general's mere pronunciamiento, and he began to cultivate important army officers, politicians, and hacendados. Lerdo had been an excellent subordinate to Juárez. In power himself, he was in many ways a disastrous throwback to Gómez Farías. He was intellectual and cultivated, and marred by a cold hauteur. He was honest and meant well, but alienated everyone. He forgave enemies, then submitted them to the unforgivable indignity of ignoring them. Once he assumed high office, Lerdo never seems to have tried to keep ties and friendships among the army and leading politicians. He continued Juárez's policies. He refused, however, to allow railroads to be built toward the north or to connect with North American tracts beyond the border. "Let there be a desert between strength and weakness," he stated. He feared connecting rail lines might someday serve the Norteamericanos for a military invasion. The decision angered powerful railroad interests in the United States and therefore Washington. Washington was also growing irritated over another problem, which Lerdo, unable to cope with it, pretended did not exist. Mexican bandits and Indian tribes with sanctuaries in Mexico had taken to raiding regularly across the frontier. There was a clamor over this in Texas, and this trouble was to lead indirectly to Lerdo's downfall. Few, if any, men are willing to surrender power gracefully, and Lerdo proved no exception as Mexican president. Although unpopular, he had been accepted because it was widely believed he would only serve out Juárez's unexpired term, but, persuaded by his friends, he announced for re-election. This caused consternation throughout official Mexico because no incumbent in power ever lost an election. Díaz, sensing the widespread disappointment, chose this moment to pronounce again. From the little town of Tuxtepec, his supporters issued a new plan. The plan of Tuxtepec called for effective suffrage and no re-election. Again, with great irony as history was to unfold, this was a strikingly effective slogan that hit home to every educated Mexican. So effective, it still appears above the signature block of every official document of the Mexican Republic, although only half the aspiration was to be achieved. Díaz was in Texas, lining up arms and financial support. But Díaz was no lover of Anglo-Saxons, but he was a cold realist. He was prepared to make deals, and he promised potential supporters a more friendly reception than the Lerdista assertions of Mexican sovereignty. He got arms and money and recrossed the border. He subverted the Matamoros garrison, but was routed by General Mariano Escobedo, the ex-muleteer hero of Querétaro, short of Monterrey. Díaz was chased back across the Bravo. He then sailed for Havana and from there to Veracruz, where he came ashore disguised as a workman. He slipped into Oaxaca and reappeared at the head of the local army of supporters. Meanwhile, Lerdo had pushed through his re-election, but now Iglesias, the new president of the Supreme Court, who had his own hankering to be chief of state, invalidated the election on the grounds that votes were counted from states that were in technical rebellion. In the general confusion, Díaz marched on the capital, and his little army, aided by horsemen under a Oaxacan compadre, Manuel González, defeated the government forces under Alatorre, near Tlaxcala in November 1876. Lerdo, soon joined in exile by Iglesias, rode for a ship at Acapulco. Díaz, now praised by everyone and most of the generals, entered Mexico in the usual triumph, amid the usual scenes of jubilation, by great people and léperos, who were now known more delicately as pelados, or skinned ones. The Congress immediately declared Díaz provisional president. All this seemed taken from a familiar script, but things were to be very different this time around, because Porfirio Díaz, as he said himself, was a very different breed of cat from any who had sat in the presidential palace before. A rather confusing 8 years ensued. Díaz took the presidency firmly. When 9 men at Veracruz were accused of plotting to restore Lerdo de Tejada, he sent a simple wire: "Kill them on the spot." However, there was no bloodbath. This was not the Díaz style. He made no real changes in any policy after 1876. He continued the Juarista plan of sober retrenchment, committing none of the follies of the earlier caudillos. He committed none of Gómez Farías's or Lerdo's errors either. He not only appeased most of his natural enemies, but won them over to his side by favors and demonstrated friendship. When the provisional term expired in 1880, he stepped down in obedience to his own dictum of no re-election. He subverted effective suffrage, however, by assuring that his old comrade Manuel González became president. Whether Diaz planned to use the González presidency as an interlude to assuage public opinion, or as a floater of trial balloons, is not really understood by anyone. What Diaz did was remove himself from the public eye, but he stayed close to the center of power, first as governor of his home state, then as Chief Justice, constitutionally second in line for the high office. It is very likely that he knew what he wanted to do and how he intended to make his era, but preferred to let General González test the wind. If this was so, González was the perfect tool, loyal but extremely inept, a man calculated to make Diaz look very good in comparison. González, almost certainly with Diaz's approval, if not his instigation, began a series of moves, none of which were new, but were now carried to new extremes. The federal government began selling huge tracts of Mexican soil, which were declared officially empty, to foreign companies and to native hacendados. Almost all this land was actually occupied by various communities of Amerindians, who were displaced under the ley lerdo. The forms of the law were observed, since the squatters or tenants were allowed to buy the land in many cases, which option, of course, they could not use. Some never even learned of the official pronouncement that the tribal ejidos were up for sale, or could have read or understood the proclamation had it been presented them. Railroad and mining concessions were also widely sold, particularly in the northern states. These went to North Americans, a historic change. Diaz was keeping his promises, and also Diaz believed that if he did not accommodate the United States investors, the railroads and mining concessions would be forced by North American bayonets. The Mexican envoy to Washington so advised the government. In fact, there were 23 incursions or violations of the Mexican border between 1874 and 1882 by United States troops or local militias, not, however, to help investors, but in pursuit of bandits or savage Amerindians. These incursions made a much deeper impression on the Mexican mind than on the North American. Every Mexican schoolboy could recite them. Most United States citizens never heard of them. The accommodation of North American investors went to extreme lengths in one respect. The ancient Hispanic law had always vested the ownership of subsoil resources in the crown, and therefore, by extension, in the state or nation. Miners in Mexico had operating rights, but the state owned the mining property. Under Anglo-Saxon law, mineral rights went with land titles unless specially reserved, and it was quite understandable that North American mining companies much preferred to buy mining properties than to negotiable, revocable concessions. González rammed a change in the historic law through Congress that gave foreign mining companies outright ownership of subsoil resources. The González administration gained a great deal of revenue from the deals. In one sense, it was selling the nation through necessity. The church had been exhausted as a banker, and so had the old process of selling government bonds abroad. The Mexican government had found a new source of revenues by making what in effect were alliances with foreign capitalists. However, González and his cronies were so inept and corrupt that the treasury remained bare, and this, not the deals, aroused enormous criticism among the Mexican elite. In fact, González was so obviously unsuitable and unfit to govern that in 1884, most leading men were pressuring Porfirio Diaz to reassume the presidency. The concept of no re-election was buried in a greater concern for order and stability. When Diaz did reassume the presidency in 1884, promising to restore financial responsibility in government, there was relief throughout the Atlantic trading community and general satisfaction in Mexico. This was the beginning of the era known in Mexico as the Porfiriato, in which the presidency became Don Porfirio's eternal companion. It lasted until 1911, almost a full generation. It was far more than the perpetual presidency of one man or a stagnant dictatorship. It marked a new plateau in Mexico, and the era, for good or bad, was a decisive period in Mexico's emergence as a modern nation. Porfirio Diaz did not somehow change the direction of Mexico. He was not the maker of his times, but he was, like Santa Anna, peculiarly representative of them. This is why, probably, both men have been so virulently hated and despised in later times. Each, in his own way, was the symbol of national weaknesses and humiliations, and each was made the scapegoat for the ills of Mexican society and the sins of a whole generation. Both men, truly representative of the malaise of their times, knew how to take advantage of a current vileness in Mexican souls. Diaz, who sprang from the true mixed race of Mexico, was the more representative Mexican and immensely the better man. Most other presidents had dreamed of perpetual power, but Diaz was canny enough to know how to consolidate it. A new generation of liberals had emerged since the War of the Reform, and these men were making a newer kind of intellectual establishment. Since virtually all important people had become liberals, Diaz himself was the last political survivor of the old days, there was a marked decrease in emphasis on ideology. The liberal-conservative quarrel had vanished with the conservatives. The younger generation, as always, despised the follies of its elders, and had had a bellyful of their polemics, and turbulence and rhetoric and revolution had brought all the elite, old and new, to a post-revolutionary plateau. The newer intellectuals, who continued to play key roles, were more cool, more rational, and more utilitarian, seeing the salvation of their country less in ideals than through economic development. The first impulse came from disillusioned intellectuals of the Reform period, who lost faith in visionary democracy. Gavino Barreda, who organized the National Preparatory School for Juarez, and the atheistic poet Ignacio Ramirez, the old anti-clerical who was Diaz's first minister of education, now taught disrespect for passionate visions and idealistic reforms. The nation was not made, they agreed, and it would never be made by liberal edicts which tried to set aside history with penstrokes. The very people who had sparked the reform were no longer revolutionary, and held that continuing dreams of more reforms were unpatriotic. What the nation needed now, they thought, was regeneration, which must come from strictly scientific attitudes applied to material progress. First order, then progress, through ruthless economic development under a strong government. Thus the old liberals, though they would have deeply resented the assertion, had in many ways become continuistas. The men, like the brilliant humanist historian educator Justo Sierra, who were dominating intellectual life by the 1870s, did not hold to the conservative notions of the past. They believed in the values of early 19th century French and English liberalism. Mexico had completed her own version of the French Revolution only in 1857, confirmed a decade later, and Mexican thought still ran far behind the Western world. Barreda, Ramirez, and Justo Sierra had become positivists, taking their philosophical inspiration from Auguste Comte, the materialist skeptic, and their economic theories from the Manchester School of English economists. They were inculcating the attitudes of laissez-faire in Mexico when the societies that had developed these notions had already begun to move away from them through a heightened social consciousness and a gradual implementation of state controls. Somewhat to the horror of the oldest liberals, the dominant thinkers redefined Mexican liberalism. Sierra's view was in fact much closer to Lucas Alamán, without his Hispanic hangovers of clericalism and romantic ideals of monarchy, than to Gómez Farías or Mora, for like Alamán, Sierra held that history was cyclical and not to be altered by bursts of idealism. Where Alamán believed that Mexico must be ruled with an iron hand, while material progress and development was fostered by government, Sierra, who was at heart a Democrat, was reluctantly willing to permit authoritarian government until the nation was ready for political democracy. Sierra, as rounded and cultivated as Alamán, followed him as the great historian of his age. He was a continuista, in that he believed Mexican society should be allowed to evolve naturally rather than be torn up by the roots. Significantly, both Alamán and Sierra clearly saw the evils of the regimes they came to support, but clearly considered them necessary evils. Both men based their conclusions on conditions, and they were their respective eras' premier historians because they used facts and figures, while other writers limited themselves to ideals and polemics. Educated Mexicans had come to see the fallacies of Gómez Farías's politics and the weaknesses of the Juárez style of government, but they failed to see the fatal error of Mexican positivism. The flaw was not in the politics or the dictatorship of Díaz, both of which were enormously effective, but in the belief that Mexico could be regenerated by an all-out exploitation of the country's material resources and an industrial development carried out by foreign capital, without protecting the weak in society or alleviating the misery of the masses mired in the primitive economy. At bottom, the problem was the old one that caused every importation of Western political and economic theory into Hispanic countries to fail: the lack of a native bourgeoisie. The old liberalism failed to make a stable peasantry. The new liberalism almost destroyed the rural population and substituted a foreign bourgeoisie for a viable Mexican middle class. The only people who could take advantage of Comtean liberalism in Mexico were the present property holders and incoming foreign investors. The middle class that did begin to emerge was overshadowed by great landowning families and invading capitalists. It had raised expectations, but was small, alienated, and estranged in its own country. On one level, positivism did develop the nation. On another, it primed a social volcano. The influence of education after the 1870s has often been discounted because of the great weakness in primary education and the lack of schools. However, Mexican secondary and higher education for the small elite that obtained it was excellent. Most of the better students, admittedly from the privileged classes, passed through Barreda's and Sierra's establishments, learning positivism in the old, ornate, colonial college buildings that had once trained priests. Although their education was not integrated, despite Sierra's efforts to make a true national university, and included too much law and fine arts, and too little medicine and engineering and science, it was extremely effective. It shaped the mind of the elite and the era. And the era was made for Porfirio Díaz, for the liberal general who had once stood many a clerical and conservative against the wall, was now reconciled with most of the upper class. Díaz had no real ideology. He was a superb pragmatist, and at the age of 54 still able to learn and change. He had made a fortunate marriage to a much younger wife from an important political family. Doña Carmelita Romero Rubio de Díaz knocked off most of the provincial mestizos' rough edges, teaching him to use gold plate and bread instead of tortillas to scoop his beans. She put him in white tie for ceremonies, and the two lived more regally at Chapultepec than Maximilian and Carlota. Don Porfirio was ready to become the darling of the elite. His great contribution was that he was the first Mexican president to keep order, with methods that were sometimes callous, shoot them on the spot, sometimes subtle, usually flexible, and invariably practical. Díaz was the perfect example of the politician who had emerged in the provinces of independent Mexico so many years before, and who before his time gave the central governments continual grief, as first one ideology, then another tried to run roughshod over the republic. Díaz was nothing new, a man thrown up out of anarchy, who held power more from personal qualities and capabilities than from any institutional basis. He was a cacique, the truly representative Mexican leader type, but he was the first effective national cacique, who in the presidency began to reorder the whole republic along the lines of a local cacique's domain. Díaz was not a caudillo or a praetorian, despite his apparent military background. For him, the professional army was a tool. Nor was he a totalitarian leader spearheading any ideology or idea, implacably hostile to any faction or group. He had replaced caudillaje and custodianship with caciquismo, thereafter Every successful president was a national cacique in Diaz's image, though most ascribed to different aspirations and ideals. His regime was no democracy, but it was hardly the authoritarian tyranny it is sometimes described. Diaz was more a balancer of forces. He balanced the landowners against the peasants, labor against capital, the army against civilian politicos and the mob, foreign investment money against the national deficit. He was the great manipulator with a sure touch. He was not a reactionary or even a conservative, though he grew conservative, like most successful men, about his own establishment. He was a continuista in the sense that he accepted the Mexican world as it was, and he was conservative in his essentially pessimistic view of human nature. His caciquismo was both essentially Mexican and in the pattern of other Hispanic autocrats emerging in the late 19th century and 20th century world. He kept the Constitution of 1857 and even scrupulously followed its forms and provisions, while violating most of them in spirit and fact. Mexico remained a federalist republic with liberal constitutional guarantees, while Diaz slowly transformed the government into an effective, centralized regime whose writ ran into every nook and corner. Diaz expressed the art of the possible in a distinctly Mexican way. He perfected a system that was already emerging by creating a hierarchy of caciques. Most presidents had taken control of the federal apparatus, and Diaz did the same. He packed the Congress, he called it his caballado, or cavy of broken horses, and he filled every significant post in the Mexican judiciary and bureaucracy with his men. He had an enormous patronage at hand, and not being bound by ideology or party politics, he could use it judiciously. Lucrative or prestigious offices won over many men who might not otherwise have collaborated in his regime, but command of the federal apparatus in a nation as sprawling and disorganized and separatist as Mexico had never meant full control of the country, and here the genius of Diaz's caciquismo emerged. He erected an imposing political structure in the states and provinces. He devised a system of selecting office holders by being able to select the candidates. Almost every mayor, now called municipal residents, was thus a man of his confidence, with a stake in the Diaz system. He appointed between 300 and 400 jefes políticos himself. These regional caciques watched lower officials and saw to it the electoral and other machinery ran smoothly. On the highest provincial level, he also selected and assured the election of state governors. Under the Constitution, the governor's office held considerable power, and this meant it was particularly important that each be held by the right man. The governorship was a great plum, and when he had given it to a man, Diaz continued to make his system run smoothly by balancing one governor against another, or against regional military commandants, so that no state governor ever could build up a personal power base. He was a master at dividing power and responsibility among several people, so that no rival cacique could emerge on the national level. At each level, the cacique or chief was responsible and responsive to the national cacique. Thus the system ran within and yet without the Constitution. It was a total distortion of the purposes of the Constitution, yet it worked better than any previous system had ever worked in Mexico. There was, of course, a great variety in the quality of men who held governorships and political chieftainships. Some were very poor, petty tyrants, corrupt, ignorant, and insufferable, but a very great many were excellent men, progressive and humane executives who kept corruption to a reasonable level. In general, Diaz showed excellent judgment in his appointments and choices. They never endangered the system, which was at bottom a system of keeping Don Porfirio in power. He led the army, always potentially dangerous, equally skillfully. Some generals who appeared too ambitious, greedy, or praetorian were siphoned off into governorships or other prestigious posts, where their immediate military contacts and command over troops were broken. Diaz also reduced the regular army to 30,000 men. He had no intention of fighting a foreign enemy. The only potential enemy was the United States, and in such case no Mexican army would be big enough. Therefore, Diaz prepared a military instrument only powerful enough to fight wild Indians and to keep peace in the provinces, and for his own protection he corrupted it. He met the generals' monetary demands by assigning them gambling concessions in their garrison areas. Senior commanders found their posts too lucrative to pronounce, and they kept energetic younger officers busy as their bagmen. Diaz made promotions slow and difficult, and when officers were ready for high posts, they were usually fat, gray, and corrupt, thoroughly integrated into his system. The army was curbed for the first time since independence. The peacekeeping functions that had been exercised catastrophically by the army in the past were entrusted to a new type constabulary called the Rurales, or Rural Police. The Rurales were a paramilitary organization, riders in handsome, silver-trimmed gray charro uniforms and wide sombreros. They were a decentralized organization for the use of local officials and political chiefs, but at every level, like civilian officers, they were responsive to the president. The Rurales were corrupt and sometimes rode roughshod over the villages they were supposed to protect, but so had the army for 50 years, and the Rurales proved vastly more effective in hunting down and killing bandits, possibly because many Rurales were ex-bandits themselves. The Rurales worked a rough justice. With Diaz's assent, they employed the so-called ley de fuga. More prisoners were shot trying to escape than ever saw a Mexican jail. This was nothing new, but Diaz institutionalized it and even rationalized the practice by saying it was necessary to save good blood by shedding bad. The bandit chiefs, who had operated flagrantly throughout most of Mexico since the 1840s, were drastically reduced. Diaz had some shot, others exiled or placed in what was perpetual house arrest far from their old haunts. In this way, he cleared up most of the running sores along the U.S.-Mexican border and became the first Mexican president respected throughout the North American Southwest. Some particularly talented ex-bandits, however, were spared for the Rurales or for some other use. Diaz would have such men brought into his presence while he calmly loaded a revolver with 5 bullets. Then, pointing the revolver directly, he would hold out his other hand, offering the prisoner 5 balazos, or 5 dedos, 5 bullets, or 5 fingers in friendship. He recruited some very capable men this way, few of whom ever forgot the lesson. All of these practices, celebrated, admired, or condemned, restored more peace to the countryside than it had enjoyed for 100 years. Now travelers were rarely in danger of having their throats cut or their stages shot up in every mountain pass, and the silver trains and merchant caravans proceeded through Mexico with greater safety than at any time since Revillagigedo. The Diaz regime was peculiarly personal. Diaz had no program except that of holding power. Therefore, he was deeply suspicious and wary of any potential rivalry. Always the coiner of maxims, he liked to say, "Two cats cannot live in the same bag." He disposed of governors who grew too independent. He bought generals or posted them to remote deserts or jungles. He played off one potential rival against another. The brutal totalitarianism that characterized later 20th century dictatorships was absent. Diaz scrupulously observed constitutional forms. There were few overt signs of government oppression. There were police agents, but no secret police. There were no class enemies, or people who were automatically suspect. While a few newspaper men were jailed, the Constitution did not guarantee all civil liberties. There was no terror, few prisoners, and no political executions. Another of the president's favorite sayings was pan o palo, bread or the stick. The bread was for all who would cooperate. The stick was for outright malcontents or rebels. In these years, the regular sale of vacant lands, mining, lumbering, railway and utility concessions, and the rapid accumulation of capital in Mexico produced considerable bread. The rewards for those who served Diaz were considerable. Almost anyone with a rudimentary education who could find a political sponsor got on the public payroll because a dog with a bone neither barks nor bites. The Diaz monopoly, however, lay only in politics. No Mexican who refused to collaborate was persecuted. He simply failed to share in the prosperity. Members of the elite who detested Diaz were free to follow any career they chose outside of politics. For a dictatorship, the Diaz years produced few martyrs. The old mestizo cacique was not paranoid, and the prevailing mood of optimistic positivism did not lend itself to martyrdom. The Mexican conservatives were perfectly satisfied with Diaz and came to consider him the best president Mexico had ever had. Perhaps a majority even of the liberal-minded accepted him, at least grudgingly, because no one had an alternative. Diaz, after all, could not live forever. The great failure of the Porfiriato was not political or economic. In fact, in this generation, the substructure of a modern economy was laid. Both the framework of Porfirian politics and this industrial framework would survive the regime. Its enormous failure was sociological. Positivism, like its equivalents, free enterprise and rugged individualism, created explosive conditions in other Western societies, with industrial slums and ragged farm children, with vast concentrations of economic power and huge disparities of wealth and income. However, the truly Western societies had two things the societies on the fringes of Western civilization lacked: a political structure that could work to ameliorate the condition, and a large, politically dominant middle class that provided islands of stability. Mexico had neither, and thus the collaborators of the Diaz regime unknowingly and unintentionally stoked the fires of a Mexican volcano. In 1884, Mexico had her present boundaries, but what might be called the Mexican nation hardly extended beyond the civilized areas of the old Spanish viceroyalty. Huge regions of the north and the south were settled only by various communities of Amerindians, some Hispanicized in religion and speech, some still virtually autonomous. These regions, essentially outside the developing Mexican nation and economy, were now brutally reduced under the wholesale application of the ley lerdo to Indian lands. In later years, the reduction of the wild and or autonomous Indios has been emotionally regarded as a terrible crime of the Diaz government, and not only in an Amerindian identifying Mexico. The Indios were treated callously. In this era, the last nomads and various barbarians were being harassed and destroyed all over the world at the hands of a rapidly expanding world civilization. The Russian Empire destroyed the separate existence of the Central Asian nomads. The Argentines waged a war of extermination against the last wild Amerindians of the Pampas. The United States destroyed or displaced the North American Indians. Primitive peoples everywhere were pushed aside or exterminated in the name of progress and empire or nation building. On occasion there was a rough justice, for barbarians had harassed civilization unmercifully in their time. The destruction of the savage Apaches and certain other tribes, predators who had made a shambles of the Mexican frontier since the late 18th century, was necessary. The Diaz regime was the first post-viceregal Mexican government strong and secure enough to carry out decisive campaigns. In the 1880s, large-scale operations were begun against the raiders of the northern Sierras, in cooperation and conjunction with military campaigns of the United States. By 1891, the Apaches of Sonora and Chihuahua were totally destroyed, and Mexican towns and remote ranches in this area were at last freed from constant fear. The Comanche, horse Indians, who had raided from Texas to Guatemala in their heyday, had already been destroyed by North American cavalry. But as in the United States, the anti-Indian campaigns in Mexico did not stop with purely hostile or predatory tribes. The surviving Tarahumares, who tried to avoid Mexicans, were pushed into the barest and remotest mountains, where only a few skulking savages remained of a once great tribe. With less reason, Mexico moved against the Yaquis, who were surviving cousins of the Nahua, and who now wished only to be left in peace in their northern valleys and meadows. The Yaquis, cruel and implacable as they could be by European standards, were not savages. They were self-governing agricultural communities. The Yaquis held riverlands that were fertile and well-suited to the growing of sugar, cotton, and other valuable crops, and that were desired by Mexican speculators and developers. The destruction of the Yaquis, which was never quite entirely carried out, was part of the age-old impingement of a more powerful and dynamic culture upon a weaker and static one, and it was seen as historically necessary. The Yaqui and other Amerindian territories in the North and Northwest Pacific states were officially unowned. The fact that the proprietors had held them for centuries gave them no viable 19th-century title. As with the tribal lands in the United States, they were considered the property of the nation, for the government to dispose of as it saw fit. The Mexican government did not move to alienate them all, but under the authority and theory of the Ley Lerdo, survey crews soon moved along the Yaqui river bottoms, marking out parcels and plots, reserving some for the government, others for the Indios in individual lots. Here the modern concept of land ownership came into violent conflict with the age-old Amerindian system. Even if the division had been entirely fair and generous, which it was not, conflict would have arisen. The Indios considered that the water, meadows, and woodlands belonged to tribes and clans in common, and that the Mexicans had no right to apportion any of it. In any case, Indios could not live with individual titles. They did not fit into the native social system. Also, any Indio who incurred a debt, however innocently, found his property attached and himself reduced to peonage. Naturally, the arrival of surveying parties in Indian territories caused resentment, dismay, and quickly bloodshed. The practice of taking unused lands from the Amerindians was fiercely defended by the economists, lawyers, and intellectuals who staffed the Diaz government. Their theory was that Mexico had to follow the lead of the United States, and the opening of new lands would draw a huge immigration of Europeans, such as were now pouring into North America and southern Hispanic American republics. The elite was entirely European-oriented. It had no faith that the Indios could be educated or their productivity raised. In the name of this rationale, some 50 million hectares of national property were surveyed and sold to private speculators, haciendas, and land companies. One immediate result was a Yaqui war in the Northwest. Under the chiefs Cajeme and Tetaviate, thousands of Yaqui warriors rose in revolt. The federal government had to employ 5,000 regular troops in Sonora, and while Cajeme was captured and executed in 1887, sporadic, savage warfare, waged with great cruelty on both sides, continued into the 20th century. Amerindians who had held off Spanish cavalry in the end were no match for machine guns and mountain artillery brought into the Sierra by new railroads. The Yaquis were crushed, their lands were reduced, and at least 8,000 tribesmen were resettled in Yucatan. Actually, they were sold to Blanco planters as slaves. The surviving communities in Chihuahua, Sonora, and neighboring states remained, sullen, depressed, and consumed with an enduring bitterness. When the Yaquis were pacified, the federal army was used in Yucatan to destroy the last remaining Maya holdouts in the territory of Quintana Roo. 4,000 regulars erased the last Maya autonomy in the peninsula in 1901. The rationale of providing lands for European immigrants was a valid one among the intellectual elite, though many Mexicans in the countryside simply wanted the Indios destroyed. But hardy European farmers did not pour into Mexico. Immigrants came, but they were Spaniards, Frenchmen, and others seeking opportunity in the cities. Few, if any, of these immigrants were farmers, or had any desire to become Mexican peasants or rancheros. These new people did acquire perhaps a third of Mexican soil, and perhaps as much as half the liquid wealth. They were a newer version of the old Spanish emigration during the Empire. The Latins and Catholics among these families tended very strongly to absorb the ethos and viewpoints of the Mexican elite by the second generation. They failed to Europeanize Mexico or settle it as similar immigrants were Europeanizing the United States. They became and were called the new criollos. A large number of Anglo-Saxons entered Mexico, but the cultural distinctions here were too great for these immigrants to become Creoles. The English-speaking foreigners remained a separate community, although they acquired huge interests throughout Mexico. They failed to marry into Mexican families. They stayed foreigners, and they were hated for it. The alienated national lands fell primarily into the hands of foreign companies and native hacendados. The industrializing nations now provided an expanding market for Mexican resources, and they provided new techniques. There was a revival of mining, with new processes for refining silver and gold that were superior to the old patio method. Copper and lead were now extracted for markets abroad. Beef, sugar, coffee, and henequen, used in North American wheat fields to bind sheaves, were increasingly in foreign demand, and this market sparked a great expansion of certain forms of plantation agriculture. Stock raising proliferated in the north, while several kinds of specialized agriculture took hold in the virgin territories of the south. North American capital developed new mines and railroads in the far north and acquired huge cattle ranches. European planters and land companies carved out new tobacco, sugar, fruit, and coffee plantations in the tropic areas. The central provinces had always been dominated by latifundios, but huge holdings had been rare on the frontiers. Now this changed. The new markets and techniques caused a tremendous expansion of haciendas, both in the north and south. The Terrazas clan of Chihuahua came to hold 2.5 million hectares. 1 hectare equals 2.471 acres. The Cedros of Zacatecas owned 750,000 hectares in a single hacienda. Further south, the estates were smaller, but still averaged in the thousands of hectares. In central Mexico, there were a few spectacular haciendas like that of the Escandones, through which a railway train could not pass in a single day. The north and south had been the home of mestizo rancheros, and while there was some expansion of small holdings, these sturdy small operators were completely overshadowed and dominated by the coalescing, sprawling, landed baronies. What was happening in Mexico was akin to the formation of industrial empires in the United States, but in Mexico, the ethos and economics of the times built enormous landed properties along the lines of the old Spanish socio-economic system. Hacendados grew richer and more powerful as their landholdings engulfed and dominated whole regions and entire states, and the number of peons grew by millions. In the prevailing ethos and the absence of any governmental control to ameliorate the trend, the fate of the Indian communities was shared by small peasant proprietors and even mestizo rancheros. Landowners bought ejido property under the law, but in many parts of Mexico, wealthy and powerful families and land companies seized small holdings illegally. They could exercise influence at the capital and with state governments, and they could destroy smaller, poorer farmers with lawsuits. Sometimes such expropriations, whether of peasants or ejido Indians, were carried out with extreme callousness, as when a soaring world sugar market made land valuable in the small south-central state of Morelos. Powerful hacendados had boundary markers moved, occupied claimed land, and used their influence at law or with the local governments to stave off the protests of the dispossessed. Thousands of Mexican peasants whose families had farmed the same spot for generations could show no legal title to their ground. During the 1890s sugar boom, some 32 families came to own virtually all the croplands in Morelos, with individual holdings as large as 60,000 acres. Villages were deprived of wells and water rights and common fields, and cane was planted in some village squares. Protests, which were often violent, were squelched by the hard-riding rurales at the beck and call of the local chief políticos. One mestizo peasant in Morelos, Emiliano Zapata, was driven to fury at the injustices and outrages he saw permitted by the authorities. He led a protest, which the government broke up by conscripting him into the army. Diaz did not kill people if he could dispose of them some other way, and it is recorded that he wept at some of the things that happened. Whether he felt any sympathy or not, he never interfered with this Mexican form of manifest destiny. There were occasional agrarian rebellions among Indios and peasants, but these were scattered and easily crushed by the constabulary or army. By the end of the century, at least half of the territory of the Republic belonged to a few thousand families and foreign operators. More than half of the cropland was divided between not more than 10,000 haciendas or latifundios. It has been estimated that about 1 million families had been dispossessed of their land and reduced to vagabondage or peonage. Only 3% of the rural families owned any farmland. This occurred over a generation in which the Mexican population grew from 9 to 15 millions, and in which a spotty form of industrialization in no way provided jobs for people forced off the countryside. Millions of Mexicans had nothing to do and nowhere to go. This was in some ways an old situation, but the numbers of miserable pelados, constantly swelling, exceeded anything that had existed earlier, and if anything, their living conditions grew steadily worse. Human labor was so cheap in the oversupply that it cost less to hire a man than rent a mule. Daily wages averaged 25 centavos, or a quarter of the new decimal dollar or peso, and as the Mexican silver-based currency sank steadily with the depreciation of silver in these years, wages bought less year by year. The standard week's wage of 1.50 pesos equaled the 12 reales paid for incidental labor at the start of the century, but the same money purchased only a fourth as much of the poor man's staple, corn. The average peon or working man remained eternally in debt, either to his patron or to the hacienda store which supplied him with necessities. Under the law, these debts were passed on from father to son. On some estates, especially the foreign-owned plantations, there was a new form of wage, the hacienda ticket or token, exchangeable only at the company store. As long as any worker was in debt, the police would hunt him down if he ran away, unless, as some thousands did, he could escape across the border into the United States, where he might find work in the Southwest at up to 50 cents per day, U.S. money. Peons and pelados, who were technically free citizens, were whipped for any infraction by the mayordomos. Petty theft could bring 200 lashes, which amounted to a death sentence. This was widely justified by the ancient proverb that the Indio was unteachable except through the lash on his back. By the 20th century, concentration of land ownership and a swelling population made labor and thus human life cheaper than it had been. Conditions on the 10,000 haciendas which employed the majority of the population differed from estate to estate. On some, owned by absentee landlords, they were horrible. On others, where a conscientious and sometimes quite kindly patron lived and managed affairs, conditions were much better. The custom did not allow them to be good anywhere in Mexico. The quality of life was miserable and hopeless. Filthy, overcrowded huts, an unbalanced, monotonous, meager diet, ever-constant death, disability, and disease. The mortality rate was roughly triple that of Western Europe or North America, and the infant mortality exceeded that of Asian countries. Few, if any, schools were available to hacienda children, and the survivors of infancy had little to look forward to but their parents' misery. Diversions were also few. Dances, festivals on religious holidays, and the ubiquitous pulque, which eased the pain but kept the pelado besotted and toxemic from its unbottled, unsanitary, bacterial culture juice. Yet the miracle was that the peeled Mexican peasant was not a surly dog, an eternally whining lepero, or a man choked by an eternal rage. He had a deep and sensuous grasp of life and his humanity, an acceptance of what might be, and a marvelous dignity that let him make music even on his knees. Somehow, the Mexican could not quite be dehumanized, and he survived, and his numbers grew. Virtually all economic historians agree that the rural standard of living was lower in 1910 than it had been when Hidalgo raised his cry at Dolores 100 years before. The reason was simple. Agriculture, in an overwhelmingly agricultural country, had become totally unbalanced. The social damage and further degradation caused by the disappearance of 4/5 of the villages into enclosures and the increased population living on the land was only part of it. Agriculture, never very efficient, had even ceased to produce sufficient food in Mexico. The newer latifundios in the east, the far north, and the far south were organized and managed with considerable efficiency. The baronies of the northern desert produced vast herds of beef, and English, French, and German overseers and managers sent carload after carload of products out of the tropical regions over the new railways. This beef, coffee, sisal, tobacco, fruit, and other produce went abroad to be sold, leaving little for the tables of Mexico. The profits from the sales did not trickle down to the low-paid pelados. Most profits did not even return to Mexico, and if they did, they remained in the burgeoning city banking system. Thus the new, vast expansion in Mexican agriculture did nothing whatever to ameliorate conditions, at least not yet, across the countryside. In the old, historic core of the Republic, haciendas grew larger, but agriculture was no more efficient than it had been 200 years before. Through the Central Plateau, many haciendas made no attempt to utilize all their croplands. The owners felt no urge, and there was no real profit in doing so. Millions of hectares of potential corn and wheat fields lay vacant, while millions of the poor struggled against actual starvation. In 1900, when the Mexican population was probably what it had been in Montecuzoma's empire, Mexico obviously produced far less foodstuffs than the country had 4 centuries earlier. The foreign exchange, produced by exports, had to be used to import wheat and maize to feed the urban people. Mexico had begun what was to be a long cycle of having to buy the staple food for her people from the United States. In the terrible imbalance of the development, the city folk were fed, though many starved to death in alleyways every day at Mexico, while few observers worried about the countryside. The one profitable form of agriculture on the central mesa was a disaster of sorts for Mexico. On once irrigated slopes, where maize had grown, kilometer after arid kilometer was covered with varieties of the blue-green maguey or agave plant. Pulque plantations, interspersed by an occasional shining white hacienda mansion, dotted here and there with dusty, ramshackle clusters of jacales on the hills, ran as far as the eye could see. The octli, which men had discovered thousands of years before, and which the Amerindian civilization had decreed must be sparingly used, had become an economic giant in modern Mexico. Mexican alcoholic consumption, rising steadily over the centuries, in the early 20th century was probably the highest per capita in the world. Pulque was cheap, cheaper than London gin in the 18th century, when a penny could get one drunk. The poorest classes consumed more than a liter of pulque daily. They rarely grew roaringly drunk because pulque usually created stupefaction. It also caused chronic alcoholism and toxemia. The government was aware that up to 60% of the inhabitants of both city and rural slums suffered from these effects, and some authorities hoped to substitute bottled beer for the unsanitary native drink. Excellent breweries were established in Mexico by Central European immigrants, but their product was too expensive for the pelado class. Rampant alcoholism, along with the rising use of marijuana and other drugs, was symptomatic of deep social malaise. But this, the widespread illegitimacy, and the endemic venereal disease which Mexicans considered a trivial malady, were seen more as moral than social problems by the upper class. The self-destruction of the poor tended to reaffirm the conviction of the white and almost white criollos that the indios and mixed bloods were incompetent. But in the midst of this social and economic agrarian ruin, there was enormous change and progress in other areas. The new criollos threw a new patina of modernization over Mexican cities and industries, very much as the original Spaniards had created islands of European civilization amidst the Amerindian mass. In contrast to the stagnation that had set in with the War of Independence, the Diaz stabilization gave Mexico a new economic vitality in certain fields. Porfirio Diaz had no training or instinct for business, but he deputized men who were prepared for such roles to regulate Mexican finance. In general, his finance ministers were capable, conservative men whose major function was to halt the chronic hemorrhage of the treasury through corruption and mismanagement. Diaz's father-in-law, Matias Romero, who had served Juarez and Lerdo, did well in the first Diaz administration. In 1884, Diaz appointed Manuel Dublan to the post. Dublan worked with remarkable success to restore Mexican credit. While no more warships had appeared off Mexico to collect, nothing had been paid on the long-standing British loans since Juarez declared his 2-year moratorium. Dublan first consolidated the internal debt, then was able to negotiate a loan with British bankers to settle the older debts, and also 2 further sterling loans to finance railroads. The outstanding financial figure of the Porfiriato, however, was José Yves Limantor, who became Secretary of Finance in 1893. Limantor, who was to acquire the reputation of an evil genius, was a new man whose outlook was basically internationalist. He took advantage of the mining booms caused by rapid industrialization in the Atlantic world to open Mexico freely to outside investment, abolished the maze of alcabalas and duties surviving from the Middle Ages, and through a great expansion of exports and foreign trade, balanced the national budget for the first time since Mexico became an independent nation. From 1894 through 1910, Mexico had balanced budgets and a growing surplus year by year. These reserves opened further credit sources for rapid capital investment. By 1899, Limantour was able to borrow abroad at 5%, and the rate had dropped to 4% in 1910. Limantour was typical of the new men springing to financial and political prominence in an economy like Mexico's, in which new forms and techniques were being superimposed upon ancient patterns of life. He was a gaudy character of French extraction, a new criollo, in most ways more typical of the industrial societies than Mexico in the 1890s. His outlook was internationalist, and in terms of late 19th century capitalism, utterly orthodox. He thought in terms of investment rather than sovereignty, and on purely economic grounds, it is almost impossible to fault his performance. He brought huge gouts of investment capital into Mexico, primarily from the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and the German Empire. North American investment began to pour into Mexico. The United States was generating a limitless industrial market that gobbled up raw materials and also producing surplus capital for export. Here began a continuing, permanent pattern. North America provided markets for Mexican beef, lead, copper, precious metals, sisal, and tropical products, and North American capital and expertise helped develop these industries in Mexico. Mexican economic orientation changed from Europe to the United States. In the early Republic, 2/3 of Mexican exports went to Europe. By 1910, 75% of all Mexican exports were to the United States, and only 20% to the other Atlantic trading nations. This trade was favorable to Mexico, though the lasting pattern in which the industrial societies dominated the market and were able to set prices had already begun, because it produced balances which Mexico used to buy European goods and to pay off European loans, both of which Mexicans preferred to North American products and credits. Mexico entered into the United States' economic orbit like Canada. It could not have been otherwise. North American investment went primarily into mining, utilities, and construction, heavily concentrated in the north, which began to become somewhat Americanized. The British entered into these same fields in a major way, generally more to the south. The French, after the Third Republic and the Porfiriato, cemented very cordial relations, tended to dominate banking, textiles, tobacco, and retail trade. The Germans in this era showed much interest in developing various agricultural enterprises in the south with efficient, profitable plantations. They also provided the Mexican army with Maxims and Mausers and modern military techniques. From 1880 to 1910, European and North American companies and capitalists provided Mexico with the groundwork for a modern economic system. They erected a modern banking structure, a number of industries, utilities, rails, communication systems, and harbors. They provided Mexico with new mining and farming techniques, electric power, and waterworks. Mexicans had neither the finances nor know-how to develop these things for themselves. The exploitation of the Mexican basic resources and burgeoning economy paid for this development. The foreigners received a very heavy share of the profits and kept control of the industries and utilities they founded. The capital invested was enormous. Exact figures are not available because modern Mexicans were no more enamored of statistics than medieval Spaniards, but it was probably very close to 3.5 billion contemporary dollars. These investments built over 11,000 miles of track, modernized the large cities, raised mineral exports by 650%, and stimulated entirely new industries such as copper, lead, iron, zinc, and coal mines. A British firm, Pearson, solved, though not permanently, the drainage problem around the capital, modernized the Veracruz harbor, and built a railway across the isthmus of Tehuantepec. Pearson also entered into the infant petroleum business. British and American companies began to compete in a feverish exploration along the Gulf Coast that led to an oil boom. Despite the entrance of American capitalists like Edward Denny and John D. Rockefeller into the field, the British generally had the best of it, with firms like Pearson controlling more than half of all Mexican production. The mining, petroleum, real estate, and construction booms, even if they were sparked and dominated by foreigners, stoked the native economy and increased domestic capital and trade. Limantour, who not only favored this foreign investment but did everything in his power to foster it, reformed the antiquated, complex, and highly inefficient tax structures. The inherently self-defeating alcabala was finally abolished, and customs duties were lowered. There was an explosion of trade. Exports rose from only 40 million pesos in the 1870s to 288 million by 1910. The balance of trade was favorable for the first time in history. At last, a native group of capitalists and businessmen came into being. Most did not begin as Mexicans, but they became Mexican. It was a continual complaint that the country was overrun with foreigners who were making native Mexicans stepchildren in their own land. But the French immigrants who ran banking, textiles, and were prominent in several commercial fields were rapidly assimilated into the middle and upper ranks of society. Levantines and Germans did the same, although the Anglo-Saxons rarely followed this course. Thousands of these foreigners founded respected and extremely useful Mexican firms and families. Even the Gachupines or Spaniards began to enter Mexico again, never as capitalists, but in their old pursuits of mayordomos, grocers, shopkeepers, and plantation owners. This European and Mediterranean immigration was socially valuable. It brought in new ethos and new ideas, though the immigrants became new criollos and tended far more to reinforce the upper class than to reinvigorate the countryside or create a viable middle class. No European small farmers or workers ever arrived. There was obviously no opportunity for them in Mexico, as in the United States, Argentina, or Brazil. Mexico had empty spaces, but these were jungles or deserts, and the developed areas were overrun with native laborers. The immense modernizations and improvements, however, did not lead to industrialization between 1880 and 1910. The foreign investors were not interested in trying to erect industrial processes in Mexico. The native businessmen had neither the know-how nor an infrastructure of skills and crafts on which to build. The economic trends of the times worked against Mexican industrialization in any case. European factories provided a flood of relatively cheap goods in return for either raw materials, agricultural products, or dollars earned by the sale of Mexican metals and beef in the United States. The only native industries of any consequence were cotton mills that turned out cheap prints, tobacco factories, and small pottery works. Actually, under the Porfiriato, it was old colonial economy carried beyond anything the Spanish administrators had achieved. The modernization was paid for by the products of Mexican mines and plantations, worked by cheap labor, capitalized and supervised by Europeans and North Americans. Improved management, newer techniques, and expanding markets extracted more wealth from Mexican soil than ever before. Except for differences in appearance, costume, and scale, the Mexico of the 1890s was essentially a revival of the Mexico of Revillagigedo. The country was still ruled by a small elite, which traded the sweat of native labor and the riches of Mexican earth for a patina of Europeanization, new electric power for gas lamps, French or Italianate mansions for the classic styles of the late 18th century. In the broadest sense, the pattern that had begun in the 16th century with the Cortesian kingdoms was still carried on. Modernistic European towns and cities, keeping at least some pace with newer developments, thrust up out of an extremely primitive countryside. Locomotives chugged between bustling ports with modern docksides to mining camps and remote plantations through country whose culture and social organization had not changed for 400 years. Outside the cities, Mexico was still a culture of the hoe and burro. As in Mendoza's time, there were two economies and two societies, and at least 3/4 of the population, illiterate and hardly ever earning money, remained outside the transplanted one. The basic richness of Mexican mineral earth supported what seemed to be a healthy flush of modernization and improvement, but the modern cities did not spring up native from Mexican earth. They drew everything except their very building stones from abroad, their directing classes, their styles and artifacts, even their ideas. The development was thus highly unbalanced. The newer criollos, like the old, made immense fortunes, but a facade of restless, ruthless, rich modernity covered old sores, which ran deep and were growing worse. Like most colonial societies and economies, Mexico provided splendid opportunities for those who could take advantage of them, an endless frontier where men with energy, ability, and capital could grow rich. For the millions mired in the old society, Mexico provided only increasing misery. Mexico was now being shaped by foreign investment and foreign residents. This was resented even by the old criollos. The natural xenophobia of the mestizo classes of course increased. They felt more and more as strangers in their own country. Spanish or French immigrants made social advances in a generation native Mexicans could not achieve in a century, except for the handful successful in the military or in politics. It was widely felt that foreign investors and individuals were favored by the government, and this myth still persists. Actually, foreigners were not favored over native capitalists, managers, and companies. The government simply allowed open competition, and the foreigners were much better equipped to win. If foreign firms paid few or no taxes, neither did most of the Mexican elite. They had the power, influence, or knowledge to avoid taxation, while the ranchero and the poorer classes carried a disparate burden. On purely economic grounds, the leniency of the government toward foreign investment cannot be faulted. If foreigners came to own or operate at least a third of the Mexican economy, they also developed it and made it profitable. The British paid for and built the railroads. North American engineers with new techniques improved the silver mining industry and developed the untapped resources of copper, lead, and zinc. French and Germans organized a plantation agriculture for foreign markets that the Spaniards and Creoles had ignored for centuries. The tycoons like Pearson, Doheny, and Rockefeller, who erected stinking oil-field jungles in the states of Tamaulipas and Veracruz, provided the expertise, machinery, risk capital, and marketing organization without which there would have been no Mexican petroleum industry. On the whole, all this development was better for the country than if it had never occurred. It provided trading balances, treasury surpluses, vital foreign exchange, and no few jobs. But no people like to think they or their soil is owned or dominated by foreigners. Repatriation of profits also created a capital drain. After a certain point, little was reinvested in Mexico. The Mexican negotiations for railroads, utilities, and the like were generally sensible and fair because the government retained an interest in these and usually had a say in management. Foreign capital could not be expected to develop Mexico without the expectation of high profits. Undeveloped countries then and later did not enjoy the whip hand in bargaining. Mistakes were made. The alienation of subsoil minerals, contrary to Hispanic law and practice, was an emotional and political error, if not an economic one, and the oil industry was virtually granted extraterritoriality between 1900 and 1911 because the Mexican government did not realize either the importance or the ramifications this industry would assume for the development of Mexico. The foreign oil companies began to drain away an irreplaceable resource while they paid no taxes and shared no revenues, and because some of their policies were irresponsible, Standard Oil sold Mexican petroleum at lower prices in the United States than in Mexico, the concessions given foreign oil firms finally became an insult to Mexican pride and sovereignty. The policy of making Mexico a paradise for foreign investment was an old dream of the continuistas, but the Diaz regime, with its unusual stability, was the first Mexican government that created a favorable climate for foreign enterprise. Limantour figured that if Mexico got back only 10 centavos on the peso, this was still a bargain, because it was 10 centavos the Treasury otherwise would never see. In fact, Mexico did better than this. While some outside companies made huge profits, creating a capital drain, many others put far more into Mexico than they ever took out. Mining proved very risky throughout. A great many investors never recovered even their initial investment, especially in the turmoil that followed the collapse of the Porfiriato. On sheer balance, all dispassionate observers believe that the foreign flood of investment put far more into Mexico than was ever taken out, even without counting the intangible benefits of the new training, concepts, and ethos that came with foreign capitalists. The basic structures of the modernization, the power systems, the rails and harbors, could have been brought in no other way, and in the end, almost all this foreign investment, one way or another, came into Mexican hands or under Mexican control. Although Diaz was never a puppet, and his government never fell under any political domination by Europeans or especially by the United States, Mexico did become economically dependent upon the United States. This was geographically and economically unavoidable. It had nothing to do with Diaz's personal wishes. However, there is no evidence that the North American economic penetration profoundly influenced Porfirian strategic policy, which was basically the Juarista policy of maintaining the sovereignty and continued existence of the nation. Diaz tried to prevent foreign interventions and intrusions, now a bedrock of Mexican foreign policy. He did this less with pronouncements of sovereignty than by trying to avoid giving foreign powers any reason for reprisals. Diaz summed up Mexico's predicament in his famous plaint, "Poor Mexico, so far from God and so near to the United States." But Washington never was able to dictate to Diaz. At the very time his government made the most lenient concessions on oil, he steadfastly refused to negotiate a United States naval base on Mexican soil. Diaz's attitude toward the United States was, atypically, more practical than emotional. Diaz did not like North Americans. He remained cool and dispassionate toward them, but he had no illusions of Mexican power vis-à-vis the United States. Diaz knew, though this exasperated many Mexicans, that some nations by circumstance were less sovereign than others, and equality among nations was nothing more than a convenient protocol which carried no weight in actual international politics. He also seems to have understood the true desires of the United States people and government toward Mexico and Hispanic America better than most of his countrymen. While some North Americans had coveted Mexico at least until the Civil War, the watershed of North American policy had occurred in 1848. In this year, the United States achieved its transcendent strategic goals by rounding out its territory and gaining admitted preponderance and ultimate security on the continent. Both the British and the Mexicans, one by tacit admission, the other by war, were removed as rivals. Afterward, American policy wanted only two things from Mexico: the maintenance of order in the neighboring country and the right to trade on a favorable basis. While such order was maintained, the terms of trade could be negotiated only according to relative bargaining positions and power. When Mexican order broke down and disorder led to outrages against North American citizens, businesses, or investments, Washington moved to interference and/or retaliation. While on many occasions United States citizens pressed Washington cynically for interventions, the actual ones almost always stemmed from a Mexican inability to maintain the responsibilities of a stable nation. It is extremely instructive, perhaps, to compare United States policies vis-à-vis Canada with those toward Hispanic America. Vastly more United States capital and enterprise entered Canada and brought the Canadian economy inevitably into the North American orbit without making Canada in any way a United States political satellite, and there were no reprisals or interventions against Canada because Canada was a stable society where businessmen, investments, or foreign-owned property were never threatened by disorder, nor were foreigners molested without prompt recompense. There were no troops on the Canadian border because there was never the remotest need for any, but in periods when the Mexican central governments exercised no control over northern caciques, could not prevent border raids by Mexican bandits or savage Indians, or could not protect foreign property in Mexico, the United States government could hardly have been expected to consider Mexico equal or inviolable, nor could United States citizens develop any respect for a people who could not achieve stable self-government. In general, the Hispanic pride of Mexicans refused to admit the problem, and this same pride terribly acerbated the situation. Lerdo de Tejada, like Juarez, had virtually no control over the far northern regions, but would never admit the fact, and the reaction of his administration, like most Mexican administrations, to unilateral action on the part of the United States Army in raids and reprisals, was entirely emotional. The Mexican insistence was that no matter if Mexicans could not keep order in their own house, it was still their house, and no outsider had the right to interfere. This was a totally unrealistic notion, workable only if the Mexican governments had made Mexico a hermit nation. Mexican autonomy, in the harsh world of realpolitik, depended upon the strength and stability of Mexican society and government, not on assertions and wounded pride. Autonomy came with power and respect. Diaz understood this reality, and he kept order in Mexico splendidly so far as foreigners were concerned. North Americans preferred a liberal government to a tyranny in Mexico, but like the British and others, they preferred a stable tyranny to a chaotic government and society, whatever high ideals they expressed, because disorder made stable relations and business impossible. Diaz cleared the border of banditry. He cooperated with the United States Army during the last destruction of the wild Amerindian tribes, and if Mexican nationals robbed or damaged foreign persons or property, his rurales either brought justice or impressive reprisals. This satisfied Washington and Whitehall, and established a lasting reputation among foreigners for Diaz as the best president Mexico had ever had. After 1848, Washington behaved toward Mexico with enormous restraint, but North Americans neither understood nor admitted, when they did understand, Mexican sensitivities, nor preoccupation with appearances and the deep and ingrained Mexican sense of national humiliation. They were always, in Mexican eyes, adding unbearable insult to minor injuries. Mexicans did not take their inherent pride and dignity from the kind of governments they created, and the North American insistence upon treating Hispanic Americans like irresponsible children was intolerable to Mexican pride. Because Diaz gave Mexico strong government, his autonomy was never seriously threatened by Washington. He could not exercise complete economic autonomy, however. Mexico was too weak for that, and besides, in his era, theories of economic autonomy were hardly fully developed. The very concept was nonsensical to an internationalist like Limantour. Thus, the Diaz regime made concessions that spoiled foreign investors and left them totally unprepared to cope with the virulent nationalism that eventually swept Mexico. The distaste and even hatred for the Porfiriato, which is very slow to die in modern Mexico, seems to come less from the actual events of the era than from what the ruling cliques believed and represented. Don Porfirio was, from the typical Mexican historical view, the archpriest in a pantheon of cynical and rapacious opportunists who oppressed Mexico. Scapegoats are more palatable, and martyrs are more honorable than the notion that a whole nation or people shared responsibility, or in the scheme of things could not help themselves. The concept that lands and peoples get the kind of history they deserve will never be popular in Mexico, or for that matter, anywhere in the post-colonial world. The Porfiriato has retained vestiges of honor, mostly among outsiders. The modern Mexican view tends to be narcissistic, a manifestation of the xenophobia that characterized the Mexican Revolution. The men who surrounded Diaz and Limantour seem to have been highly educated, reasonably cultivated, capable, and patriotic. The intellectuals of the era, almost all of whom supported the regime, were not vendidos or sellouts, nor were they all cynics. They represented a continuing tradition in the Hispanic world, men trying to hold on to stability while they remade an intolerable world. They thought they were remaking it rationally. The great desire of the científicos, as the circle around Limantor and Sierra came to be called, scientists, because they thought they were applying rational principles of the then dominant social science in Mexico, was to make a modern, Western nation through the process of capitalism. Their concepts, developed out of the French Comtean and English Manchester liberal schools, were intensely progressive, positive, and optimistic, though colored with an inevitable elitism and class interest and some of the social Darwinism that was the rage in many areas of the Atlantic world. They felt they understood the Mexican past and hated its weaknesses and what they now saw as false ideas and ideals. They saw their country was not a great or even a very respectable nation, and they pinned their hopes for the future on economic regeneration. Other national economies have been primed and force-fed, and the científicos believed that a similar process would work for Mexico. The priming could only come from outside capital at first. It became científico policy to bring in all the foreign capital available rather than waiting for generations for domestic capital to be generated, during which Mexico would fall even further behind. The científicos also had no great faith that Mexico would regenerate on her own. She needed foreign stimulus. Without question, this was a convenient philosophy for certain men who merely hoped to feed off the carcass of a carved-up Mexico, but on the other hand, it was held by academics and others who never expected to profit personally. What all were looking for, profit-seekers and nationalists alike, was that takeoff into sustained economic growth that had caught up and transformed England in the reign of George III and had changed the whole direction of the United States after the Civil War. Once this was sparked, and the Mexican economy began to grow organically, dependence on foreigners would no longer be required. In the meantime, foreign skills and money remodeled harbors, planted telegraph poles, and lighted cities and created basic structures upon which Mexican capitalists could build. The foreigners also trained Mexicans and helped bring about the emergence of an expanded, native industrial elite. The científicos thought that most other things must be sacrificed against this capitalist industrial pump priming: social expenditures, the living standards of the poor, government interference with development, and once the Porfiriato had stabilized things, even democratic government. Diaz became an acceptable and in time almost unnecessary cog in this concept of progress. Not that all the elite or even the ruling clique admired the iron-handed, canny old mestizo president or favored dictatorship. They simply believed that once Mexico were regenerated, episodes like the Porfiriato in government would become a thing of the past. Mexico could afford both social investments and democracy when she grew rich enough. It was a pie-in-the-sky concept faithfully copied from the Anglo-Saxon liberals with Latin touches. Parliamentary government had not worked in Mexico. Therefore, Mexico had to be directed by a strong man and a powerful elite. When order and direction created new wealth, wealth would trickle down. Don Porfirio and personal government would wither away. Even the stupid and stubborn Indios would be caught up in the national momentum. There was logic in the belief that Mexico was too backward and poor to afford democracy and social legislation. A pie had to be made before it was cut. But there was tragedy in the fact that the Mexican masses were too poor not to be allowed some social gains. Mexico was not England or the United States or even France, where a minor bureaucrat earned no more than a hard-working peasant. In Mexico, a government clerk with a primary education earned 12 times as much as 3/4 of the population. And progress was much too slow. Decade after decade, the population swelled, doubling in about 30 years. The economy did not keep pace, especially as in the normal course of things, the downward trickle was that and nothing more. The científicos were true scientists in their way, for they ignored the human factor. They saw no real danger from the passions and frustrations of the common folk. They believed the masses of Mexico were long-suffering and would bear anything because they had borne much for 400 years. The científicos were not rough-hewn entrepreneurs or caciques who fought their way to power, or even practicing politicians. Almost all of them were the products of an elitist education. As an elite, they rejected the notion that change should be forced from below. It had to be directed in the nation's interest from above. They were, of course, behind the times, just as the country they wanted to regenerate. For all the vogue of laissez-faire ideas in the Atlantic world between 1890 and 1910, most of the industrial nations had enacted agrarian and some social legislation in the obvious interest of averting their own explosions. Conditions that were slowly and grudgingly being ameliorated in advanced countries still persisted in Mexican commerce and industry. Mill workers endured a 13-hour day and were subject to fines from their pitifully small wages for countless infractions. Retail clerks put in 12 hours. Peonage applied in mines and factories. Sundays were not automatic holidays. There were no pensions or injury compensations. Labor organizations were outlawed, and strikes were broken, sometimes bloodily, as at Rio Blanco by regular troops, and agitators were thrown into prison. These conditions, or something approaching them, were not markedly unusual in the United States, but wages and living conditions were much higher, and Mexican workers had another deep and pervasive irritant. North American and foreign employees in Mexican industry received better wages and favored treatment, sometimes for equal work. North American companies often paid their foreign employees in gold and Mexican workers in depreciated silver. While Mexican labor suffered much worse at Mexican hands, few things were more likely to arouse a deep and abiding Mexican anger, not only against the foreign firms, but the regime and clique that let this happen. The enormous failure of the científicos, however, was not recognizing the agrarian disaster. Millions of rural families were without land and without steady employment. The luckiest found work on foreign-owned plantations. The latifundios, particularly in the inefficient manner in which they were run, had no place in any modern commercial industrial system. The concentrated ownership of land and the enormous surplus of labor was dehumanizing the rural population, which was vastly the majority in Mexico. Conditions were worse in 1900 than they had been since the worst era of the encomienda, primarily because too many peasants could not find even a barren spot of land. John Kenneth Turner, in his book Barbarous Mexico, documented the incredible treatment of Yaqui slaves on sisal plantations in Yucatan, where a strong adult hardly lived a year under the lash. But while 1 million North Americans read Turner's book, it was scoffed at by the elite in Mexico. The científicos were hamstrung by the latifundios. Gentlemen still desired estates, while at the same time they could not comprehend the peasant's terrible hunger and his hunger for a piece of soil. The some 8,000 families who owned haciendas also exercised enormous influence, more influence now that the clerics, the royal bureaucracy, and the praetorians had been destroyed. The greatest hacendados, such as the terrazas, dominated their regions, and they had become politically unassailable. The country was quiet, however, if not quiescent, and it can only be recorded that the coming storm took the educated, city-dwelling elite completely by surprise. This pointed up the fact that many of the elite understood the reality of Mexico no better than the long-dead criollo purists. They failed to understand that rampant capitalism and foreign investment was not building a new middle class, but was beginning to alienate the small middle class Mexico already had. They failed to see the disastrous social effects of the breaking up of the ejidos and the rapid extension of haciendas. They understood very little of the xenophobia and frustrations of Mexican labor in this brave new world. They knew that Mexico had to import food for the first time in history, but they comforted themselves in the growing trade balances and growing respect for the Mexican treasury abroad, and the fact that modernization and order had made life more comfortable and safer for the elite than ever before. There were 1 million youths in schools, all learning to take their places in the hierarchy, and if some mornings a dozen starved or frozen corpses had to be gathered up in the alleyways of Mexico, these things had always existed. The world in some ways was getting immensely better, though in some ways it seemed to be getting worse. 2 currents were running, as always before a cataclysm. The newer elite, now joined with the old elite, did not really understand their country. They lived insulated and isolated in their own world. If the científicos were patriots, they were also people without real roots. Their culture and ideals still came from abroad, where they increasingly sent their sons for educations. Young bankers-to-be trained in Paris. Young hacendados attended Harvard, if they were from the North, which was becoming more North Americanized, or mostly the Sorbonne. Spain had declined from her imperial grandeur. It was no longer particularly fashionable to claim Spanish descent. People hinted at French grandmothers. As the joke went, babies were told they came from Paris, like the draperies of the China, until they were old enough to ask what had happened to the box. Maximilian's old boulevard, now the Paseo de la Reforma, was touted as a second Champs-Élysées. The elite knew in their hearts that Mexico was not France, but this was the great age of the myth of a white Mexico. The fault of this myth was not that Mexico was a nation with a Latin civilization, and in which the Europeans were still the only civilizing force. This was true. The fallacy was that for the elite, Mexico was a nation of Europeans in which non-Europeans hardly counted, although their numbers were distressingly large. In 1910, there were approximately 1,150,000 people of pure or nearly pure European extraction in Mexico. There were 8 million mixed bloods and 6 million still considered Amerindians. The whites comprised less than 10% of the population, although, as the ancient proverb went, since the days of the Spanish Empire, money had usually whitened the skin. But this segment, new and old criollos, controlled the great majority of the wealth and dominated the professions, and under the Porfiriato, it had come to dominate the government again. In the apogee of the Porfiriato, the European population came closer than it ever had to emerging as a true aristocracy. With independence, the most energetic military men and politicians had usually been mestizo. In the order of the Porfiriato, when economics prevailed above all else and property assumed greater political importance, the European propertied classes reasserted themselves. During peace and prosperity on the higher levels, there was an inevitable return to social conservatism, whether the men in question were liberals or secret clericals. The older, radical element died off, and an education alone no longer carried bright young men to the pinnacles of society or government. After 1894, the higher posts in the national government went increasingly to inner-circle científicos and men of ancient, landed families who could give them dignity. Almost all these men had white faces. The white-haired, brown-skinned old president stood out in his own cabinet. Gradually, More state governors were drawn from the great hacendados than the generals, and many were both hacendados and generals. Don Olegario Molina, who became Minister of Internal Development, owned several million hectares in Yucatan. The landed classes now exercised genuine power, whether by coincidence or consequence, on the eve of their final destruction. Many of this class consciously bore the white man's burden. They would privately, if never publicly, agree that Mexico was barbarous, and that the whip was the only language understood by the barbarians. The Diaz regime fitted in with the British Raj in India, the French colonial empire, and other custodianships, and it was widely admired abroad. In 1907, the United States Secretary of State, Elihu Root, visited Chapultepec Palace and stated, "I look to Porfirio Diaz as one of the great men to be held up to the hero worship of mankind." It was believed that the Porfiriato was achieving something the Spaniards had not quite accomplished, the civilizing of Indian Mexico. In this deepening racial cultural reaction, the Roman Catholic Church revived. The Vatican had stubbornly kept Monsignor de la Bastida in the archiepiscopal seat, and in the 1870s the demoralized Mexican clergy had been reduced to a few hundred priests. The intellectual liberal establishment remained actively anti-clerical, and Mexican education was dominated by anti-clericals throughout the Porfiriato. Newspapers especially delighted in ferreting out clandestine, illegal clerical operations, such as continuing convents and monasteries or running parochial schools. However, the entire Mexican elite was hardly this anti-church. Doña Carmen Romero de Diaz was devoted to the church, as were probably a majority of upper-class women. As the religious controversies of the Reform faded with time, and the liberal establishment grew more conservative socially, the clergy and the federal government became tacitly, if not openly, reconciled. The Porfiriato did not try to amend the reform laws, but it tended to overlook their enforcement. Clerics, such as the Bishop of Oaxaca, once again moved freely and effectively in government circles. If a secret nunnery was discovered, the clergy were almost always warned before the police arrived. Far more important, the government tacitly allowed Catholic schools to begin operations again. The clergy were still small in numbers, about 5,000, but the church had restored much of its former position in Mexico by 1910. There were a few prelates, such as José Mora del Rio, who voiced the protests of the rural poor and urban labor and called for social action. Mora, even though he became archbishop, was an anomaly. The church came back into influence through the doorways of the upper class, and it remained solidly conservative and establishmentarian, quietly, if not always, openly approving the Porfiriato. The first decade of the 20th century appeared to be another of those calm, golden late afternoons in which history seemed to pause. Diaz was 74 when he was re-elected in 1904 for a new 6-year term, but he seemed able to go on forever. He was still effectively playing off one ambitious subordinate against another, the only cat in the Mexican bag. Riding about the capital in his new Mercedes motor car, he had become a symbol of stability and dignity. He rode over well-paved, well-lighted, and well-drained streets, which did not extend beyond the city's edge, and the pelados doffed their hats at his passage, or even the mention of his name, as their ancestors had saluted the Conde de Revillagigedo. The ferment was among new, secret, radical left-wing labor groups and among a newer crop of intellectuals and frustrated politicians. The occasional lightning flashes of unrest, the strikes that flared in 1906 from Veracruz to Jalisco, the shooting by soldiers of 200 textile workers near Orizaba, the trouble in the Sonoran copper mines, were no more spectacular than similar troubles in the United States and other countries. The rural areas were sullen, but very tranquil. The rurales seemed in full control. There was still more order in Mexico than there had been since independence, and nobody in government or in society generally believed that unrest was dangerous or could in any way destroy the continuing forms of progress. The era had seen enormous, though still inadequate, advances, particularly in education. More mestizos attended schools than ever before, though there was an attempt on the Diaz government's part to try to hold education in line with development, so as not to overrun Mexico with unemployable letrados. Meanwhile, Justo Sierra, as much a symbol as Diaz, had presided over a genuine renaissance of the intellectual arts, though little of the prose or music had what could be called a national Mexican style. For these reasons, perhaps, the artistic and intellectual accomplishments of the era have always afterward been somewhat denigrated. The dominant intellectual figures in Porfirian Mexico had not discovered an Indian soul, they would have denied such a thing existed. From the purview of the imitation Parisian Jockey Club in Mexico City, it was the best of times, a time of hope and approaching glory. Out in the burning fields of Morelos and Yucatan, for men on their knees with bleeding fingers, and in the dismal mines and shops and airless factories, it was the worst of eras. This was the 20th century, but millions of Mexicans worked less for money and freedom than in the hope of escaping punishment. Almost in hearing of the capital, pelados still screamed and begged under the overseer's lash. The centenary of the War for Independence was approaching, the 16th of September, 1910. Ceremonies and celebrations were planned, for which the government would spend more than it spent in the same year for social services and education. Hidalgo was to be honored as the father of Mexico by a society that had never honored his abortive social revolution. There was still no Mexican nation. Chapter 31. The Revolution. Who is Francisco I Madero? Who knows, senor, but my captain says he is a powerful saint. Question and answer by a common soldier in the Maderista forces in Chihuahua, as reported in the foreign press. For 30 years, the Porfirian presidency had been a remarkable tour de force. It was institutionalized only in the person of one man, and now, as his arteries hardened, the political system atrophied. Don Porfirio was the first Mexican president to achieve perpetual power, but he had not achieved genuine legitimacy. There were no historic institutions, no political parties, no ideology, nor any heirs apparent to hold the Porfiriato together once the old man was gone. Like most strong men, Diaz had deliberately debilitated or destroyed all the machinery that might create a smooth succession, out of the simple fear that such succession might come before he wanted it. This, and not the social volcano that has always been inherent in Mexico, made revolution inevitable. Contemporaries, both within and without Mexico, hardly noticed the endemic symptoms of social unrest. Mexico was no more, if no less, ripe for social revolution in 1910 than the country had been in 1810. If the rural misery were greater, the upper classes were more powerful, and the government was better organized to deal with insurrection. The first crisis in the 20th century was political. Social revolution did not erupt spontaneously or irresistibly. First, the Porfirian political structure collapsed. The collapse led to the anarchy, and in the anarchy, at last, the long-banked fires of social misery, frustration, and racial tensions broke through. The long, hideous, bloody Mexican social revolution, the Mexican Revolution, might well have taken a less spectacular and damaging course had the leadership of the country been able to keep its vigor, its nerve, and the keen sense of the possible that a younger Don Porfirio had displayed. Porfirio Diaz refused to fade away gracefully. He understood the imperatives of change, but the old man whose instincts of self-preservation required him to be the only cat in the bag simply could not change his ways as he grew senile and his talents failed. The first cracks in the Porfirian system showed by 1904, when Diaz once more allowed himself to be persuaded that he was indispensable to his country. His term was lengthened to 6 years. However, Diaz would be 80 in 1910, and now concern about the succession was growing acute among Mexican politicians, foreign investors and bankers, and everyone who had a stake in the Porfiriato. The office of vice president had fallen into disuse prior to Diaz, who had never revised it, since the number 2 man in Mexico too often aspired to become numero uno. Like the North Americans from whom they copied the office, Mexicans had never known what to do with the vice presidency. But in the personalized politics of Mexico, the problem was much more dangerous. However, having a vice president would assure the succession, or so it was hoped, and great pressure was put on Diaz by the entire Mexican and foreign power structures to accept one. There were 2 obvious candidates. One was General Bernardo Reyes, a powerful, energetic, bearded cacique type of independent character, who had served ably as governor of Nuevo León and as minister of war. If the country were to continue Don Porfirio-type government, Reyes was considered the best man. The other possibility was José Yves Limantour, the spokesman and linchpin of the administration and the acknowledged leader of the científicos. Limantour, the darling of the upper elite and the international set, would offer a different kind of presidency. Each man had definite limitations. Reyes lacked Limantour's fiscal finesse and ability to impress international investors. Limantour could never control the turbulent backwater Mexican political scene or master the army. Diaz, seizing avidly on this fact, suggested to Reyes that he preferred Limantour, and he asked the general to serve the científico politically and militarily in case he became president. When Reyes showed obvious disappointment, he was dropped from the cabinet and relegated back to the provinces as governor of Nuevo León. Meanwhile, Diaz knew that Limantour was not constitutionally eligible to be president of Mexico because he was born the son of a French national. In 1904, Diaz was determined to play off the 2 strong men against each other. He refused Limantour's repeated requests to change the law that barred Limantour from the office, and having spurned Reyes, he saw to it that the Minister of Justice publicized the fact of Limantour's ineligibility. Then, with a truly Machiavellian stroke, he chose as his vice president Ramón Corral, one of the least fitted and least popular politicians in Mexico. Corral was an ex-governor of Sonora and a speculator in Yaqui lands. He was too hated, inefficient, and corrupt ever to be accepted by the elite as president, but the nomination amused Diaz vastly. Who, he asked, would dare assassinate or push aside Don Porfirio, realizing that the act would make Corral president? Of course, he did not trust Corral and kept him under surveillance. This was all in the ancient cacique's character. But then he made an extremely uncharacteristic move, which has never really been explained by historians. He informed a North American journalist, Creelman, in an interview which was reprinted in Mexico in 1908, that he had always intended to prepare Mexico for political democracy, and that he now thought the time had come when Mexico might enjoy a loyal opposition, something like the parties out of power in Great Britain and the United States. Diaz suggested that if such an opposition, responsible and loyal, of course, should emerge, he would allow it a share in government. He also hinted, though he did not quite say so, that he was prepared to step down in 1910 and allow a free election to determine the next president. This was peculiar, because Diaz's subsequent actions prove he had no such intention. Diaz must have known the interview would be published in Mexico, because he made no move to prevent it. Whether due to loquacious senility or some special scheme, the Creelman interview was a serious mistake for Diaz. It convinced most of the Mexican political elite that criticism of the regime was in order, and it sparked a new interest in national politics on every side. General Bernardo Reyes, refired with ambition, began a campaign to take Corral's place. Reyes's son, Rodolfo, organized a political party called the Democrats. The Reyistas professed belief in political democracy on the North American order and in generally liberal social principles, and they collected considerable support, particularly in the northern states. They were not extremely active. It was hard to be active politically in Porfirian Mexico, where men had already forgotten the old electoral codes, but they wore a red carnation to distinguish themselves from the Corralistas, who wore white. The Colorados, or Reds, soon outnumbered the Blancos, or Whites, to Diaz's obvious displeasure. Up to this time, the only opposition group was revolutionary and underground. It was called Regeneración, from a newspaper published by the three brothers Flores Magón. The Flores family represented what was then an extreme left-wing philosophy, which was actually more Spanish anarchist than European socialist, and which drew more inspiration from the then Hispanic syndicalist movements than from Karl Marx. The Flores Magón brothers demanded a total abolition of government and the state, and the control of society through workers' syndics. Since it was absolutely impossible to seed such a movement or philosophy among the illiterate, cowed, rural hacienda masses, the Flores brothers turned to the burgeoning urban proletariat and industries, such as tobacco or mining, which concentrated laborers under miserable conditions. Their activities spurred anarchist uprisings and a wave of strikes across Mexico in 1906, from Sonoran copper mines to textile factories in the central states. The strikes, the Flores brothers, and their newspaper were all suppressed by Diaz. After a sojourn in jail, Ricardo Flores Magón fled to the United States, the historic refuge of all Hispanic American revolutionaries, right or left, and in St. Louis, Missouri, presided over the Mexican Liberal Party, an exile group which was basically orthodox socialist in rationale. Though the party was outlawed in Mexico, it developed a political program that was to have great influence on Mexican thought. The demands of the new liberals were radical in any developed nation at the time: the 8-hour day, a minimum wage, workmen's compensation, debt abolition, and land reform. Flores Magón, a revolutionary anarchist at heart, might have played a greater role in the death of the Porfiriato if he had been able to refrain from illegal activities in both Mexico and the United States. It was his fate to sit out the decisive events of the revolution in a California jail, and his socialist anarchist organization was no real threat to Diaz. The rural three-quarters of Mexico that was pelado and illiterate was still splintered into regions and had no real leadership to offset the influence of the hacendado class. It was impossible, then or any time, to form a political party or effective opposition out of such elements, or even to politicize them. The countryside could revolt, but it could play no other role in normal politics. The Reyista faction gave vent to dissatisfied feelings of thousands of politicized Mexicans. The great majority of these dissidents had no drive whatever toward violent revolution or extreme social reform, and their outward goal was an expressed democratization of politics. The Creelman interview had convinced a large middle rank of Mexican professionals and men with democratic or constitutional leanings that the time had come to speak up, and for them to strive for a role in public affairs. Diaz was aware that this generation was emerging. In fact, in the Creelman interview, he stated the real hope for the future lay with the emerging middle classes of Mexico. The Porfirian school system, inadequate as it was, and for all the emotional criticism heaped upon it afterward, had actually helped create a large, literate middle structure. More young men were in school under the Porfiriato than ever before, and despite an historic impression that still lingers, the urban secondary school system was quite good. Diaz had expected that the emerging educated class would become a mainstay of his regime, but by the 20th century, he simply could not furnish enough bones to keep all the growling dogs in Mexico pacified. The economy grew rapidly, but in an unbalanced way, and too much of the growth was due to foreign enterprise. There were jobs for North American and British engineers, but not for Mexican, and the de facto alliance between the regime and the very wealthy elite denied the emerging mestizo professional majority the status and roles it desired. The newer, educated mestizos who aspired to or obtained entrance to the middle ranks of society found their influence and even their status denigrated by the European myths of the upper class. Despite rhetoric about economic and social reform among the middle ranks, including much socialist rhetoric, the real drive of the educated opposition was for opportunity in their own country. Thousands of Mexicans who bemoaned the lot of labor were at heart intent upon destroying the present power structure so that they might replace it or at least become honored and rich. In this sense, the main opposition to the Porfiriato was nationalist and capitalist. Thousands of Mexicans of the middle social ranks who demanded riddance of French banking structures and foreign oil companies were not hostile to such enterprises in themselves. They wanted them to be controlled by Mexicans and to enjoy a role in them. The foreign capitalists, of course, chose to see this understandable nationalism as a form of Bolshevism, greatly confusing the whole issue and even the image of the revolution as it unfolded. In the heightened political awareness of educated Mexico after 1904, two writers, Andrés Molina Enríquez and Francisco I. Madero, exerted profound influence. Both wrote for the general literate public rather than the tiny intellectual class, and both reached a wide mestizo audience. Molina Enríquez was the first important apologist for the emerging mestizo majority. The early mestizo intellectuals had always seen themselves as heirs to the European liberal tradition. Up until the 20th century, the Aztec mythology that had caused the Republic to honor Cuauhtémoc and to adopt Mexica symbols for its seals and flag was primarily criollo. It was a process somewhat akin to the retention of Amerindian place names and the use of Amerindian symbols on seals and coins by the people of the United States who had displaced the indigenous race. The criollos had always lacked identity. They instinctively hearkened back to Aztec glory, while at the same time they oppressed and destroyed the surviving Indians. Molina despised all this mythology of the modern criollos as heirs to the children of the sun, as much as he despised the white myth in Mexico. He broached a new, explosive idea, that the mestizos were the only true Mexicans, and the only people around whom a Mexican nation could be built. Molina showed that the mestizos, or mixed bloods, formed a true national type. They had a similar culture from one end of the republic to the other. They were Indio stock enriched by Spanish blood and culture, and in this enrichment they had lost all the ancient Amerindian tribal identities, the separatisms that still divided and hampered the surviving Indios. From Yucatan to Sonora, the mestizo Mexican was similar in language, religion, color, and customs, despite his original tribal stock, and therefore actually formed the only homogeneous national type, in a country where the criollo emphasized his Europeanness and the Indio clung stubbornly to his primitive parochialisms. The mestizo tended to look to the future, while both criollos and Indios clung to the past, and unlike the Creoles who looked to Europe for everything, the mixed blood was proud of his native soil and culture. Molina argued that the mestizo was the toughest and most enduring type in Mexico. He had outlived and outbred the Indio and already vastly outnumbered the weaker criollos. The Mexican population was 53% mestizo in 1910, and the mestizos were increasing because they had the capacity to absorb more and more Indios. They had the virtues of the Indios in that they could live on tortillas and salt and outwork a horse. They had more energy than the Criollos, because from the first it had been mestizo generals and presidents who had defended and maintained the nation. Molina's arguments, which were emotionally attractive and in truth almost unassailable, were a direct assault upon the científico assumption that Mexico must be maintained as a white nation. The mestizo, despite the fact that Don Porfirio and most of the effective political leaders had always been of mixed ancestry, had always been in an anomalous position, even in his own eyes, because he was always identified as a product of miscegenation. His very name, mestizo or mixed, made him a hybrid, devoid of essential identity. Thus, the Molina book was more than an attack upon Criollo assumptions of superiority. It established a new view of Mexican identity. Molina scoffed at the long-held dominant view that the salvation of Mexico rested upon encouraging European immigration. Mexico already possessed an active, capable population, and all it needed was recognition and a chance to prove what it could do. Molina's influence was explosive and profound among the ordinary literate people, 3/4 of whom were mestizos. They could begin to see themselves as Mexicans, no longer pretending to be descendants of proud Castilian conquistadores or the children of Amerindian lordlings, but as a distinct historical race, as identifiable and as valid as other mixed races, such as Spaniards or Japanese. The other literary bombshell that rocked middle-rank Mexico in 1909 was Francisco I. Madero's attack on the concept of the Porfirian presidency, though not an attack on Don Porfirio. Madero's The Presidential Succession in 1910 could only have created a sensation in a country where normal political activity had been suspended for a generation and was suddenly beginning again. It contained nothing new or even explosive. Madero wrote that the old Diaz slogan of "no re-election" must be put in practice, and a start must be made toward political democracy. Otherwise there would be a return to the old coups and bloodshed, when Porfirio Diaz ultimately vanished from the scene. Madero agreed that Don Porfirio should remain in power so long as he lived or retained his senses, but that democratic evolution must be assured by allowing men with democratic principles to assume the vice presidency, key cabinet posts, and some state governorships. In other words, the Porfiriato should begin to reform itself through free elections. Madero's thesis actually merely expanded on Diaz's own statements in the Creelman article. When it aroused enormous attention, Madero grew bolder and in subsequent editions urged that all opposition Mexicans, from Reyistas to anarchists, unite in a new anti-re-electionist party. The effect of Madero's pen was to push him into prominence ahead of General Reyes's sword. This, however, came mostly from default. Reyes was a vigorous, capable cacique type who might very well have made an excellent Mexican leader, but as a protege of Diaz, he simply could not bring himself to seek power without Diaz's blessing. He refused to become insubordinate, in his own view, and since Diaz at bottom never had any intention of allowing anyone else into the limelight so long as he lived, Reyes's real position was impossible. Diaz understood Reyes and forced him into a confrontation, and in the fall of 1909, Reyes, refusing to pronounce or rebel, left for exile in Paris. Diaz congratulated himself that he had now made the various constitutionalist, democratic, middle-class opposition leaderless, and he expected it to fade away. He failed to see that somehow the ice jam had been cracked, and the ever-present awareness of his great age made it impossible for him to continue ruling Mexico as he had for 30 years. Madero, meanwhile, had been bitten by the presidential bug. Friends and supporters in his native north urged him to seek office. The first was the ill-fated Chihuahua merchant Abraham Gonzalez. As the Reyistas floundered, Madero crossed Mexico on speaking tours, which culminated in the spring of 1910 in the formation of the Anti-Re-electionist Party. Madero was nominated for the presidency with a reyista, Vasquez Gomez, a former physician to the Diaz family, as his running mate. Since Diaz had always observed constitutional forms while destroying their spirit, this was a legal opposition that under the Constitution of 1857 could not be kept off the ballot. All that was needed was an incorruptible candidate. Madero, however, was an improbable candidate to upset even an aging dictator. There was nothing wrong with his credentials. He was 37, the scion of a rich and important Coahuilan clan. His grandfather, a true Mexican paterfamilias, had been governor of Coahuila under Diaz and had erected a vast family fortune that included cattle and cotton haciendas, wineries, mills, and mines. Don Francisco was one of almost 200 vigorous grandchildren. He had studied first in Paris and then took up agriculture in the United States at the University of California. He developed a great interest in socio-economic affairs, and he had managed a family plantation superbly and with a rare social consciousness for his class, personally financing educations for the sons of peons. Madero had also learned a love of political democracy as it was practiced in the United States and France. This had led him to try to organize an opposition party in local elections in his home state. Despite his grandfather's kindly warning to beware getting in the way of the horses, he was, of course, trampled by Diaz's horses. He could not even find local officials who knew there were such things as election laws. His personal handicaps, however, were enormous. Madero was the antithesis of the macho Mexican hacendado or cacique, a little man barely measuring 5 feet, bird-like and quivering, with a high-pitched, squeaky voice. Abroad he had become addicted to spiritualism and had become a vegetarian. He was a radiant do-gooder, whose honesty and charity were unassailable, but like many men of his type, he could be arrogant, cranky, and unfathomable to the people closest to him. His ideas could set a crowd afire, but Maduro unfortunately could not dominate a conference of his peers. Yet because of the courage and conviction he symbolized to millions of little men in Mexico, Madero began to draw roaring rallies to his campaign train stops. His opposition to the regime, and his vague promises to reform society along democratic principles, appealed to the intellectuals, the frustrated merchants and rancheros, and to all the impoverished workers who found the Gilded Age of Don Porfirio intolerable. Above all, he found enthusiasm in the northern states, where mestizo liberalism was as endemic as an ancient hatred of whatever power ruled at the capital. The northern frontier was more populous than ever in the new century, and also more aggrieved, because it had been invaded by latifundistas during the Porfiriato. The great cattle baronies were engulfing whole towns and even states. Don Luis Terraza's domain was as large as the whole state of New Jersey, and from it he ruled Chihuahua almost as a feudal fief. The situation of the workers and peons in the north was perhaps superior to the older regions, but throughout Sonora, Chihuahua, Coahuila, and Nuevo León, there was a far more vigorous, independent, and disgruntled population of rancheros, townspeople, and even smaller hacendados who hated the local overlordship of Diaz's magnate governors and everything the Gallicized científicos stood for. Humble workers with whip scars on their backs adored Madero, but tough, pistol-heavy rancheros, self-made schoolteachers, pack train operators, and frontier merchants flocked to his cause. Nothing showed more that Diaz had lost his touch than his fatal denigration of Madero. Diaz saw only the man, never the symbolism. He met with Madero and listened patiently to the little man's pleas for some initiative toward democracy. Afterward, he told jokes about this little bird with his vegetarianism, spiritualism, and God knew what other peculiarities, who thought he could become president. After meeting with Madero and discounting him, Diaz almost contemptuously announced for re-election, and again chose the hated Ramon Corral for his vice-presidential candidate. As the July election approached, however, Diaz grew concerned with the almost hysterical reaction produced at Madero rallies. He had no fear of losing. No Mexican government could lose an election. Even the concept was foreign to the Mexican mentality. He did fear disorder, because Madero was arousing too much enthusiasm, and had him taken from his campaign train at San Luis Potosí and arrested on a charge of inciting riot. Madero was locked in the local jail, though the campaign and election was allowed to proceed. Don Porfirio, as usual, was authoritarian, but never paranoid or murderous. He did not understand that in the new atmosphere in Mexico, his old ways would no longer succeed. Diaz now fell out with Limantur, the one remaining strongman in his administration. Limantur departed on a European tour that was virtually an exile. Don Porfirio, bothered only by rotting teeth, could now live undisturbed, surrounded by fawning foreigners and native sycophants in his private presidential dream world. He was not only living in the past, he was isolated from all reality. The election was held in July amid calm but widespread gloom and tension. Millions of Mexicans voted, and millions certainly voted for Francisco I. Madero. The results were to be announced after the government collected all the ballots from the remote areas. Diaz was only interested in one thing, the celebration of his 80th birthday, which, because it came one day earlier than the centenary of Mexican independence, the 16 de septiembre 1910, had been incorporated in a month-long national holiday. All September was given over to fetes and parties and parades, ostensibly honoring the insurgency of Padre Hidalgo, but actually acclaiming the achievements of the Porfiriato. The president opened the festivities with the dedication of a new madhouse, which fact appeared symbolic in retrospect, and all month he rode about the capital in his noisy new Mercedes, surrounded by clattering horse guards in brilliant uniforms. Diaz was still a royally dignified, splendid figure beneath his bemedaled tunic. He rode past the extravagant monuments of his reign with pride, the huge opera house, a melange of Italianate styles, already causing the engineers and architects nightmares as its weight sank into the porous former lake bed, the soaring column of Independence, capped with a most un-Mexican winged Nike, monstrous statuary of Columbus, Cuauhtémoc, and Juárez positioned on the Paseo. The public and private face of the capital had been transformed from severe Spanish styles to something resembling a fin de siècle Paris, for the Porfiriato, after a long regression, had been the greatest building age since the days of Revillagigedo. There were parades, marches, and pageants in which contingents from all the civilized world participated. One spectacle, viewed by 500,000, depicted the great moments of Mexican history as defined under the Porfiriato, the confrontation between Moctezuma and Cortés at Xoloco, and the entry of Iturbide and the Trigarante army into Mexico. 50,000 citizens attended a garden party at Chapultepec Park. The climax came on September 15th at a great banquet for 2,000 dignitaries at the National Palace, where guests dined from gold plate and consumed 10 boxcar loads of French champagne. The mobs, the elite, the foreigners cheered and praised Don Porfirio, the civilizer of Mexico. No contemporary seems to have fully understood the rot that pervaded the political structures of all Mexico. Its odor was as concealed as the foul breath that emanated from the old dictator's rotten jaws. On the 16th, Don Porfirio, almost casually, announced the election returns, 99% in favor of himself and Corral. This did more than merely make the Mexican regime ridiculous in the eyes of the world. It destroyed the last hope of many Mexicans for peaceful change. Francisco I. Madero never intended to bring the society of which he was a pillar down in fire and blood, nor did many of the people who loved him and voted for him really want a violent social revolution. Few men in any society ever do. The Madero people included upper-class and middle-class and working-class Mexicans, mostly mestizo, but few real radicals. They had the same goals as the científicos and the handsome, slightly effete would-be aristocracy, to make Mexico into a viable, modern nation. They wanted only to do this in different ways and under different management. Madero and most of his followers never understood the agrarian disaster, but through blindness, not hard-heartedness. In this they were much more like the científicos who barred their aspirations than is usually supposed. They went one step beyond the científicos. They believed that democracy could no longer be eschewed in favor of development, and they believed that democracy in Mexico meant the arrival in power of the native majority. In jail at Potosi, Madero decided that the democratic revolution could only come by arms, because the old dictator obviously would respond to nothing else. If Madero had understood the volcano upon which Mexican society rested, he might have hesitated. Then again, he might not. He was convinced, understandably, that to accept the Diaz verdict and to pass into retirement would be to betray his ideals, his friends, and his country. At Potosi, Madero passed from being an anti-re-election candidate into the standard-bearer of what soon came to be called the revolution. But Madero, the good citizen, was never the man to lead that revolution. Diaz, meanwhile, still despised Madero too much. After the announcement of his re-election, he let Madero out of jail, though he restricted him to the city of San Luis Potosi, still not comprehending how Madero could be a hero to millions of his countrymen. On October 6, 1910, Madero was whisked aboard the Laredo Express just outside Potosi by friends, after the local authorities had let him leave the city for a hunting trip. Cheering trainmen, all in on the plot, fired the boilers on an historic passage north. Madero was across the border in Texas before Diaz knew he had escaped. Madero met in a hotel room at San Antonio with fellow conspirators, and issued what he called the Plan of San Luis Potosi, which he had drawn up in prison, calling the recent election fraudulent, claiming himself president, and ordering an uprising against General Diaz to make him respect the will of the nation for November 20th. The uprising was idealistic and unplanned, and it failed miserably. Police and a handful of Maderistas clashed in Puebla in a 4-hour battle in which the gunrunner Aquiles Cerdán and some companions were killed. Nothing else happened. The people failed to rise, and Madero, who had recrossed the Bravo confidently, had to beat a quick retreat back to Texas. However, Madero's call had lit a small flame in Chihuahua, where, out of hatred of the ruling Terrazas family and their frustration with local politics, a group of men organized around Abraham González, who proclaimed a Maderista revolution. González was no general, but he quickly found field commanders and a small army among Chihuahuans who resented the federal officials and the cattle barons. González's principal lieutenant was Pascual Orozco, a moody, unprincipled, tough pack-train operator who had a genius for guerrilla warfare in the mountains and desert. Orozco recruited mounted warriors among the vaqueros, miners, rancheros, and indios of Chihuahua, people who hated the corrupt local government and the society of the Porfiriato in general. Orozco began what was in effect a guerrilla campaign against the federal officials and the Terrazas interests with this irregular revolutionary army. Inevitably, the revolution attracted not only aggrieved citizens, but the criminal element, such as the cattle thief and murderess Doroteo Arango, better known to history by his assumed name, Pancho Villa. The wild country of Chihuahua, vast wind-blown spaces between the inaccessible sierras, dotted with scattered haciendas, mines, and settlements, was made for guerrilla warfare on horseback. Orozco's raiders came down out of the mountains, rode great distances, struck violently, and vanished again in the rugged terrain. They shot up isolated federal garrisons, raided ranches and mining camps, and captured and looted towns. The half-wild, gun-slung vaqueros of the northern frontier were conditioned and hardened by 3 centuries of Indio wars and cruelties. Their rebellion was as much anarchistic as an expression of genuine constitutional principles, yet many of these rough men, even the elemental Pancho Villa, seemed to have developed a genuine affection for Francisco I. Madero. They appreciated his courage and understood his essential goodwill toward their kind. As in all Mexican insurgencies, this developing guerrilla warfare could hardly be distinguished from banditry, and the rebel leaders acted like bandits. But in an oppressive society where there was no rule of law, and where the vested interests relied on force, such banditry was almost sanctified by purpose and ideology. Don Abraham Gonzalez did not plan a racial and class war, but this was what Orozco and his hard-riding captains waged, a campaign of terror by the dark, poor, and dispossessed against the white, privileged, and rich. In such a war, criminality was almost impossible to define because the ends justified the means on both sides. The governor of the state and the local federal authorities were almost helpless against this ferocity. Don Luis Terrazas tried to recruit his own vaqueros into an army, offering them 2 pesos a day to fight the rebels, only to find that the common people would not fight against the revolution. The regular army was particularly ineffective. The khaki-clad soldiers had not waged a real war for 20 years, and their aging officers were far more accustomed to the gaming table than the saddle. Orozco, and particularly Villa, soon displayed talent at defeating the regulars in small actions. Villa was already revealing those qualities as a junior officer that he would later show as a general: personal valor, a grasp of maneuver over vast spaces, the ability to make correct decisions in the saddle based on an uncanny knowledge of the psychology of friend and foe, and that personal charisma that appealed hugely to the soul of the rough cowboys of the North. Villa was cruel and anarchistic, a part Indian, illiterate pelado, but he possessed enormous qualities of leadership and command, above all on his home ground. After several defeats, the Federalistas barricaded themselves in their garrisons, the guerrilleros rampaged, and the economy of Chihuahua was paralyzed. Trains stopped running or were in the hands of the rebels, haciendas were occupied by raiders, and towns and mines were under siege. Madero and his brother Gustavo, who served as an effective chief of staff, made their way to Chihuahua. However, the Maderos soon found these initial successes had finite limits. The Maderistas had no money beyond the personal fortunes of the Madero brothers. They needed modern weapons to match the Mausers and machine guns of the Federales, and a rebel army paid only through its looting was extremely difficult to hold intact. By spring 1911, the Maderista revolution had disrupted Chihuahua, but could not advance beyond the deserts and sierras. For Diaz, the Maderistas were only a flash on the distant horizon. The key central states remained quiet, and, very probably, Madero would have failed and been forced to flee again had not the Porfiriato suddenly come under siege from a different, closer quarter. In the sugar state of Morelos, the 30 families who had dispossessed the Indio communities of their common lands during the sugar boom now began to reap the whirlwind. The Indios had acquired a leader in the valiant, implacable mestizo Emiliano Zapata, a small farmer who had opposed their oppressions all his life. Zapata organized the Liberating Army of the South, a horde of Morelos peasants, sugar workers, and Indians, and began to tear up the social order by the roots. This was a spontaneous agrarian revolt, greater and better led and organized than anything that had occurred before. Zapata had only the most tenuous connections with Madero. The Morelos uprising was sui generis. It had nothing to do with constitutionalism, and everything to do with the Amerindian peasants' hunger for land. The Zapatista aims were simple, expressed in the slogan of the Army of the South, Land and Liberty. The Zapatistas emerged from the forests and mountains, small, dark men with brush knives and with icons of the Virgin of Guadalupe pinned to their large, conical Indio straw sombreros. They swarmed through Morelos like soldier ants, killing overseers and driving off landlords, burning down mills and hacienda houses, seizing and dividing the great estates on the spot. The rich sugar belt was soon in flames, and by Holy Week 1911, frightened citizens in the capital city could see the fires of burning mansions across the lava flow. Emiliano Zapata was as uncomplicated as his horde, and therefore was always to be almost unfathomable to the various power structures of Mexico. His aims were pure, but also implacable: land for the poor and the right to be left alone. Zapata was the one revolutionary hero who proved to be incorruptible because he wanted nothing for himself, not even power. His name aroused reverence among the poor Indios, an ultimate horror among the landed class, an extreme annoyance to whatever power was dominant in Mexico City. Zapata was to become a symbol, and his memory would remain green as long as any poor agrarians remained in Mexico. His revolt in Morelos was then and later of utmost importance, not in itself, but because it created a diversion almost at the gates of the capital. Rich refugees and influential landowners poured into the city, pressuring the government, diverting arms and attention from Madero. The newspapers, all conservative under the Porfiriato, hysterically demanded action. Regular forces that might have destroyed Madero's constitutionalist revolution had to be deployed to the south in a chase of the will-o'-the-wisp Zapatistas that invariably met frustration. The Zapatistas fought much like the guerrilleros of Padre Morelos 100 years before. They sacked haciendas and faded away into the forests and mountains before the advance of federal troops. They derailed troop trains and slaughtered small detachments gathering arms. This kind of guerrilla war, and this kind of rugged country, was always hard for regular soldiers to stamp out, but to Don Porfirio's expressed bewilderment, his army could not cope with Zapata at all. As in Chihuahua, the Mexican Federal Army under the Porfiriato had become more ornate than efficient. Diaz had caused this deliberately to protect himself from vigorous, ambitious generals. He had allowed a situation in which most high commanders were his own contemporaries. He had generals of 80, majors of 70, and even lieutenants in their 60s. He had systematically weeded out most officers of ambition and ability and filled the officers' corps with corrupt time-servers. These leaders were no danger to Don Porfirio, but they were not the kind to protect him or the social order of Mexico. Diaz was now also reaping another harvest. He had destroyed all initiative among the federal and state officialdom throughout the Republic. The old man, unable to direct or take the field, remained in the palace, firing off angry telegrams, while all of official Mexico did nothing. Officialdom did not take the Maderistas and Zapatistas very seriously, but it did believe the old caciques' days were numbered, and politicians everywhere were worried most of all by the succession. As weeks went by, it at last became evident, even to Don Porfirio, that he could no longer command. Reluctantly, he recalled Limantur from Europe to try to save the regime. Limantur returned, stopping off at New York to meet with Gustavo Madero, who was in the United States trying to procure arms. He parleyed with Madero and Dr. Vasquez Gomez. The Maderista revolution was still an affair that might be compromised between gentlemen. Gustavo Madero and Dr. Vasquez assured Limantur that there was no need for a war to the knife. All the Maderistas wanted was the assurance that Diaz would allow a democratically elected government to come to power. Limantur entered the city of Mexico in March 1911 and in effect took control of the government. He dismissed the unpopular Corral. He cabled General Bernardo Reyes to come home at once to take command of the army, and he sent emissaries to try to hammer out a workable compromise with the Maderos. Representatives from each faction met at Ciudad Juarez, across from El Paso on the Chihuahua-Texas border. What went on here is not clear. The Madero clan put pressure on the brothers to be reasonable. Other supporters, such as Don Venustiano Carranza, a fellow hacendado, told the Maderos that a revolution compromised was a revolution lost. Ciudad Juarez was held by the Federals, and Madero apparently was afraid to engage in battle there because of the town's proximity to the border. He feared a border incident might provoke United States intervention. Madero, like most of his class, was extremely hostile to North Americans, but also very much afraid of North American power. The Reyista faction within the Maderistas, represented by Dr. Vasquez Gomez, claimed that Madero had lost his nerve and was prepared to sell out. Finally, while the turbulent rebel forces and the federal garrison faced each other at Juarez, Madero presented his terms. They were hardly a sellout or even a compromise. They required the resignation of Diaz, the expulsion of all científicos from government, the cession of a majority of state governorships to the Maderistas, and the payment of all prior Maderista expenses by the federal treasury. Limantour rejected them. What Madero might have done is unknown, because at this point the impatient Generals Orozco and Pancho Villa disobeyed orders and attacked Ciudad Juarez. While thousands of people in El Paso climbed on rooftops to watch the show, the rebels poured into Ciudad Juarez and destroyed the federal garrison in a bloody battle. This was a minor victory in one sense, but in two others it was tremendously important. The capture of Juarez was a psychological blow against the regime, and it gave the rebels a port of entry to acquire arms and supplies from the United States. 2 days later, Zapata overran Cuautla. Limantour was a banker, not a soldier. He did not know how to react. The army was intact, if so far ineffective. There was no groundswell of revolution outside Chihuahua and the small area of Morelos. There was not even a real civil war. But Limantour faced the same problem Diaz could not surmount. Everyone was convinced the government must change, and both the army and civil officialdom would do nothing, waiting for a coup. At last, Limantour stated that he had no idea what the people of Mexico wanted, but that it obviously was no longer Don Porfirio and himself. He offered to secure Diaz's resignation, resign himself, and accept Francisco de la Barra, then ambassador to Washington, as an interim president pending a new election. The Maderos and the Reistas agreed to this, and a convention was signed at Ciudad Juarez on May 21, 1911. There was distaste for Madero in the circles of the government and the elite, but Madero was considered infinitely better than the horror of the Zapatista rebellion, which perhaps frightened the capital more than it should have. Limantour did not find it easy to get rid of Diaz, despite his promises. The old dictator refused to listen, to sign papers, or to discuss anything except the agony of a bad tooth. Diaz would not believe that the same people who had cheered him in the past year had now turned against him. When a great mob gathered outside the palace of the Zócalo, shouting for his resignation, he ordered the Presidential Guard to open fire. Machine gunners killed 200 demonstrators before Limantour at last forced Diaz to sign the resignation. On May 26th, Diaz, half delirious from pain, was hustled to the train station, sent under guard to Veracruz, and put on a ship bound for France. Here he and Limantour passed out of history, the old man at least convinced that he had served his country to the last. What was to happen to Mexico in the 4 remaining years before his death perhaps convinced him more so and comforted him to the end. But as Diaz departed, most Mexicans believed the democratic revolution had triumphed, without real bloodshed. Few men, certainly not the Madero brothers, understood that the triumph had come much too late. Chapter 32. Fire and Blood. If they are going to kill me tomorrow, I'd much rather they killed me today. From the Carrancista marching song La Valentina. The Porfiriato had ended in a whimper. Somehow it dimmed the glory of the new day. Madero entered the city of Mexico to a roaring welcome, perhaps the warmest given any leader since Juarez, but it was as meaningless as all past ovations from the time of the viceroys. Nothing had been decided. The remnants of Porfirio Diaz's power structure struggled for power with the new men coming into government. The interim, while elections were held, was stormy and perilous. Madero, obviously destined to win the presidential election in 1911, did not have the heart of the whole country. The majority of the Criollo elite and the whole foreign investment community either feared or despised him. Madero's personal foibles, above all in an Hispanic country where so much historic emphasis was put on appearances and on virile manhood, kept his credibility at low ebb. Madero was a saint to many of the common people. He was and remained a sort of queer duck to the people in inner circles who met him daily. He failed to command respect. While the election was arranged and carried out, the actual government of the country had fallen to a set of amateurs who replaced the científicos and Díaz's appointees. They were generally what might be called middle-rank Democrats, but they had no unity. There were liberals of the old school who believed government had no right to initiate social reform. There were reyistas who wanted their champion to take control. And there was a faction of reforming left-wingers who demanded incisive change throughout society. Most of these men were well-meaning, but like the old burros, they tended to be more theoretical than practical. Amid these lawyers, doctors, and other middle-class new men, de la Barra only presided over government. He did not rule. For 5 months, in effect, no one ruled Mexico. This hiatus allowed factions to coalesce around different leaders and different ideologies, all vying for power. There was agreement only on one thing, that the revolutionary armed forces must be disbanded before they grew too powerful. The Orozcos, Villas, and Zapatas had been useful in destroying the Porfiriato, but the people who had done the actual fighting were not considered fit for a role in government. The new democratic groups did not have enough talent to staff the entire bureaucracy, and except at the very top, the de la Barra government kept most of the old office holders in service. These officials had not been willing to fight for Díaz, but few of them had any allegiance to the revolution either. The effect was paralyzing. Some forms of the new freedom proved immediately disastrous. A cardinal principle of the Democrats was the free press, which Mexico had not enjoyed for a generation. But the freed newspapers were conservative and venal, and collectively, the Mexican press behaved with utmost irresponsibility, irrespectively of ideology, carping, satirizing Francisco I. Madero's peculiarities, and damaging Madero's prestige among large segments of the population during and after the presidential election. The greatest problem for the interim regime was Emiliano Zapata. While Orozco and Villa, the heroes of the North, stood on their arms, Zapata refused to lay his down. Madero had made only the vaguest references to land reform in his revolution. He was an hacendado, and above all, he was no expropriationist. Madero had a real love for the oppressed, though he hardly understood their real condition, but his love for legality and constitutional forms was greater. Zapata wished Madero well, but refused to disband his army or even give up the territory he had seized in Morelos until the new government assured him his peasants would get their lands. Zapata believed his demands were reasonable and could not understand the de la Barra government's reluctance to grant them. Actually, the new men who came to power with Madero's revolution had in no way agreed among themselves that land reform was even necessary. The northern politicos like Venustiano Carranza and Abraham Gonzalez had no sympathy for Zapata's Indian uprising. The urban middle-class professionals were distrustful of it. Zapata's concept of the revolution was land for the peasants. Madero's was constitutionality. Zapata's people went on seizing sugar plantations and burning sugar mills. President de la Barra ordered new army operations against them, now commanded by General Victoriano Huerta, who was considered Mexico's toughest soldier. Madero, distressed, arranged a meeting with Zapata at Cuernavaca, and though Madero did his best to convince the peasant leader of his own good intentions, Zapata was adamant. His pelados and indios had had a bellyful of good intentions by rich men. Zapata insisted that all the ejido land sequestered under the Ley Lerdo be returned to the Amerindian villages by decree. Madero argued that he could not do this even after he became president. Reform must come by lawful means. Then a brief truce was snapped when Huerta's soldiery took to looting Indio villages in Morelos, and when they could not catch armed agrarians, hanged no few peaceful ones. The Morelos insurrection was still flaming when Madero was elected president and replaced de la Barra in the National Palace on November 11, 1911. Few important men at the capital believed Madero could rule Mexico, and he soon proved them right. Though he meant well, Madero could not really understand Zapata or the Zapatistas, and he did not basically understand the condition of Mexico. He had arrived in power because he had come to symbolize the aspirations of the urban professionals and a large number of the northern common people, but the evidence is overwhelming that Madero never understood those aspirations. He thought his election was the revolution, and his concepts of democracy, learned in France and the United States, followed the forms of very gradual evolution. For example, he stated that the best means of bettering the lot of the Mexican laboring class was by creating trade schools, establishing retirement pensions, and campaigning against drinking and gambling. He was in favor of small landholdings in general, but he did not conceive of the magnitude of the agrarian problem or understand the dispossessed peasantry's deep hunger for soil. When a newspaper printed that he intended to share the lands of the rich with the proletariat, Madero indignantly denied that he would ever deprive any large landholder of his property. When a deputy, Luis Cabrera, insisted upon introducing a moderate program of land reform in Congress, he was appalled and refused to act upon it.